Pokémon. The trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576, An Unexpected Meeting. ZHE looked over curiously. But whether it was a superpower scan or the range of vision, there was no trace of a silver-purple figure. What kind of Pokémon is that? He thought carefully, but found nothing. The opponent's movement speed was obviously very fast, and it was just a glimpse, so he couldn't remember much. ZHE's eyes flashed with curiosity. He was not worried that the silver-purple Pokémon was a powerful existence. According to the owner of Minglan Pavilion, the Pokémon in the Rock Mountain Wilderness have long been known. Not to mention the semi-champion, the only existence at the king level, is the leader of the Infernape. The body is silver purple, the way of movement is to walk on 2 feet, and there is a tail. ZHE searched for Pokémon that roughly fit the characteristics from his memory. Could it be Master Itachi of Unova? His eyes suddenly flashed. This is a very good Pokémon. It's not that he wants to subdue it, but as the name says, Master Itachi is a fighting Pokémon that is very suitable to be a teacher. The martial bear master that Tetsuya had captured in the cave of Libo Mountain before was classified as a boxing Pokémon. This means that it has a unique talent in the technique of using both fists. Master Itachi is classified as a martial arts Pokémon. Yes, it is the martial arts that Tetsuya mentioned in his previous life. Every Master Itachi has a very strong grasp of fighting skills. The outstanding ones will make even a fighting master like RC feel inferior. Even if it is just a qua-seeking Master Itachi, it will surely bring a lot of insights to Blaziken. Tetsuya was a little moved. Faced with such an opportunity to improve the abilities of his partners, no trainer would be willing to give up. You know, Master Itachi lives in the distant Unova. The probability of seeing it in Kanto today is even lower than seeing a quasi-god in the wild. He just looked up at the battle that could not be ended for a while and sighed silently. Now that he is here, he can't just leave halfway. Although this was his own idea and there was nothing to restrict him, it was really unnecessary to leave a bad impression on others. It doesn't matter. Since we know that Master Itachi is here, we should run here more often. It's such a small place, we can always find traces of him. ZHE also made a decision secretly. Anyway, he will live in Cerulean City for a while. The distance to the rocky wilderness is not far for him, so he can come here every now and then, until he finds traces of Master Itachi. Of course, ZHE also knew that the Pokémon might not be Master Itachi. There are not many Pokémon that meet the 3 simple characteristics, but there are a few besides Master Itachi. The main reason is that he is idle anyway. He is used to traveling everywhere and doing bounty missions. By the way, it is really difficult for him to calm down suddenly. While the excited voice of the round land shark sounded, it is still full of energy with scars all over it. The short legs stepped on the monkey monster, and the round land shark looked very proud. Doran Messiah on the side angrily flicked his tail at his opponent again. It was just a few seconds away, and it would have been able to complete the combat mission ahead of the round shark. There was nothing that could be done about it. Perhaps after each of them had fully exchanged their potential, it would be hard to say who was stronger between Doran Baruto and Lebite Land Shark. But in the previous stage, the latter must be stronger than the former. Moreover, the opponents faced by the round shark, which was born later and at a lower level, were also much weaker. Okay, you two did a good job, and you will have a snack tonight, ZHE said to the somewhat disappointed Doran Messiah with a smile. This little guy might not really care about the snack. Sure enough. Hearing him say this, Doran Messiah just nodded casually, not showing a very happy look. But the round shark was a bit nervous and didn't take it seriously. Seeing that Doran Messiah also had it, he ran to comfort his little friend. Dragon-type Pokémon. ZHE shook his head helplessly. Forget it, it's not a bad thing. If this lazy little guy is stimulated to work hard, it would be a good result. The elf riot in the rocky wilderness is still going on. However, with the arrival of Minglan and Zay and the entry of their 2 elves, the scope of the riot is constantly shrinking. With the afterglow of the setting sun, countless nearly transparent air slashes can be seen flying in the air wantonly, hitting the ground, stirring up layers of dust. Wherever the instigator Pidgeot passes, there must be one corpse of monkey monsters left on the ground. If these monkey monsters have not been in a state of rage, the huge gap in strength even makes them unable to muster the courage to attack the king level Pidgeot. On the other side, Mingland's steel cannon arm shrimp is particularly exaggerated, because the guards elves have been entangled with the monkey monsters. Therefore, using water cannons or surfing to hit the soul directly has become a less desirable tactic. Seeing this, the steel cannon arm shrimp just silently raised its giant claws. A snake made of blue light balls the size of ping pong balls appeared in front of everyone in the Pokémon. With a wave of his left arm, the snake wandered across the battlefield, as if it had life. Every time it hit a monkey monster or a raging monkey, one of the blue light balls that made up its body would disappear. The result was that the wild Pokémon participating in the riot flew backwards and lost the battle. What a powerful wave power! Zaya's eyes sparkled. The seemingly simple composition was based on the powerful strength and control of the steel cannon arm shrimp. Before this, Zaya had only seen it in one person and one Pokémon. The former was Chen. The latter was Sharona's champion Lucario, the teacher who taught him how to master the wave. The light from the sun gradually disappeared, and darkness enveloped the entire wilderness. The sound of fighting also stopped. Report to the gym owner. This time there are 6 people injured. One of them is seriously injured and has been sent to the nearest Pokémon Center to request treatment from Miss Joy. The rest of the injured have received treatment within the team and recovered. As for the Pokémon, a total of 42 Pokémon lost their combat capability in the battle, and 28 of them were attacked by the monkey monster after they fell unconscious. It is expected that they will be able to fully recover their combat capability in a week. In the temporary tent, the head of the guard of the Rocky Wilderness was reporting in a serious manner. This ratio of casualties is completely acceptable. After all, the difference in numbers between the two sides is really big. There are only 2 groups of guards, a total of 20 people, and a total of only 120 Pokémon. The number of monkey monster tribes is nearly 600. It can be said that before Zaya and Minglan arrived, these guards and their Pokémon were fighting 1 against 5. If they were not the elite trainers of the Alliance, they would have been torn to pieces by the monkey monster. Minglan nodded. Okay, I understand. The follow-up specific processing will be the same as before. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty. The head of the guard bowed slightly. Without any delay, he turned around and left after getting the answer he wanted. There was some silence in the tent. Minglan raised his head. You seem to be confused. He looked at ZHE, who looked puzzled, and asked. Yes. ZHE did not deny it. Since there are so many monkey monsters here, why don't you find more guards? In this way, Senior Minglan, you don't have to come here specially to solve it. Even if there are many elves led by a king level elf, it would be a bit of an overkill to send the gym owner. Minglan sighed. Who would want to come to this damn place? Although the reward is not low, compared with the guard income in some other places, the Rock Mountain Wilderness is really too desolate. He shook his head helplessly. If it is higher, the finances of Hualan City will not be able to support it. Trainers, especially powerful trainers, require a lot of money to hire. For example, Zaya, now he has 8-digit alliance coins for a task, which is just the starting price, and it depends on whether he is in the mood to take it. Elite trainers are the backbone of the alliance, and the gap between each person is very obvious. Only 1 elite is called an elite trainer, and 5 Quasi Kings, and 1 elite are also elite trainers. But whether it is strength or price, the latter is a world of difference compared to the former. Oh, by the way, there is also the bug of Sharona, which is really another price. Under this premise, hiring a team of trainers to guard the wild and suppress the riot of Pokémon is an astronomical figure every year. One place may not cost much, but there are too many places around the city that need to be protected. Let's not talk about Tsukumiyama and Viridian Forest. Even compared with the White Cape not far away, the resources in the Rocky Wilderness are pitifully few, so naturally not many people come here just for the guarding reward. Among the 20 people now, there are 7 or 8 trainers who have left our Cerulean City, so they are willing to stay here. Minglan's face became older. It can be seen that he has really put a lot of effort into the Cerulean Gym and Cerulean City. Hearing his words, ZHE also understood. Take Tsuka Miyama as an example. In addition to the normal rewards, if something is found in the process of stopping the Pokémon riot, such as fossils or moonstones, this is the real income of the guards themselves. In comparison, those rewards are just a small part. The rocky wilderness is different. This damn place is full of rocks and monkey monsters. Not to mention precious props. Ordinary ground type ores like star sand are pitifully rare. It's strange that a trainer who wants to make money would come here. So, while I still have some strength, I'll do more. The profits I save will come in handy one day. Minglan also felt that there was nothing to say to Zay about these things, and changed the subject with a smile. You don't know, my youngest granddaughter is very obedient. She is also very talented in training. If you have time, you can also guide her. Okay, if there is a chance, I will definitely. They agreed with a smile. The heroine of the first generation, Zyuksha. He was also very curious about what she looked like when she was a child. I don't know if she is a little silly like Zyomeo and Zyolzi. The old and the young were chatting in the tent. The sky outside became brighter again. The elves' flash moves were used one after another. The guards were busy day after day. After finishing the work, they soon returned to Hulan City with Minglan. He rejected the old man's invitation to visit Hulan Gym. After recovering his friends at the Pokémon Center, the former pushed open the door of his home. With the red light flashing, the Pokémons each found their most comfortable resting position. Beep. Pidgeot, leaning against a backrest in a weird posture, waved his wings tiredly. It was clearly agreed to be a vacation, but the whole afternoon was spent fighting. Trainer, when can you be more reliable with your mouth? Ha. ZHE also yawned. Do you think I want to? Who asked that bastard to make trouble for me? It's good that I didn't secretly make trouble for his boss. It's really annoying. The most important thing is, after doing such a big job, he didn't get any benefits at all. That's not right. At least the task provided by Professor Oak is true. But does ZHE now care about those millions? Damn, I must find a way to get some wool from Team Rocket later, otherwise it's too sorry for the time I wasted. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he waved his right hand fiercely. Ouch. The next moment, Zay covered his hand and cried out in pain. Pang Yangui silently recovered from his resting state, walked to another corner next to him, and squatted down to continue resting. Can it be blamed for this? It was obviously the trainer who bumped into it. It was a scam. Ouch. The two little dragon guys pulled Zay's clothes to remind the trainer not to forget the extra meal tonight. I really am. Zay's face was completely a painful mask. Fortunately, in the next 5 or 6 days, he and his partners got into the vacation state as they wished. Every day, in addition to resting in the yard, they went to the beach to fish. Occasionally, they would visit the Cerulean Gyro Gym. It was also in this state that Zay got his wish to meet the heroine of the previous life animation, Cerulean's mermaid, Zyuksha. But, help me. Looking at Zyuksha appearing in the mouth of Gyarados, Zay's mind was a little shaky for a while. He originally thought that Satoshi and Shijiki were already courting death, but he didn't expect that Misty would go far beyond that. This is a Gyarados. Not to mention getting into its mouth. Normal people would be a little scared, even if they got close to it. Its intimidating nature is no joke. ZHE could also see that this Gyarados, which belonged to the bright blue gym leader, was also a little confused. He just took a nap. Why would the offspring of his own trainer run into his mouth? Wouldn't it be doomed if the trainer knew about this? A quasi-champion Gyarados was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Can you guess what the Pokémon is? If you guess it right, I'll update it. There must be a reason. Chapter 577, Sign Cave. Zay sighed slightly. He raised his right hand and extended his superpower. A pair of invisible hands grabbed the pale-faced Zyuksha from the mouth of the Gyarados. Seeing this, Minglan's Gyarados immediately sank underwater and pretended to be dead. As long as it didn't see me, it had nothing to do with me. It had also met Zay in the past 2 days, so it was naturally not worried that the other party would pose any threat to the trainer's offspring. Thank you. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zay would really find it difficult to connect the weak little girl in front of him with the future Zyarksha. After a daze, he smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I have to be more careful next time. It's fine. Zyarksha's face was still a little pale. Think about it. No matter what her personality will be, when she grows up, she is just a little girl in her early teens now. She accidentally climbed into the mouth of the Gyarados and was rescued. She didn't faint, which can be regarded as a strong psychological quality. A short silence. Minglin, who invited Zay to be a guest, went out again due to an emergency. Originally, he planned to have one of his 3 adult granddaughters entertain Tetsuya, but due to the busy gym affairs, the 3 sisters didn't seem to be very free. Fortunately, Tetsuya himself didn't care about this kind of thing, and simply visited the Cerulean gym by himself. With the pass given by Cerulean, he didn't worry about not being able to enter. To be honest, as one of the 8 major gyms in Kanto, Cerulean's internal facilities are really very good. In addition to the super large venue used for gym battles, there are also several buildings of different shapes around it. According to the staff, those are training venues, performance venues, and breeding venues. Compared with Nibi, who specializes in rock-type Pokémon, Cerulean, which is famous for breeding water-type Pokémon, has higher requirements in this regard. After all, the rock-type is only second to the grass-type in terms of feeding. As long as there are rocks, it can be full, and nutritional development is another matter. Water-type Pokémon are different. If the water quality in which they live on weekdays is not up to standard, their vitality and spirit will be clearly manifested. Zay came to the training base of Hualan Gym with the mentality of learning. He happened to meet the young Zyarksha who was seeking death. That Zyarksha pulled the hem of her clothes and asked nervously, "Excuse me, who are you?" "Oh, I'm invited by Minglin Sr. to be a guest. My name is Tamaki Tetsuya." Zay remembered that the other party didn't know him. No wonder he was so restrained. After he said that, the young Zyarksha was obviously relaxed a lot. Sure enough, he is not a bad person. She thought so. "Zay boy, I heard that you went straight to the training venue as soon as you came in. Didn't you say you wanted to have a good rest and postpone training?" Speak of the devil. Zay, who had just introduced himself to Zyarksha, heard Minglin's cheerful voice. For the powerful opponent, handling events and traveling, in most cases, it is the latter that takes more time. From this, we can see how important it is to have a superpower Pokémon that can teleport. Of course, it is not that Minglin does not have such a Pokémon. Among the water Pokémon, Slowpoke and Starfish can master this skill, and even some special porcupine individuals can. The combat power of these 3 is ranked among the top among water Pokémon. As a trainer specializing in water, Minglin certainly cannot have not cultivated them. However, there are too many places near Cerulean City that need to be appeased. Most of them are arranged by trainers in some more remote places. In this way, even if there is a problem, they can teleport and return to request support at the fastest speed. It's just that Minglin is old and has to travel around with a not so big steel shrimp. "Learn it, old man. Are you worried that I will steal your skills?" ZHE also responded casually to Minglin's joke. After a few days of contact, he found that the personality of this little old man is very similar to that of Professors Yamanashi and Oak. This may also be a model of getting younger as you grow older. Minglin seemed even happier when she heard this. "That's great. I was just worried that no one could learn it except my granddaughter, Zyarksha. When you learn it well, tell me and I'll talk to Arcee to get you here." "You really are." Zay was speechless to this old man. He knew that Minglin wanted to find a successor to the Hualan Gym, but there was no need to be so anxious. Zyarksha would be very qualified and responsible after she grew up. "Come on, Zyarksha, come here. This is your brother Zay, your grandfather, who I found a trainer master for you. He is very strong." Hey, I didn't say I wanted to be a master, did I? I haven't even finished my apprenticeship yet, and I'm not good at training water-type Pokémon either. Wouldn't it be great if you could do it yourself? Zay hurriedly stopped Minglin from talking nonsense. "I just said that I would help you share the pressure of teaching basic knowledge during your rest time in Hualan City, but I didn't say this." Well, this is what they agreed on in advance. and it's the kind that comes with a reward. Otherwise, ZHE would rather go to the wild to look for the master weasel whose existence is unknown. It makes me angry just talking about this. Since he saw that shadow that day, he almost dug 3 feet deep in the rocky wilderness, but he couldn't find any trace of the other party. If it weren't for the feedback from his superpowers, that his eyes were fine, ZHE would have suspected that he had seen it wrong. Maybe, it's just that the activity range just happened to pass through the rocky wilderness, and the habitat is somewhere else around. He thought so more than once. In this case, it would be easy to find. But anyway, he stayed for a long time this time, so if he could find it, he would find it, and if he couldn't find it, he would just kill time. It's almost the same as coming to teach Zyarksha. The young Zyarksha looked at her grandfather and Zaya who were arguing endlessly, and her big eyes blinked innocently. She seemed to understand what she heard. It seems that this handsome big brother who saved her seems to be here to be her teacher. Zyarksha said that she was still very happy. Okay, I can't argue with you, kid. The high intensity landing that lasted for 10 minutes came to an end. Minglan gave up first. If I were young, no, if I were 10 years younger, I would definitely be more energetic than you, he said indignantly. ZHE also rolled his eyes, not giving the old man any face. Yes, so you just accept your age and cultivate yourself. By the way, has Zyarksha started to cultivate elves now? Not yet. Minglan was immediately diverted to the topic. She is still too young now. I plan to wait a few years. The Alliance's rule that only 16-year-olds can possess elves is not groundless. For children who are too young, it is not a good thing to master elves with powerful powers. ZHE also nodded in agreement. Being young is not a problem, but the imperfect understanding of the world is the key. If it is really like what is shown in the animation, a 10-year-old child can capture elves and fight, then the degree of chaos in the world can be imagined. A certain hot-blooded ninja comic is an example. But I have prepared the initial elf for her. It is the child of my old friend Gem Starfish, and it is still in the state of elf eggs. Minglan said happily. Tetsuya said that he understood. A water plus psychic type starfish? It is indeed a very good Pokémon, and Starfish is also very cute, very suitable for the initial water type Pokémon to cultivate. Although the 3 starters are the first choice of most novice trainers, as the most beloved youngest in the Cerulean gym, Zyromisty obviously does not need to make the same choice as others. The strength of Starfish is not much weaker than Blastoise. In fact, it is better in some aspects, because of the existence of psychic attributes. If it were not for the first characteristic of glowing, and the need for waterstone evolution, Starfish would be much more popular. Well, plus the TGP prepared by Wunang, Zyromister's main team seems to be missing a Duck King and a Gyarados. The remaining 2 seem to be Sun Coral and Mosquito King. Tetsuya thought uncertainly. In fact, in the animation of the previous life, Zyromister's battle scenes were a bit rare. In addition to TGP, Starfish and Psyduck, he really doesn't have many related memories. But even if he knew, it would be useless. TGP's origin has not changed due to some strange coincidences, and Starfish is probably the same. As for the Magikarp, even with Zero, ZHE also doesn't have the confidence to find a perverted Psyduck that is afraid of water and has strong superpowers after being activated. This is a unique existence like Zippy, Rocket Meowth and Fruit King. Gyarados is not a big problem. But looking at Zyarksha's appearance just now, she probably won't want a Magikarp that can evolve into Gyarados in the short term. And for a novice trainer, the difficulty of cultivating Magikarp is really hell level. Sun Coral and Frog King are not that simple. In Zyarksha's hands, the former used self-regeneration explosion after being close to death in many battles. ZHE also felt that this was no longer explained by self-regeneration. This must be the trick that Zyarksha taught to Zyarksha. The latter is similar to Slowking, as the second evolution form of Frog King, which occasionally appears in the wild, has recently been discovered by researchers to have the conditions required for evolution, carrying the King's certificate for communication evolution. As for strength, anyway, many people think that in addition to the perfect match of the Rainy Day team, the combat ability of Frog is far superior to that of Frog King. Minglan did not find that ZHE was slacking off. I asked you to teach Zylaksha for this. I hope you can teach her some knowledge about breeders, especially the identification of Pokémon eggs, so that she can choose her initial partner in the future. Of course, Pokémons cannot lay only one egg. At that time, Zylaksha will need to choose the Pokémon egg of Starfish herself. This is also one of the things a trainer should do. I understand. Leave this to me. It's not a difficult task. ZHE was calm. He had expected this day to come as 0. None of his partners showed simple potential. Although it is inseparable from some mythical beasts, outsiders can't see these. This is another reason why he went to obtain the qualification of breeder. Hey, here's a genius. What's wrong? Unconvinced, right? Jealous, right? Come and beat me if you have the guts. Okay, that's settled. I'll give you the pass later. Minglan, who had been busy for a long time, was also relaxed. With Zay, a junior who was trustworthy enough, he finally relaxed a lot. The pass he mentioned was one of the rewards to be paid to Zay, a long-term pass to the Cerulean Cave. Cerulean Cave, also known as the Nameless Cave, is a cave northwest of Cerulean City in the Kanto region. Its cause is still unknown, but judging from the shape of the cave, it should be a karst cave. It is similar to the underground cave of Libo Mountain in the Johto region, but there are also great differences. The similarity is that both places are huge underground mazes, the kind that you can't get out of if you walk in accidentally, and all kinds of elves live in both places. There are many differences. The simplest one is the environment. Cerulean Cave is much more humid due to its location and possible causes. More importantly, the elves inside are extremely powerful. No one knows why, but there is no wild elf that appears in Cerulean Cave that is lower than the elite level. Even Quasi Kings are very common. However, there are still not many Pokémons of the King level and above. Fortunately, there are not many, otherwise the Cerulean Gym in charge of the Cerulean Cave would have a headache. For this reason, the Cerulean Cave is not open to ordinary trainers. Only those powerful trainers can apply for the relevant passes with their past battle records, and they will be issued after verification. And it is the kind that can only enter and exit once temporarily. If you want to apply multiple times, you have to see if it is approved. This is also to prevent some trainers from blindly pursuing powerful Pokémon and losing their lives. ZHE is still very curious about the Cerulean Cave. He vaguely remembers that Mewtwo stayed here for a while, but that should be after the other party escaped from Sakaki. Now Mewtwo is still locked in a metal shell as a combat tool, with the idea of occasionally going there to train his partners. ZHE asked Minglan, who is responsible for approving passes, for a long-term type. Although he himself applied for a high probability that it would be issued, the time is uncertain. Since you can go through the back door, why waste time? In this regard, ZHE believes that he is quite experienced. God knows how an orphan like him can become so skilled in being a privileged class. Maybe this is the trouble of genius. It's yours, but I still want to warn you. Old Master Minglan's face was a little serious. It's very dangerous inside the Hulan Cave. If you find something wrong, evacuate immediately. Don't have the slightest fluke mentality. End. Chapter 578. Dark and Damp Underground Cave. Is it so exaggerated? ZHE also frowned. There are really not many discussions about the Cerulean Cave on the trainer forum, and most of them are useless nonsense. He thinks it is seriously doubtful whether these people have ever entered the Cerulean Cave. Judging from Minglan's words, the risk factor inside is much higher than he imagined. After all, the other party knows his strength. Even so, he still warned him so carefully. Minglan shook his head helplessly. Let me put it this way, when I went deep into it once, I encountered a frog that was infinitely close to the champion level. If I hadn't brought all the Pokémon with me just in case, it is very likely that I would have lost my life in it. Hiss. ZHE also took a breath of cold air instantly. Let's make it clear here. With Minglan's strength, it is not difficult to deal with a quasi-champion frog normally. The problem is, there are basically no solitary Pokémon of this level in the wild. A group consisting of one king level and several quasi-king level infinates has a population of 4 to 500, not to mention a group whose leader is at the peak of the quasi-champion level. Excluding the newborn elves that are not very good at fighting, there are at least 4-digit numbers. Of course, in the cerulean cave, this number may have to be cut in half. But unfortunately, the half that is cut off are basically ordinary level cannon fodder. The remaining ones are the real main force of the battle. Elite level, quasi-king level, and even a very small number of king level. It is no exaggeration to say that, even if they are all elite level, there are more than 300 or 400 individuals there, and the champion level elves will have their scalps tingling. The reason why the elite level is called this is that the elves that have grown to this stage of strength basically have very good combat experience. Strong physique and sufficient energy are enough to allow them to exert strength comparable to their rich experience in battle. Think about it from another angle. Even if you use a water gun to kill one per second, it will take nearly 10 minutes to accurately hit one shot per second. If there was this much time, the other boss would have torn the trainer to pieces. Wild Pokémon don't follow the rules of formal battles. Once it finds out that you are giving orders, it will immediately come to you and attack you crazily. It is a very useful tactic to capture the leader first. Pokémon also understand this. In short, the danger level of the Cerulean Cave is one of the highest in the entire Pokémon world. The Alliance has not figured out the specific situation inside so far. If you want to explore it, you must be extremely careful. Minglan said. ZHE also smiled. Now that you say that, I'm even more curious. No wonder Mewtwo will stay here in the future. It seems that there must be some secrets inside. It's a pity that I didn't play too many games in my previous life, so I don't know what the specific situation is. ZHE also admitted that sometimes, human curiosity is really a very deadly thing. Seeing this, Minglan shook his head faster. He also came from a young age, so he naturally knew what the trainer of the other age was thinking. It's not to the point where I'm the third in command, but I'm definitely not worried that my strength won't be able to cope with emergencies. This is a relevant record I left when I explored before. Take it. Minglan said as he took out a yellowed notebook from the inside of his clothes. But it's not very useful for reference. The last time I entered was 3 or 4 years ago. Not only has the elves migrated, but the terrain inside may have also changed a lot. You still have to adapt to the situation, he added. Thank you very much. ZHE didn't refuse, but took the notebook directly. He took it and flipped through it roughly. It even recorded the general situation of Minglan's first entry into the Hualan Cave more than 30 years ago. With these things, he can also have a preliminary understanding. Your generation is much better off than ours. 30 years ago, there was no such thing as a Pokémon watch, let alone a Pokémon encyclopedia. When traveling, the only source of information was the notes written by other trainers. If there was anything inaccurate, it would be a big trouble. Looking at Tetsuya, who was fully armed and had the aura of modern Pokémon trainer, Minglan suddenly sighed for some reason. Tetsuya carefully put away the manuscript and responded, that's not the case. Without the exploration and improvement of the predecessors, even Professor Oak would not be able to develop a Pokémon encyclopedia, right? In the Pokémon world, powerful trainers are always the most respected group of people. Professions such as breeders, Pokémon researchers, and coordinators are all developed based on trainers and Pokémon. Technology is no exception. Most importantly, Tetsuya knows that this is just the beginning. The appearance of the Rotom Encyclopedia in the future will truly represent the initial integration of Pokémon and technology. 3D Dragon and the like are just an unexpected product. There was even a barrier similar to ancient ruins surrounding the battle site, unlike now when it was maintained by powerful psychic elves. Minglan nodded and shook her head. When you get older, you like to talk about these nonsense. Anyway, you just need to be careful. I don't want my good granddaughter to lose her teacher not long after learning from you. Don't worry, I cherish my life. Their's eyes flashed with a different light. In the next few days, he kept holding the notes given by Minglan and reading them carefully. Due to the time, the fonts on them are not very clear, but it does not prevent useful information from being read. So, there are several dark rivers inside the Cerulean Cave, basically connected to the ocean outside. Not only will there be elves unique to Kanto, but species from Johto, Sinnoh and even Hone are not too rare. but the most powerful and common elves inside are still mainly Kanto types, including the Zubat tribe, the Golduck tribe, the Rumblestone tribe, the Iron Tyrannosaurus tribe and the Mosquito-scented tribe. One morning, walking on the road, Zaya recalled the records in his notebook. There are many items produced there, such as the heart scale and the big pearl, which are not precious, and the dark stone and the black sludge, which are precious. Because the strength of wild Pokémon is generally strong, the probability of production is not low, which is proportional to the risk factor. This is why the league is still open to some trainers, even though the Cerulean Cave has not been explored. In terms of the richness of resources, this place is not much worse than the Evergreen Forest. As for the Dark Stone, there may be ghost-type Pokémon in it, Zaya calculated carefully. Fortunately, he is different from ordinary trainers. With superpowers, he is not worried about falling into the trap set by ghost-type Pokémon. Unless the opponent is strong enough to be a champion, then it doesn't matter whether he falls into it or not. Anyway, it's GG. He rubbed his hands that had ravaged Togekiss before leaving. Zaya narrowed his eyes at the distant mountain. Pidgeot, let's go. Seeing that they had already walked out of the suburbs of Cerulean City, he decisively released his own tool bird. Beep, soon. With a sharp bird cry, the man and the Pokémon disappeared in the morning mist and white clouds. Only the trees bent by the wind, raised by Pidgeot, were left. When Zaya landed again, a heavily guarded village appeared in front of him. Hello, please show your pass. The trainer dressed as a guard stared at the young man who suddenly came. He didn't relax his vigilance until the other party took out the pass to verify his identity. You can move freely in the village. When you enter the underground cave, you need to inform Miss Joy at the Pokémon Center. We need to record the approximate time of your entry. If you find any traces of the Dark Organization or poachers, please report it immediately. We will deal with it as quickly as possible. The guard gave a general explanation, and then let Zaya into the village. The village is not big, but it has everything. Not only is there the Pokémon Center mentioned by the guard, there are also Pokémon shops selling various goods, and he even saw the mission center of the Bounty Hunter Association. This is not surprising. The various materials produced by the elves are becoming more and more useful and valuable as their strength increases. It would be abnormal for the Bounty Hunter Association, which has a keen sense of making money, not to open a task center here. For example, the fangs of the big mouth bat, the saliva and mucus of the big tongue, and the horn shed by the armored Tyrannosaurus. These are in great demand in the market, not to mention the output of elite individuals. Speaking of which, I seem to have not done any tasks for a while. Zaya muttered to himself. Since traveling to the Johto area, most of his income has come from cooperation with Abiasu. Another part is from cooperation with Manjin Radio. Among the remaining part, many of the bounties obtained from completing tasks are of the nature of private commissions, and they do not go through the channels of the Bounty Hunter Association. Bounty Hunter, the profession that made him rich at the beginning, has gradually become somewhat marginalized. Only when it is right, Zaya will take on some tasks and complete them along the way. There is no way. Those high-paying tasks with no time limit are really in high demand. ZHE, who was passing by, could not wait like other local trainers, so he could only rely on luck. Since I'm here, I might as well go in and take a look, he thought as he pushed open the door of the mission center. Familiar instruments, familiar work uniforms. Unlike the mission centers in other cities, there were only a few trainers in the 2-digit number. Each of them exuded a strong aura. Ignoring their scrutinizing eyes, ZHE walked to an instrument and inserted his ID card to browse the missions. Mission number 28,654,354. Long term. Looking for 365 pieces of heart scales. 50,000 alliance coins per piece. Currently lacking 289 pieces. Mission number 45,678,654. Long term. Looking for dark stones with quality above 80. The price is negotiable. Mission number 34,888,902. Long term. Renting 10 pairs of heartfish. The price is negotiable. Currently lacking 8 pairs. A series of high-paying missions appeared in front of him. The prices were not less than 8 digits. Even though ZHE was still rich, his breathing became heavy. This is what we call a bounty mission. He sighed. However, ZHE still couldn't understand the thinking of a truly wealthy person. For example, the one who wanted to buy 365 heart scales. The so-called heart scales are actually the scales shed by the love fish. The special thing about them is that they are in the shape of a heart and emit rainbow light. It can be said that they are useless except for being beautiful. There is only one occasion where they can be used, and that is courtship or marriage proposal. Well, it should be an old liquor. ZHE also silently defined the person who issued this task, but the price of 50,000 per piece is still very attractive, and it is also in line with the rare number of love fish. There is no way. Sometimes, symbolizing love is also a mistake. I don't know when it came out, but it is said that if you have its heart-shaped scales, you can have a lover. The degree of overfishing is even no less than that of Laplace. Later, this rumor disappeared. Instead, it became popular to use hard scales to express love and propose marriage. In short, the number has never increased. This fish elf, which looks like a three-dimensional heart and swims together most of the time, is a true couple. Whenever one of them is missing, the other likes to find something to do and give itself to the bird elves as food. It is also a rather strange type. It is understandable to rent a heart-shaped fish. Putting it in the swimming pool of a couple's hotel is a good gimmick, and it is the most suitable thing to use it to make money. Zay carefully recorded all the long-term tasks. He is not greedy, and it would be good if he could make $1 million this time. This is not the only opportunity. TSK, I can finally save some money. I don't have to pay Zyanachan to buy materials as soon as I receive the money on the first day of the month. Zay burst into tears. God knows how much money 2 dragon-type quasi-gods cost. If he was not reluctant and embarrassed, he would have asked the dragon-controlling family if he could return the goods. The ups and downs of being a billionaire one day and a billionaire the next day are really unbearable for people with poor psychological endurance. Half an hour later, Zay, who remembered all the long-term tasks in his mind, walked out of the door of the task center. He turned the corner and walked into the Pokémon center next to him. After registering with Miss Joy according to the instructions of the guard, he rushed to the next set without stopping. In front of the dark and deep entrance, ZHE did not stop at all and walked straight in. Glengar, Blaziken, you two are responsible for exploration. Serpenta and Dragonite make logistical preparations. The grass field is ready to be deployed at any time, and the healing bell is ready to ring at any time. Alido and Night Snail are responsible for close protection. Emperor Nabo and Ice Ninetales are responsible for control of the field. This time, we must be fully alert. A series of red lights flashed. Except for 2 air Pokémons and 2 cubs, ZHE also sent out almost all of his combat power. Making money is making money, and self-confidence is self-confidence. But he has never been a careless person. The end. Chapter 579. The figure appears again. Flame Chicken, use Flame Vortex. Boom. Gang Rock Monster, use Cannon Beam. Buzzmonic Snake, give them the last magic leaf. Swish, swish, swish in the dim cave. Red, silver, or green lights flickered from time to time. The violent battle fluctuations made the nearby wild elves alert. They knew that the guys called humans were coming again. Exhaled slowly. Together with his companions, ZHE also squatted down to collect his spoils. In just over 3 hours, he had more than a dozen encounters. On average, 1 every 10 minutes. Each time, he faced a group of elves led by a quasi-king with a number of hundreds. In other wild areas, even in the depths of the evergreen forest, this density of attacks is extremely exaggerated. Of course, ZHE also hopes to come a few more times. A rough estimate. In these 3 hours alone, the wealth he obtained is about more than 20 million alliance coins. The speed of money printing machine is probably about the same, maybe even slower. They did not get the high value materials, such as the dark stone and the black sludge. But the number of materials of average value is too large. The fangs of the big mouth bats in front of him are an example. It is not uncommon to use poison as medicine. They are indispensable materials for several kinds of wound medicine and even good wound medicine. This kind of real consumables may have a limited unit price, but if the quality and quantity are improved, the profit can be very considerable. The most important thing is that there is no worry about selling. Zay whistled while skillfully pulling the fangs out of the mouth of the big mouth bat. As for whether it is harmful, just like humans drawing blood and donating blood, it is good for the body to come once in a while. With the physical fitness of elite elves, it only takes one day for the upper and lower foreteeth to grow back to their original state. Poga on the side. The Emperor Nabo, who was enjoying the treatment of the monarch snake, cried out tiredly. Because the purpose of this visit is more to train these little guys in combat experience. Therefore, Tetsuya did not let the 6 king level Pokémon such as Blaziken take action at the beginning. Instead, he waited until the 4 little guys led by a leader were about to give up before letting their predecessors lend a hand. The progress was gratifying. In such a high intensity and high frequency battle, several Pokémon with outstanding talents quickly corrected some problems that were not usually discovered. Well, it's just right to rotate in pairs. Next time it will be your turn. Night Snail and Ice Ninetales. Kayami, the 2 Pokémon who recovered from the last battle, responded to their trainer in high spirits. This feeling of strength improvement is really addictive for Pokémon. Chew Serpenter was not happy. No, can you take a break for a while? They rotated in pairs, and it and Dragonite, who were responsible for healing, did not stop for a minute. Even in this situation, the trainer still let it finish off. This is exploitation. This is exploitation. Tetsuya's face did not change. He took out a box full of puffs from the space backpack, took out 2 from it, and handed them to the monarch snake. The monarch snake swallowed silently. He stretched out the vine whip and put the 2 puffs into his mouth. It squinted its eyes happily. Well, just this time. Next time it will definitely ask for a rest. The electric dragon eating the electric roasted candlewood fruit tilted its head in confusion. What's so good about that sweet thing? He happily took another bite of the fruit in his hands. Feeling the subtle current flowing through his body, he felt that this was heaven. There is food, no training, just need to ring the bell for the little kid to treat it. Except that the surrounding environment is humid and the electric dragon is a little uncomfortable. It really hopes that this kind of wildlife will continue for a while. Okay, get ready to go deeper. After eating the peach fruit, to prevent himself from being poisoned, ZHE also saw that some of the big mouth bats on the ground had shown signs of sobriety. He hurriedly called his companions to leave the place. Fighting without oil and water is not his style. The elves were obviously used to this rhythm and followed Tetsuya very skillfully and disappeared into the dark and deep cave. Squeak, a slowly awakened Zubat, was still a little confused. Looking at the scattered tribesmen and feeling its missing fangs, it immediately understood what had just happened. It may not be a human, but that human is a real dog. Now, their tribe has to live in another place in a short time. Otherwise, the old rivals will definitely take advantage of the time when their fangs have not grown to launch an unethical sneak attack. At its call, Zubats woke up one after another. They left the place in groups. There was no sound in the dark cave for a while. I don't know when. A silver-purple elf appeared here. Looking at the direction where Tetsuya left, its eyes were full of curiosity and thought. Sure, the next moment, the figure disappeared again. No one and the elves knew where it went. Even Tetsuya and Alido's superpowers did not notice the arrival of this elf. But soon, Zay, who had just turned 3 or 4 forks in the cave, encountered a new group of elves. This was the mosquito repellent group led by 3 fast-swimming frogs. His eyes suddenly lit up. With this number, there is a high probability that water stones will be produced near the other party's habitat. Night Snail, Ice Ninetail, Zay called out. The 2 little guys understood. A white figure turned into a residual shadow and flew out. In an instant, snowflakes all over the sky fell strangely in the cave. Meow. Without waiting for the other side to react, Ice Ninetail directly launched an attack. With a soft hum, the majestic energy fluctuations gathered all the snowflakes together. Then it began to spin wildly. The howling blizzard carried fine stones and rushed towards the mosquito repellent group. At the same time, the night snail also made a move. An invisible barrier enveloped its body. While eliminating the impact of the hail weather, it even used the power of the wind to push itself forward faster. The knight's double guns flashed with a frightening cold light. With its tiny body, it was a real assassin in this battle scene. The fatal needle sting made the night snail stronger and stronger until it became a nightmare that all opponents did not want to encounter. While the mosquito frogs on the opposite side were not vegetarians either. While being surprised that the other side directly launched an attack instead of just talking, they also took a defensive posture with extremely fast reaction. Dozens of mosquito frogs bulged their patterned bellies, actually the internal organs exposed by transparent skin, and waved their fists. Countless yellow mud gushed out. It collided with the white blizzard, and for a moment it counterattacked towards the ice ninetail. Meow, the ice ninetail did not give up. His eyes suddenly widened, and the blue veins around him bulged. The ability improvement effect brought by meditation was instantly reflected in the power of the blizzard. The two sides were entangled tightly together. Seeing this, as the leader of the tribe, a aqua-seeking level fast-swimming frog stood up without hesitation. The muscles of its strong legs bulged. It kicked the ground hard. It rushed straight to the location of the ice ninetails. Bang, the next moment, under the gaze of its subordinates, the fast-swimming frog, which had only rushed out 2 or 3 steps, flew back to the tribe at a faster speed. While carrying away several innocent mosquito-repellent frogs, it also smashed a small hole in the rock wall behind it. The gravel could not stop rolling down. The night snail took back his right gun with a cold look. After shaking off the mucus left on it due to contact, its small body stood quietly in the middle of the passage like a rock. Ugh. The knocked away fast swimming frog stood up awkwardly from the gravel. It didn't cause much physical damage. As a water plus fighting elf, it has good resistance to insect attributes. And the basic power of the fatal needle is not particularly high. But, mental attacks are very deadly. As the leader of the tribe, it was too embarrassing to be blown away by a small fry in front of all his subordinates. The fast swimming frog clenched his fists in anger. Powerful water energy gathered in its abdomen. A thick column of water spurted out. In response, the night snail just raised his double guns again. With a sudden force on his body, it began to spin rapidly in place. The violent airflow even affected the collision between the blizzard and the mud shooting above. Squeak, a sharp and piercing sound came from the place where the water cannon and the night snail came into contact. Involuntarily, the nearby elves frowned and covered their ears. The water splashed all over the sky and fell on the surrounding rock walls. While making the environment more humid, the figure of the night snail also appeared. Compared with before, it looked not only uninjured, but even more imposing. Down the flame chicken watching the game nodded with satisfaction. It seems that he still has the potential to be a teacher. Night snail sword dance has become very good under its training. And with the help of its physical advantage, it is stronger than flame chicken in defense with the same strength. Claws are not as hard as double guns after all. Of course, flame chicken will not admit this, unless night snail can defeat it one day. Otherwise, there is a saying that makes sense. The best defense is offense. As long as you knock down the enemy before the enemy hits you, it is the most perfect defense. The battle between the two little guys is still going on. Although the individual strength is much stronger than the opponent, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, 8 hands or even more hands. A few minutes passed, while more than 20 mosquito frogs were lying on the ground. Ice ninetails and night snail were also covered with scars. They leaned their backs together, panting, and tried their best to deal with attacks from all directions. Okay, this time it's up to you. Electric Dragon, use 100,000 volts to finish them off. ZHE also patted the back of the electric dragon and pushed it out. Boo-hoo, he threw the fruit core aside. Yellow electric current gradually spread over his pink body. The look of the electric dragon became terrifying. His little hands seemed to be adorable and waved forward. In an instant, the fierce lightning illuminated the entire battlefield. Ugh. Feeling the sudden powerful energy, which was electric, the eyes of the leader of the fast-swimming frogs were full of fear. The next moment, it lost consciousness and lost its ability to fight. The strongest is often the one who is taken care of the most. Monarch Snake, green grass field. In the dark corner, Tetsuya walked out after removing the superpower barrier. The green light soon covered the 2 little guys. The scars on their bodies were repaired visibly, and the lost physical strength was also recovering very quickly. Alido, you follow and take a look. If there is a water stone, bring it back. Looking at the few mosquito frogs that were deliberately let go, Tetsuya tilted his head calmly and instructed Alido. Alido nodded. He didn't use teleportation, but followed with his agility. In the wild, he still needs to pay attention to unnecessary consumption. You did a good job just now. The cooperation between the two of you is getting better and better. Patting the heads of the two little guys, ZHE was very satisfied with their performance just now. Compared with the first battle after entering, the number of defeated this time was almost doubled. What else could he be dissatisfied with? As for the frog and the frog next to him, ZHE lost interest in collecting materials. After taking a few glances, the only thing they produced that was worth money was probably the mucus they secreted. It was a good raw material for lubricants. But ZHE didn't want to put this kind of thing in his backpack. In the past, he had no choice, and he could tolerate it in order to make money. Now that he has a choice, it's better to stay away from it. ZHE is looking forward to what good things Alido will bring back for him. In addition to the water stone, the materials left by the frog after eating the bug Pokémon are also of considerable value. Time passed by minute. Something happened. Tetsuya's face was a little solemn. 7 or 8 minutes had passed since Alido set out. Judging from the activity habits of wild Pokémon, the opponent's lair could not be so far away. He gestured to Blaziken and Gulch. The blue wave power and yellow rock energy instantly moved forward quickly along the passage to explore. Alido, who was at the peak of the Quasi-King level, could easily escape from the hands of the King level Pokémon with its psychic attributes. This was why Tetsuya felt relieved to send only Alido. In terms of escaping and saving lives, Alido was definitely the best in the team in this environment. Even this could cause trouble. The enemy they encountered was very difficult. Dangoro. Down the feedback from the two Pokémon made Tetsuya's expression more serious. There was no abnormality. This was the biggest abnormality. Slowly closed his eyes. Tetsuya relied on the connection between his psychic power and Alido to sense it. The next second, he widened his eyes. Flame chicken. Down. The fire shone. A strange yet familiar silver-purple figure emerged from the darkness. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580. This Mutuo is not that Mutuo. Slowly extended a hand consisting of 3 spherical fingers. The flames of the flame chicken were like seeing a natural enemy, and they were very obedient and split into 2 parts on the left and right sides of the silver-purple Pokémon. The powerful energy only left a circle of charred marks on the rock wall. Giant, gravity full coverage, Monarch, use leaf storm, flame chicken, explosive flame ready. Although Tetsuya's scalp was tingling at this moment, and there were 10,000 doubts in his heart. But looking at Alido, who was bound by the opponent, and floating in the air behind him, he still commanded his companions to attack. Even if he took a step back, he didn't think he could escape from the hands of the Pokémon in front of him. Why did Mutuo appear here at this time? No one could answer Tetsuya's doubts. Facing the sudden power exerted on him, Mutuo, who was silver white with purple eyes, tail, and abdomen, looked very calm. His right hand twisted slightly in the void in front of him. Boom. The giant rock monster, which now weighs nearly 400 kilograms, instantly turned into a residual shadow and flew backwards and hit the rock wall. Countless rubble rolled down. In a few seconds, its huge body was submerged in it. Chew. Seeing this, the monarch snake let out a long cry. While being surprised at the opponent's powerful strength, its ruby-like eyes became deeper. ZHE also knew that this was the outward expression of Monarch Snake's anger. After all, it is a grass-type Pokémon with a proud nature, and anger is a very rare emotion for it. But when the giant rock monster suffered such an attack, and was in danger of life and death, Monarch Snake, who had been taken care of by it since childhood, naturally could not bear its anger. The endless light green leaves rolled up a huge storm. Compared with the blizzard used by the ice Ninetales just now, this leaf storm composed of pure sharp leaves was several levels ahead, just by looking at the momentum. With a flick of the long tail, the condensed leaf storm roared towards Mutuo. Even the size of the passage was forcibly expanded. ZHE could feel the ground shaking wildly. In response, Mewtwo still had the same expression and similar movements. He tilted his body slightly, raised his right hand, and spread out 3 fingers. As the opponent's eyes turned into purple light, the restless attack instantly became invisible. In the perception of the monarch snake, all the leaves seemed to be cut off from it by something. Swish, swish, swish. He moved his fingers casually. The leaves that were originally attacking Mewtwo immediately changed direction. Their target became the monarch snake standing in place. Bang, the gravel slid down. Another mound appeared near the rock wall. It was only 10 seconds before the King level elves who took the initiative to attack were knocked unconscious. ZHE, who barely avoided being affected by his superpowers, clenched his fists. This Mewtwo was full of irrationality in every aspect. The most intuitive point was the level strength evaluation of the first level god given on the number 0 panel. He dared to swear, if Mewtwo, who was born only a year ago, had such a strong strength now, Sakaki would have revealed his strength long ago. What does a first level god represent? The most intuitive one is Groudon and Kyber. A battle between the two of them can easily destroy the world, and it is easy to bring destructive disasters to a region. What is going on? Tetsua's brain is about to split. Go. The cry of Flame Chicken echoed inside the cave. The 2 companions' abnormally rapid loss of combat ability did not make it retreat. Instead, the flames gushing from its wrists became more turbulent. Only the strong have the meaning of fighting. It has always believed so. Gradually, all the fire energy disappeared from the surface of Flame Chicken's body. Even its fur has lost some luster. Only the heavy breathing sound shows that it is using all its strength to prepare for the attack. Flame Chicken slowly bent its knees and squatted on the ground. The not so strong arms and claws seemed to have lost weight and pressed lightly on the ground. Boom. The next moment, the sea of fire that soared into the sky broke through the restraints of the ground, and the temperature around it suddenly rose by more than 10 degrees. The originally humid cave suddenly turned into a sauna. Even with the help of superpowers, they couldn't see the specific situation of Mewtwo behind him. He could only see a dark shadow standing calmly in the same place without any change. Taking advantage of this time, they hurriedly moved all the rubble away. As expected, Monarch Snake and Giant Rock Monster had fainted. He took the 2 partners back to the luxury ball for a simple recovery and wanted to take Blaziken back with him. Get down. The exhausted Blaziken supported the rock wall and refused Zay's action. It looked at the Pokémon in the sea of fire. Zay showed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't need to look at him to know that with this level of attack, the opponent would probably not suffer any injuries. The gap between the first level god and the king level is greater than the gap between the king level and the larval stage. He took a deep breath and stood beside Blaziken. Tetsuya wanted to see what this Mewtwo that suddenly appeared in front of him was going to do. He didn't think that the other party would come to him for no reason. Under the gaze of one man and one Pokémon, the black shadow in the flames grew larger and closer. Not long after, Mewtwo, with a layer of transparent barrier around its body, walked out of the sea of fire step by step. The basic power of the explosive flames was as high as 150, and the actual power could even reach an exaggerated level of nearly 300 when used by Flame Chicken. The nearby melted rocks fully described the temperature and energy of the flames. But for Mewtwo, it was like taking a hot bath. A leader was also walked out with it. The strange thing was that it was not attacked by Mewtwo to the point of losing its combat ability. It was just that it couldn't move at all. Ledo. Alido desperately encouraged the superpowers in its body, but the surrounding restraints did not move at all. A muffled groan came out of Tetsuya's mouth, and his face suddenly turned pale. The purple light that just appeared in his eyes dimmed immediately. You are worthy of being a first level god of the psychic system. Zay felt miserable. He couldn't compete with him in strength, and he couldn't run away. Even if he fought hard, the final outcome would not change at all. This was different from the dangerous situations he had encountered before. The dark cave fell into silence. The hot flames burned fiercely, and the sweat on Zay's forehead never stopped flowing. Do you know me? A neutral voice broke the deadlock. Zay immediately realized that this was a question from Mewtwo. Yes. After thinking for a while, he gave the simplest answer. But you shouldn't know me. Mewtwo's words made Zay's heart beat wildly. Why? Isn't it normal for humans to know elves? He said so. Muto's face showed no emotion. Yes, but I'm an exception. If you don't mind, can I take a look at that guy? As it spoke, it naturally used its psychic power to take a Pokeball from Zay's waist. The purple light appeared in the latter's eyes again. A faint sound of breaking sounded. The weak Zaya touched his nose and ears, and the dazzling red color made him feel a little refreshed. Has no one taught you that snatching a Pokémon from a trainer is something you absolutely cannot do? Hearing Zaya's question, Muto, holding the Pokeball, tilted his head. But from my observation, a considerable number of you humans do this. Why not? A faint crack appeared on the Pokeball. The next moment, the Pokémon inside turned into red light and ran out. Kyanite Snail, who observed everything inside, silently raised his double guns. As early as when he found something wrong, Zaya took back several little guys with insufficient combat power into the Pokeball, including Shining Dragonite, because he couldn't be sure whether the source of danger was human or Pokémon. But unexpectedly, it was Muto who came. Are you also a Pokémon created by humans? Looking at Night Snail, who was facing a great enemy, Muto's attitude was very gentle. The former did not answer, but thrust out his gun straight. It's useless. Muto tapped his finger. Snail Knight immediately became the same state as Lido. All parts of the body were out of its control. I'm invincible. Muto spoke as if he was telling a fact. Since I was born, I have never encountered a being that can fight against me. Except for my creator, who can use special weapons to hurt me. No one and no elves can be my opponent. The superpower swept through Snail Knight's body wantonly. Muto was a little curious. It seems that you are not exactly the same as me, but there are also many shadows of human technology in your body. Did your trainer save you? Snail Knight found that he could move again. He shook his head at first, and then nodded. Is that so? You really met a good human. Muto sighed. Tetsuya, who was standing by, felt something was wrong the more he listened. This Muto was definitely not the Muto controlled by Team Rocket in his impression. The two sides have completely different attitudes towards humans, elves, and even the world. You seem very confused. Sensing the intense emotional fluctuations, Muto raised his head. You seem to think I shouldn't be like this? Yes. ZHE didn't deny it, and it was useless to deny it. I suddenly feel a little curious about you. I don't know if it was ZHE's illusion. Muto seemed to be laughing. This is the first time I've seen a human like you. It threw Alido and Blaziken back into their respective Pokeballs. Only Night Snail and ZHE were left. Many humans have appeared here in the past. Some are stronger than you, and some are weaker than you. But when they saw me, their first reaction was not fear, but joy. It was as if they were all very confident that they could conquer me. That's what you humans said, right? After all, I'm a Pokémon that has never appeared before, and my rarity should be very high. And you? I can be sure that no one has told you about my existence, and the moment you saw me, your heart was filled with fear. The 2 meters tall Muto came in front of ZHE. Eyes that were the same as those of a human stared at the latter. Excuse me, why is this? How can you be sure that no one told me? Zaya blurted out, and then regretted it. Although this Muto looked very gentle, what if he got angry and buried him? This time, Muto really laughed. I said, I'm invincible, so I don't care whether you humans know my existence. Do you know what the situation was for the humans who saw me before you? Every time, their lives were in irreversible danger, so I appeared. Of course, this also has a premise. In the words of you humans, it is probably because the bond between them and their elves touched me. Therefore, if they told you, you would definitely not be full of fear. Zaya's thoughts stagnated for a moment. Wait a minute. What did he hear? The bond touched me. This is completely different from the Muto in his impression. Of course, there are some similarities, such as the second year. In the elf world, the only elf that can be called invincible is only one elf. Zaya, who has seen the Phantom of Arceus's clone, is very sure. Muto was also a little confused. Wasn't the emotional change of this human being in front of him a little too strange? He shook his head and sorted out his thoughts. Tetsuya looked at Muto. First of all, there are many mythical beasts in this world. I know. Ho-Oh, Lugia, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon, right? Muto didn't agree. They can't defeat me, so I'm invincible. There was no way to respond to this. Tetsuya covered his head. Why is it so easy for other time travelers to fool Muto, but it's so difficult for him? In short, the point is not them, but Arceus. Arceus, who created the world, is an existence that you absolutely cannot resist. Even Arceus, who created our elf world, is just a clone, so you are far from being invincible. Oh. Muto nodded indifferently, but I don't destroy the world. It doesn't fight me, so am I not invincible? Fuck. Tetsuya cursed in his heart. That's right. This is the gap between the god of creation and other first level gods. As the creator of the world, it will not get involved in the affairs of humans and elves. Even if it participates, it will be a phantom clone, and its strength is even weaker than that of a first level god. Naturally, it is no match for the Muto in front of it. The problem is, why does he feel that this Muto's theory is unique? Anyway, it is invincible. Either you can't beat it, or you don't fight it. Aren't you curious why I know you? And why I am so afraid of you? ZHE also let out a breath. That's because I know that there is another Muto, and its personality is very cruel. Oh. This time, the Muto in front of him finally became interested. Over. Chapter 581 Muto Story. From what you said, you have been in the Cerulean Cave for a while? ZHE did not immediately tell about the Muto he knew. Before that, he had to confirm one thing. Can you tell me the exact time? Muto did not understand the meaning of the other party asking this question, but it did not mind answering. Probably 3 years ago. Is that so? ZHE's expression was hard to tell whether he was sad or happy. Obviously, there was more than one Muto in this Pokémon world. Look at it from the positive side. Although he vaguely remembered that in the setting of his previous life, Muto was the most brutal existence among all Pokémon. Human scientific power can create a body, but it cannot create a gentle heart. Muto, born from the recombination of Mu genes, was surprisingly different from his father or mother. But the Muto in front of him obviously did not fit this description. It even had a certain recognition of humans. This was very good news for nearby cities. At least, they probably didn't have to worry that one day, a first level god would suddenly be unhappy and want to destroy something. There were also disadvantages. Now is now, and the future is the future. If this Muto encounters something similar to Ho-Oh and Lugia in the Whirlpool Islands in the future, no one will be surprised by what it does. The nature of Muto's artificial Pokémon makes it act more casually and freely than other first level gods. Can you tell me? I'm curious about the other me you mentioned. Muto urged. Tetsuya came back to his senses. The other you, or the other Muto, should be inside the Tokiwa gym in Tokiwa City, Kanto. Without any hesitation, Muto's eyes immediately emitted a strong light. The superpower wave moved forward rapidly along a straight line. After a few seconds, Muto, who had returned to normal, looked at Tetsuya. I didn't find the other Muto you mentioned. But I believe what you said. Muto interrupted Tetsuya, who wanted to defend himself, because I felt a familiar power inside, and there were actually several places where my superpowers could not detect. It showed a happy expression. This is very good news. It turns out that there are other Muto in this world. Thank you very much for telling me. Although its own superpowers are strong enough to sense what is happening in most of the Kanto region. But even Muto dare not say that it can fully open its superpowers at all times. The burden on the brain and body is extremely exaggerated. Moreover, as a first level god on the combat side, Muto is often in a semi-dormant state. This is more conducive to accumulating strength to burst out in battle. It is similar to the habit of hibernation. The so-called semi-dormant state is actually to try to minimize consumption. Even so, Muto can easily use the power that is no less than that of an ordinary third level god or even a second level god. I think the reason you can't sense the other party's existence is probably because it is wearing a special armor. ZHE also thought about it and said, like you, that Muto was born with the combination of human technology and Mu genes, so its creator also has certain countermeasures against it. Muto agreed with his statement. Is that so? Your human technology is indeed not to be underestimated. As a creator, it is normal to have the ability to deal with the elves you created. Do you know what the armor looks like? What is its function? If it has a function, it seems to limit power. That Mewtwo was born just over a year ago, but its strength is not comparable to that of ordinary elves. Considering various safety issues, it wears armor. ZHE also recalled the few impressions of Mewtwo during this period. As for the photos, wait a minute. He swiped on his Pokémon watch. If I remember correctly, Yizang, who was beaten up at that time, seemed to have taken photos and sent them to him later. That is Yizang. If it were any other trainer, Sakaki would never allow anyone to take a photo of Mewtwo. So far, the discussion about the mysterious Pokémon in the Tokiwa gym on the trainer forum is still limited to attributes. The specific image, and so on are completely oral. Before the fallout with the Alliance, the 4 Heavenly Kings, Granny Kikuko, still had some power over Tokiwa Gym Master Sakaki. Found it. Tetsuya raised his watch with a smile. Mewtwo remembered it with just a glance. From this angle, it fits the body shape of our Mewtwo very well. Wait a moment, let me look for it. As he spoke, his eyes lit up again. I don't know if it's an illusion. Tetsuya always feels that the air around him has become sticky. The last time he felt this way was when he met Lugia, who had just woken up in the depths of the sea thousands of miles away. At the same time, in the Tokiwa gym in Tokiwa City, which is nearly half of the Kanto region, a sturdy man suddenly froze in a small room. The next second, his eyes lit up with an inexplicable purple light. Knock, knock, knock. Tatsumi, the mission has come down. Get ready to go. As the knock on the door and the call of the person outside the door sounded, the purple light slowly dissipated. The sturdy man named Tatsumi shook his head in a daze. He looked around and didn't find anything wrong. He pushed the door open and walked out. I'm here. Let's go. Why are you so weird? The partner of the rocket team asked. Maybe it's because I just woke up from a nap. I feel a little dizzy. TSK, Tatsumi, you actually had such a moment. 2 sturdy men wearing silver blue rocket team uniforms walked in the Tokiwa gym. People who saw them saluted respectfully. They were special members of the rocket team, and their status was only below that of the cadres. Another task to catch Pokémon for the newbies? It's such a boring task. I feel like the frequency seems to have increased recently. Anyway, we don't have to do it. Just throw Pokeballs. It's tiring too. Can't the guys in the R&D department invent an automatic capture machine? It's not that difficult. The two chatted as they walked towards the back door. In the Cerulean Cave, Mewtwo dispersed his power. Well, I found it this time. It really is there. ZHE didn't know what happened in the past few minutes, but it's completely imaginable. This is a peculiarity of psychic attribute Pokémon. Mewtwo, who has the strength of a first level god, has 10,000 ways to find another hidden Mewtwo if he knows. Why should it obey the arrangements of humans? It's so powerful. The Mewtwo in front of him was very puzzled. On the first day of my birth, I destroyed the entire research institute and came here. Why didn't it do that? Well, I don't know about that. ZHE didn't know what to say. Could it be that Sakaki's mouth cannon ability is maximumed out? As the leader of Team Rocket, this is also one of the manifestations of his personal charm, comparable to the protagonist of some hot-blooded comics. Too weird. Mewtwo shook his head in confusion, and he is willing to restrain his own power. Is this what you humans call the individual differences of elves? Then, ZHE also heard another version of Mewtwo's story from its mouth. Darkness. Dead silence of darkness. Where is this? Who am I? Who brought me here? A confused and tiny voice echoed. No one could answer its questions. It could only spend it alone in the darkness. Time passed little by little. The owner of the voice could feel that his power was increasing day by day. Finally one day, there was a light called color in its perception. Number 2. How is the condition of the experimental subject today? Very good, and its power is still increasing. I think we will be able to welcome the awakening of this supreme creation in at most 1 year. This is really a gratifying thing. What do you think? Number 5. I think we can gain great honor with this work, and the whole world will be shocked by us. I think so too. Don't be happy too early. It's just the beginning after awakening. We must control it firmly in our hands, study it, and create more of it. Around 5 creatures called humans are constantly communicating. Experimental subject? Are you talking about me? The owner of the voice listened quietly, as if he was a bystander. Gradually, its ability became stronger and stronger, and it could hear more and more things. It knew that in this world, in addition to humans, there are elves. And it is the latter. But unlike ordinary elves, its appearance is due to the creation of the former. Dream, is it my mother? From the mouths of 5 humans. Oh no, to be precise, the researchers. It also learned about its mother. Maybe that's what they said, but it's not sure. Because it had never even seen the existence of Mew. The original question had an answer. This was the laboratory of 5 researchers in the Pokémon world. It was the creation of the genes of a Pokémon named Mew. It was brought to this world by 5 humans and the technological power they mastered. Well, according to the saying, they are my trainers and I'm their Pokémon, right? It thought so. For some reason, it was inexplicably happy. It was no longer the weak existence that could only sense darkness at the beginning. Unconsciously, most of the nearby areas, including the research institute, were within its perception range. It saw the battles between many trainers and Pokémons. It also saw the beautiful emotions between them. What a nice world. It said so, before leaving the incubator. A peaceful year passed quickly. SHHHH as the liquid was discharged. It finally stood on the ground with a perfect body shape, and was born only for fighting. Is this air? What a wonderful feeling. It felt that its whole body was cheering. That kind of jumping feeling was something it had never experienced in the incubator. Number 3. Number 4. Start the experiment. The tall and thin man with glasses stood in front of the stage and gave the order indifferently. Looking at the creations of the 5 of them, a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. It knew that this was the leader among its creators, named number 1. Number 3 and number 4, which it called, were a fat man and a red-haired woman respectively. It did not make any movements. Trainers will not harm their own Pokémon. This was the information it learned when it curiously used its power to communicate with a Pokémon in the wild. As for why it did not become a Pokémon trainer, the wild Pokémon answered, because I'm too weak. In this world, the weak have no right to choose. They can only be chosen. You are different from me. You are super strong. Am I strong? It had the concept of strength for the first time. Compared with the Pokémon that appeared in perception, its strength seemed to be very strong. Interesting. It didn't resist? Does it have no emotions and thoughts? I remember adding them when I wrote it. The fat researcher was a little curious. The red-haired female researcher disagreed. Maybe there is something wrong with the program. It's a good thing to have no emotions and thoughts, isn't it? As long as it is strong and obedient, it will be fine. That's right. The fat researcher nodded. As long as there is no mistake in the battle programming, it's fine. As they spoke, the 2 of them connected the complex instruments and circuits to the artificial creature in front of them. It was curiously watching this scene. It had been in the incubator for a long time, and was even very accustomed to it. Hiss, the next moment. It had never felt pain before, and knew what pain was for the first time. It felt that its entire body was out of its control. The energy fluctuation is perfect, and it is estimated to be at least the level of a 3rd level god. We succeeded. Pure superpowers, without involving anything else. This is simply amazing. Worthy of the dream gene. The cheers of the creators rang out. They seemed to be oblivious to the pain it suffered. Why? It didn't understand. Didn't it say that trainers would not hurt their own Pokémon? The pain in its body was getting worse and worse. But it fell into endless thinking. It turns out that not all humans are trainers, and not all trainers are trustworthy. It quickly figured it out. Fortunately, I'm strong, and I can choose. Under the watchful eyes of 5 researchers, it had been awake for less than a day when it raised its left hand and pulled hard. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out. The surrounding instruments became incomplete at a rapid speed. Ha 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 ha. There is nothing wrong with my emotional programming, it resisted. Stop talking nonsense. Get your weapons on. Don't let it get away. The 5 researchers were not surprised but happy. They took out weapons of various shapes from the cabinets next to them, as if they had been prepared. Updates and extra chapters will be on the agenda. Don't worry, I'm sure it's over. Chapter 582 Ditto and Mutuo. Lights of different colors shone in the dim sky. The first time it truly stepped into this world, it found that it didn't seem to be that strong. The weakness of the body and the pain in the mind intertwined, gradually making it a little powerless. Looking at the research institute below that was burning in the rainy night, it turned its head and flew straight into the distance. Only 3 breathless and scarred humans and a mess were left behind. In the high-speed flight, the colors around were a little unclear. It had forgotten how long it had been flying. After all, this was only the first day of its birth, and no matter how strong the power was, it would take time to accumulate. Even in the end, even using its ability to block the rain became a difficult thing to do. It should be far enough. It thought so, and its exhausted and scarred body slowly landed on the ground. The rain-drenched mountains and wilderness welcomed a mysterious visitor. Not far away, a dark cave entrance came into view. Staggered in, many elves of different shapes and forms were hiding from the rain here. It found that these were some types it had never seen before. Stay away from me, get out of here. The aura of being strong on the outside, but weak on the inside emanated from it. It was better for these weak elves not to appear next to it. Sure enough, this worked very well. Although its body looked very broken at this time, the aura brought by its strength level would not be affected. In just a moment, a large piece of open space was consciously given up. It walked over silently. As soon as it sat down, suddenly, the world spun around. Finally, you can't hold on anymore. Before fainting, it seemed to see a green light flashing in the corner of its eyes. When it woke up again, the rain had been much lighter. Lucky the Pokémons, led by a pink egg-shaped elf, made friendly calls. Did you save me? It was a little dazed for a moment. Why? It clearly told them to stay away just now. Lucky the pink egg-shaped elf looked very unhappy, puffed up its mouth, and taught the big guy in front of it a lesson. Don't think that you can be like this, just because you are powerful. You must take good care of your body. If you don't treat your injuries, you will lose your life. This is a very precious thing. It later learned that the strange elf in front of it was called Jigglypuff. Lucky Jigglypuff asked curiously, with your powerful strength, why did you get so seriously injured? Because of humans. It was silent for a while and answered. Jigglypuff nodded in understanding. It turned out that it met a bad guy. No wonder. Lucky it's very safe here, so you can rest assured. It didn't speak, but sensed the condition of its body. Jigglypuff and many elves with healing moves only made it barely wake up. The gap in strength between the two sides is too big, and the effect of skills is limited. It silently curled up its body, and the emerald green energy glow enveloped its whole body, forming an environment that is almost a domain. Seeing this, the wild elves quickly hid aside, fearing that there would be any danger. Lucky. Jigglypuff taught Tacitus feebly. He just woke up. How could he attack us? Tens of seconds passed. The emerald green field gradually dissipated. It appeared in front of the elves with a brand new look. Jigglypuff made a sound of amazement. What a great recovery ability. Lucky suddenly, the voice became a little hurried. Looking at it leaving the cave, Jigglypuff didn't understand. It was clearly it who said that there were bad guys outside. Why did it go out? It stopped. Even if I don't go out, they will come to find me. Jigglypuff immediately understood what it meant. Lucky raised its short and slender arms. Jigglypuff said that it was very powerful, so it didn't have to worry at all. It smiled, as if it was a little mocking. Just you? A faint purple light flashed in its eyes. The powerful momentum made the elves in the cave restless. The weak do not have the right to choose. With a slight wave of his hand, all the elves were fixed in place and could not move. This kind of powerful strength is something that normal elves will never be able to obtain in their lifetime. Lucky, however, to its surprise, the Jigglypuff was not affected at all, but instead angrily accused it. We saved you. How can you repay kindness with enmity? This is wrong behavior. The person who created me also wants to kill me. I said, the weak do not have the right to choose. Its face darkened. Powerful superpowers gushed out. So this is you. Looking at the elf, that changed from Jigglypuff to a pool of purple mud, it showed a disdainful expression. However, for some reason, it actually felt a familiar smell on the other party. In fact, it didn't want to hurt the other party at all. Roar, the angry cry echoed in the cave. Seeing the purple elf reveal its original appearance, all the wild elves fell into madness. They were accusing it of its behavior. So noisy. It waved its arms in dissatisfaction, and the sound stopped abruptly. The purple slime-like elf was still insisting. Why should I associate with you weak guys? I'm the most powerful being in the world. Although the creator had caused it extremely serious damage, it was precisely because of this that it firmly believed in it. Even the humans who created it could not kill it, so what else could kill it? Looking at the weakling in front of it, it felt very irritated. Why didn't it want to do it? Forget it, I'll just stay here until the rain stops. As if by some strange coincidence, it dispersed its own strength and sat down again against the rock wall. The elves felt their bodies relax. Then they surrounded the purple slime-like elf with anxious faces. The elf named Ditto in their mouth shook its body and gave a helpless negative answer. The elves were very disappointed and a little angry, but this anger had nowhere to be released. It looked at this scene in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Ditto moved its body to its side and explained everything to it. The wild is very dangerous for any elf. They really need the treatment of chanterelle to survive. But chanterelle is almost extinct in the wild and only appears in human cities. The chanterelle that Ditto transformed into made up for this. But after being attacked by it, the weak Ditto could no longer maintain that form. And before it actually came into contact, it could not rely on its memory to transform into another Pokémon. Even if it had just transformed back from that form. This was a huge blow to the wild Pokémon. Just find one and transform back. It said so. Ditto shook its head speechlessly. You were injured like this by humans, not to mention us who are far less powerful than you. That's different. It argued. If it doesn't work, I'll catch one and transform it for you. Ditto hurriedly stopped its behavior. It's too dangerous. Transforming into other Pokémon can also be treated, but it's just not so convenient. I've sensed it, and they are all very weak. It waved its hand disdainfully and stood up directly from the ground. The surrounding Pokémon were ready for battle. It ignored them and disappeared from the spot with a teleport. When it reappeared, it was accompanied by an unconscious Chansey. Me weak, how the wild Pokémon cried out in joy. But soon, they looked worried. Ditto was anxious. You should return it quickly. There are no powerful humans nearby, but the world is big. If you catch Chansey, you will definitely be found. Didn't you say that you met some powerful bad guys? It would be very dangerous if a few more came. Will you transform? It was a little impatient. Ditto was angry too. It was obviously worried about you. Why didn't you appreciate it? Anyway, in the end I returned the Chansey to Miss Joy at the Pokémon Center and erased their memories of me. That was the first time I ever did that. The story inexplicably ended with Mewtwo, ZHE, who was originally fascinated by what he heard, stopped talking. Looking at the calm Mewtwo, he wisely closed his mouth. Okay, I'm not curious anymore. Some things are not very important to know or not. This is the wisdom of humans. But, has the technology that can harm the third level gods always existed? He was a little shocked. The power of the divine beasts has always been praised by generations. That is a fact recorded in history. Destroying cities, even destroying continents, and even destroying the world. These are not impossible for the divine beasts. Even if the third level gods are the bottom of the divine beasts. For humans, they are incomparably powerful, at least for 99.99% of people. Only the most outstanding humans and their partners can break through the boundaries between champion level elves and divine beasts. For example, Liubo. The Alliance has always downplayed the question of whether the ever-improving technology can deal with the divine beasts. Now it seems that the answer is very affirmative. Maybe the first level and second level gods are doubtful, but the third level gods can definitely do it. Existences like the 3 sacred beasts and the 3 divine birds often appear in different regions. If there is no countermeasure, we can't really just pray to prevent them from attacking humans, right? I just don't know where those 5 researchers come from, he thought. First of all, Team Rocket can be ruled out. Secondly, from what Mewtwo said, they seem to belong to the sequence of regular researchers. Otherwise, they wouldn't say that they relied on Mewtwo to gain glory. Researchers of the Dark Organization are isolated from these two words. A research institute established by the Wild? That's really a big range. ZHE also sighed. As expected, there are so many geniuses in the world. Muse genes are definitely more than the eyelash fossils obtained by Team Rocket. Unfortunately, 2 of them were killed by Mutuo, and I don't know if the remaining 3 are alive. Mutuo, this name is really good. Does it mean to surpass Mutuo? It suits us very well. Mutuo was still thinking about the name of the human in front of him. ZHE was a little stunned. That's right. Speaking of which, the Mutuo in front of him should not have a name, and even the race name is not clear. After all, it ran out on the first day of its birth. The researchers seemed to have always called it experimental subject. Did you hear that? From now on, I'll be called Mutuo. It's a really good name. Mutuo turned his head and said to a dark corner. I heard it. It's really good. The same voice sounded just like twins. Another Mutuo appeared in Tetsua's eyes. His hair stood on end. 3 Mutuo? This world is gone. Such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. No. The next second, Tetsuya reacted immediately. Blue light flowed. Ditto. Mutuo form. Champion level strength. The feedback given by Zero made him feel relieved. Fortunately, the world can still be saved. It seems that you seem to have some special abilities. The real Mutuo observed Tetsuya's reaction with interest. Obviously, the other party could tell the difference between the 2 Mutuo. It was very sure that the other party's superpowers, which were only at the level of a king, could not do this. Don't scare people like this. He is really good, isn't he? Mutuo transformed from Ditto persuaded his companion. It may be that it has been transformed into Chansey for too long, and its personality is infinitely biased towards Chansey, even in Mutuo form. Counting this, 3 completely different personalities. At this time, ZHE also knew that he was probably fine this time, and his thoughts were a little scattered. Speaking of which, the champion level Ditto should be the only one in the world. He was not very surprised about this. Human researchers have various speculations about the origin of Ditto, but without exception, they all believe that Ditto and Mew are inseparable. Coincidentally, Mutuo is Mew's genetic creation. It is normal for the 2 to have a connection. This can also explain why, according to Mutuo, it was unwilling to attack Ditto when it was in trouble 3 years ago. Even in the end, it stayed in the Cerulean cave and became a partner with the other party. You say, should I meet that fellow tribe member? Mutuo asked Ditto with some entanglement. Tetsuya raised his hand and said, I think it's better not to have it. Why? Well, given the character of that Mutuo, its first thought upon seeing you would probably be to kill you, or itself. Of course, I think the former is more likely. Tetsuya said honestly. Oh, with that? Mutuo gave a familiar disdainful smile. I can rub it on the ground with one hand. Okay. Chapter 583 Seemingly Peaceful Life. ZHE has gradually understood the character of the Mutuo in front of him. It is most likely that it is just talking nonsense when it says this. Although it can really do it, it will not do such a thing because it has something to rely on in its heart. After all, a fight between the 2 of them will attract too much attention and is not a good thing. He looked at the night snail who seemed a little confused beside him. So, you came to me because of this child? ZHE asked. Mutuo nodded as a matter of course. Yes, the aura of artificial Pokémon like us is very different from that of ordinary elves. Although ordinary Pokémon cannot distinguish, it is at least very obvious in my eyes. I was worried that it had been treated badly, but now it seems to be doing well. Then can't you just talk nicely? You have to take action. ZHE was also speechless. Mutuo tilted his head, feeling a little puzzled. Didn't you start it first? You let your Pokémon attack me as soon as I showed up, and you didn't even give me a chance to talk. I can't just stand there and get hit. Although the power is just so-so, it's very uncomfortable. Azay recalled it carefully, and it seemed to be true. When Mutuo appeared, Alido was only controlled, but did not lose the ability to fight. From this point of view, the opponent should not have too much malice. However, the impression left by another Mutuo in his previous life was too deep. They subconsciously classified the opponent as an enemy. It turned out that he was asking for trouble. He shook his head helplessly. This can't be blamed on Zay. If there is anyone to blame, it can only be blamed on the fact that the plugin he brought with him as a time traveler is too bad. It's okay that he couldn't do it with Anasius at the beginning, and he couldn't even do it with Rayquaza at the beginning. It's a decisive bad review. Oh right. Tetsuya, I remembered another thing. Can I ask which region you are from? From Mewtwo's description, its birthplace should be quite far from Kanto. Even if it was seriously injured, it would not be too slow to fly as it had the strength of a 3rd level god when it was born 3 years ago. Of course. It is also possible that it flew several circles and landed not far from the research institute. But no one has come to find it in 3 years, so its luck must not be that bad. I don't know either. Mewtwo said that he was a little confused. I was injured too badly that year, and I was confused when I was flying and didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation. For 3 years, it has been staying in the Cerulean Cave without moving. As for other regions, Mewtwo has only heard of them, but has never been there. Is that so? Tetsuya felt a little regretful. He felt that it was most likely a very far away place, and it might not even have communicated with them here. The elves that Mewtwo mentioned, living near its research institute, were a proof. At least with Tetsuya's knowledge, he had never heard of any elves that met the similar appearance description. Well, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Mewtwo waved his hand and ordered them to leave. No, I haven't finished exploring the Cerulean Cave yet. Zay was unhappy when he heard that. If it weren't for Mewtwo's sudden appearance, he would still be counting money at this moment. The main reason is that you have its scent on you. The Pokémon in the Cerulean Cave won't get close to you in the short term. Mewtwo, who was transformed by Ditto, explained kindly, in your words, it is the boss of this place, and its majesty cannot be challenged. Mewtwo nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's right. Besides, your 3 main Pokémon have also lost their combat capabilities, right? You still need to rest well. Ditto Mewtwo is very gentle, even kind. This is a quality that is rarely seen in powerful Pokémon in the wild. That's right. Zay had to accept this statement. Although among the king level Pokémon, Dragonite still retains the ability to fight completely in the cave. But the power of the Pokémon in the Cerulean Cave should not be underestimated. If only one Dragonite continues to explore, personal safety may not be guaranteed 100%. Moreover, without the continuous recovery of the Monarch Serpent's green grass field, the training effect of the remaining 4 Quasi-King level guys cannot be fully realized. It is better to go back and rest before coming back. By the way, how can I contact you next time if I want to find you? They asked again as he turned his head and prepared to leave. However, no Pokémon replied him. The 2 Mewtwo had disappeared on the spot, the deepest part of the Cerulean Cave. Looking at the dark cave, there was an inexplicable light in Zay's eyes. It is still unknown whether the existence of such a 1st level god is good or bad for humans. Forget it, it's not my turn to take care of it anyway. Dragonite, use the flashlight, and we will retreat. After standing there and thinking for a while, he still chose to leave. Since the memory was really not deleted, then combined with the other party's words, there must be someone else who knows the existence of this Mewtwo besides him. The Alliance is probably well aware of this. This can also explain why those people at the top easily believed that Sakaki went to catch Pokémon during his disappearance. They should have regarded Mewtwo as an ordinary beast. Apart from lamenting how deep Sakaki hid, no one who knew would think that he was doing genetic research in secret. It was really a coincidence. ZHE thought so, and his figure gradually disappeared. Huh. The town guard looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise. Didn't you just go down for half a day? How come you came up so quickly? Then, he seemed to understand. Are you in danger? I said, this place is very dangerous, completely different from the general wild. Even if you are the best trainers, you have to be careful and careful. Yeah, I didn't expect there would be such a powerful Pokémon down there. ZHE sighed. However, the 2 people were probably talking about different things. The Pokémon Center is right there. Go there quickly. It's not good to waste time. The patrolling town guard was very considerate and pointed out the direction for the newcomer who came here for the first time. After you go back this time, you must summarize your experience and come back when you become stronger. Thank you, you've worked hard. ZHE also nodded at him and walked towards the Pokémon Center with a slightly heavy step. Another unlucky guy, the guard said as he looked at the other person's back. He has seen many people like this. He thought that the Cerulean Cave was a good place to make money, but his strength was not enough to support it. This young man is still good, at least his Pokémon and his life are fine, so it doesn't matter if he gets hurt. How can a trainer who doesn't get hurt be called a trainer? He quickly took his Houndoom and patrolled the surroundings again. The Pokémon Center in the nameless town. Miss Joy, please help me restore the Pokémon. Looking at the 8 Deluxe balls in front of her, Miss Joy took them naturally. There are not many trainers who have the authority to carry more than the limit. But in this town near the Cerulean Cave, you can basically still meet some. Please wait patiently. Miss Joy waved her hand, and Jigglypuff beside her consciously held the tray and placed 8 luxury balls on a small cart. Lucky after greeting Tetsuya, Jigglypuff squinted his eyes and went to the treatment room. He came to the rest area and found a random seat to sit down. Tetsuya's whole mind relaxed. He closed his eyes to block the last trace of purple light. He began the meditation that is unique to psychics. It's not just Tetsuya's companions who need treatment. Mewtwo's psychic power has also caused a lot of damage to him. I don't know how long it has been. Trainer number 33, please go to the front desk to pick up your Pokémon. It has been restored to. Hearing his number plate, Tetsuya opened his eyes silently. Feel the mental state. I can only say that it's okay. Don't even think about bursting out the original ability in a short period of time. The resonance with a leader will probably be greatly limited. He doesn't want to rub salt into his wounds again and again before he recovers. It will take at least 3 months to recover. After a simple estimate, ZHE really felt that Mewtwo was showing mercy. The battle between psychics, or between psychics and psychic Pokémons, is very dangerous. Judging from the difference in mental power between the two sides, Mewtwo can easily turn him into an idiot. He doesn't even need to take the initiative. The self-defense of psychic power is enough to make ZHE drink a pot. In this situation, Mewtwo still held back. It seems that I really need to take a good rest. After taking back his companions, ZHE strode out of the Pokémon Center. Not long after, his figure appeared in the residence of Cerulean City. Zyano, Jiu, and Angoro. As soon as they were released, the 3 Pokémons, Blaziken, Monarch, and Giant Rock, subconsciously took up a fighting posture. Seeing that they had returned to Cerulean City, they relaxed. Don't worry, it's okay, it's just a misunderstanding. ZHE comforted them. Boss, don't go to that kind of place anymore in the future. It's too dangerous. Even Flame Chicken, who likes to fight against strong people, couldn't help but persuade him. Liking to fight against strong enemies doesn't mean it likes to die. To fight against an existence of that level, it has to wait until it grows up completely. It can feel that there is still a lot of potential in its body waiting to be tapped. Maybe, it might be able to win in the future. Monarch Snail and Giant Rock Monster agreed. Kyanite Snail walked aside with a depressed mood. It understood before. If it weren't for itself, several seniors and trainers would not have fallen into such a dangerous situation. It has nothing to do with you. I was too nervous. ZHE also noticed that it was wrong, squatted down and said, I just wanted to communicate with us. I was too nervous and launched an attack. So it was like that. It has nothing to do with you. Kyanite Snail responded dully. However, the root cause is still itself. Otherwise the other party would not have come up. You don't understand. Zaya waved his hand confidently. That's just what it said on the surface. In fact, it's because your boss is too good that it came to me. It wants to be my Pokémon, you know. It's shy, so it just made up an excuse. The whole of the villa fell silent for a moment. To be honest, Pokémon can understand that their trainers are not very good at comforting people, but at least make up a more reasonable reason. If someone is so powerful and wants to be your Pokémon, are you sure you don't want to subdue it? Why? Your wings are hard, right? Zaya put his hands on his waist and accused a group of little brats without any hesitation. Which one of you was not trained by me? How am I not good? Downbeat the Pokémon responded absent-mindedly. Ah, right. What you say is what it is. You are really great. Meow. Ninetales sighed, wrapped the confused night snail with its tail, and walked out of the room. Forget it. It seems that the trainer has no hope, so it's better to do this job. Dangoro the giant rock monster followed silently. Of all the elves, these two guys were the most attentive. Especially you, Pidgeot. Look at how fat you have become recently. Can you exercise to lose some weight? Tetsuya was still chattering to his old friends. There was an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. Beep, you dare to refute? Your weight has exceeded the standard by 10% this month. Do you know what this means? You will not get your snack quota next month. No more. Beep. Get your claws off my clothes. Otherwise, I will make you pay. Beep. There was a little noise in the villa. Fortunately, it was loud enough not to affect others. On the other side, Bixius, who was almost forgotten by Tetsuya, finally returned to the secret base of Team Rocket in a corner of Viridian Forest after many difficulties. At this time, he was covered in mess. Master Bixius. The soldiers of Team Rocket saluted in fear. Damn it, seeing this scene, will they be killed just because they stepped into the gate of the base with their left foot? Bixius, whose face was as black as ink, ignored the group of minions. He went straight back to his office. Arsehole. Bixius cursed madly. An old guy and a little kid dare to do this to me. On the cliff, Minglan's sudden appearance and Zay's final behavior made him pay an unexpected price. Even this price was very high. This is why he returned to his old nest only now. God knows what Bixius went through in the boundless ocean. It seems that your action has failed completely. A female voice sounded. Matori. Bixius raised his scholar eyes. It's not your turn to give me an opinion, bitch. Don't you know the rules of Team Rocket? You are just a lucky guy who is valued by Sakaki. Otherwise, how can you create and lead the Matori Matrix after 5 years in the team? Matori's expression in the video did not change at all. Anyway, Boss Sakaki wants you to meet him, and the time is set for tomorrow morning. As she spoke, a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corners of her mouth. I hope that in this half day, you can take care of your image and don't look like a refugee walking out of a garbage dump. Matori. Over. Chapter 584. The Thief of Hualan City? Bixius' eyes were full of anger. Before he joined Team Rocket with the approval of the female boss, Sakaki's mother, he was indeed a refugee living in a garbage dump. Mana's words hit his sore spot. Beep. The signal was cut off unilaterally without any hesitation. Mana, dressed neatly, immediately disappeared from the screen. X-Bat, it's yours. With 2 flashes of red light, 2 elves with completely different expressions appeared in the office. Beep key. Splash, weak cries, excited cheers and continuous sounds of water mixed together. Bixius' face was strangely calm. Outside the room, listening to the movement coming from inside, several elite members of Team Rocket were a little terrified. Even in the Dark Organization, there are very few people with a personality like Bixius. It can even be said that the Rocket's members take better care of their main elves than most of the League trainers, because they know that in the most dangerous moments, they can only rely on their own elves. Teammates? Not stabbing someone in the back is good enough. Of course, this is limited to his own Pokémon. The reason why Bixius has such a great reputation in Team Rocket is largely because of his ruthlessness, not because of his position. According to incomplete statistics, since he joined the company, at least nearly 100 Pokémon have died in his hands, and they were all cultivated by him. Not to mention his subordinates. Compared with Bixius, the members of Team Rocket would rather work under Lance. At least Lance would tell you directly if he wants you dead and then kill you with one knife. Bixius, there is a high probability that he will give you a task that seems to have a very high return rate, then paint a big pie, and then pocket the profits you have obtained, and finally throw you into the flock of spirals to be pecked to death. What happened? A muscular man walked over quickly and asked with a frown. Nothing. Everyone shook their heads to deny it. They didn't need to say more. Listening to the voice coming from inside, the muscular man could fully imagine that it was not the first time. Knock, knock, knock. In the admiring eyes of the people nearby, he knocked on the door directly. Master Bixius, I have something to report. It's Tatsumi, come in, and by the way, 2 people come to clean up. Bixius's leisurely voice came from the room. Yes. Tatsumi bowed his head and responded respectfully, you, and you, go in and clean up. He casually pointed at 2 ordinary elite members. Yes. The 2 looked at each other, both a little bitter. Pushing open the office door, what came into view was a thin fur that seemed to have no weight. A bat with a bulging belly was leaning on the side, enjoying it, with an unusually beautiful expression. The nerves on the scalps of the 2 rocket team members were tense. They recognized the owner of the fur. It was one of Bixius's main elves, a Pidgeot. What are you standing there for? Go quickly, Tatsumi urged. The 2 hurriedly pretended that nothing had happened and walked out with the fur. Key with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Zbad looked at them with interest. The 2 ran faster. Forget it, I'm full. Let's take a nap first. The happy Zbad let them go, fluttered his wings, and got into his Pokeball to rest. Master Bixius, this is the Pokémon prepared for this batch of newcomers. Please take a look. Tatsumi handed over a document respectfully. Bixius took it and glanced at it. Well, it's done well, but the number of Arbok and Zubat is too small. Replace 1/3 of the Spearow and gas bomb. In this case, the academy may have some opinions. Tatsumi stated the facts. He didn't know why he suddenly had to replace so many Pokémon. And he replaced them with Arbok and Zubat. If VIP has any opinions, let him come to me himself. Bixius threw the document aside. Anyway, the team is streamlining the staff recently, and there is no need for some waste to come in. Those resources are better used to raise Pokémon. Understood. Tatsumi nodded. Bixius seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh, right. This kind of mission is in charge of that guy, right? Where is it now? I'll go and take a look. Tatsumi's face was embarrassed for the first time, but, boss said. I said, tell me its location. Bixius interrupted Tatsumi very directly. His face was a little gloomy. There was silence for a while. Area C-33, northern part of Viking Forest. Tatsumi whispered. Very good. Bixius's face suddenly turned from gloomy to bright. Go down. There's nothing for you to do. Tatsumi bowed silently and walked out of the room with the documents. Let me see what kind of Pokémon would make Sakaki go through so much trouble. Bixius's sneer went straight through the door to the outside world. Viking Gym. Boss, as you thought, Bixius got the location of Mewtwo from Tatsumi. Mana, who had just disconnected from Bixius, had already appeared in front of Sakaki. The big hand that was stroking the cat boss did not move at all. Well, let Tatsumi go to Nanba. The R plan is just short of manpower. Sakaki said casually. Yes. Mana recorded the information. Then, Bixius. Let him go. Mewtwo will deal with him. Sakaki didn't take Bixius's little tricks to heart at all. Even though the other party had the dark ball. Waving his hand, Mana was very insightful and quietly withdrew. The room where Sakaki was fell into darkness and silence again. The next day, Cerulean City Police Station. Hello, my name is Junshalan, and I will connect with you for relevant task information. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. The heroic Junsha stretched out her right hand to Tetsuya. Woof. On the side, the Caterpie squatting on the ground also barked friendly. Happy cooperation. Tetsuya shook hands with the other party and then went straight to the point. What are the characteristics of the thief? That's right. It sounds a little incredible. But the fact is that he is assisting Junsha in solving cases. In the elf world, the crime rate has always been high. This is still due to the existence of Pokémon. In addition to the wild, there are also many stray Pokémon living in the city. Among them, guys like Meowth are good at stealing. Take Cerulean City as an example. Basically, more than half of the hundreds of thefts that occur in a day are committed by these wild Pokémon. Not to mention more serious robberies and other types of cases. In the words of Miss Junsha, we have to handle at least dozens of cases a day on average. If we don't outsource some of them, we can't do it at all. In this context, it becomes natural for the direct trainers of the Alliance to participate. It's not that the Junsha family is small, as they are as famous as Joai. Their traces are all over the world. Even in the most remote human gathering places, there will be members of these two families. But there are more things to do. According to rumors, the Junsha family even plans to incorporate non-Junsha family members into the police system. The only concern is, can other people be fair and just like Junsha and act in accordance with the laws of the Alliance? Let me first tell you about what the thief stole. First, there was a report from the Miracle Bicycle Shop. They lost 2 high-end bicycles worth about 1 million Union coins and 100,000 yuan in cash. Then there was a report from the Fruit Powder Shop. They lost 3 sets of medicinal powder, which were worth about 3 million Union coins. There was also a report from Mr. Jinzang of the Badge House. 3 of the latest batch of blue badges were lost. Finally, there was a report from a young couple. At this point, Junsha's face was a little hesitant. What they lost was a set of tables, chairs, tableaux and carpets, worth 3,000 Union coins. ZHE was a little confused when he heard the last content. It's not that this value cannot be reported, but compared with the previous 3 lost things, the tables, chairs, tableaux and carpets are a little too strange. I don't understand it either, but Caterpie did track it, based on the smell. Junsha explained. Woof. Caterpie barked happily. It is the best among their class, so it can't be wrong. Fearing that ZHE would not believe it, Junsha also emphasized the ability of her partner. I know, I just don't understand. ZHE also nodded. There is a reason why the Growlithe family can be used as police dogs. Their sense of smell is even so sensitive that they can sense emotions. Even among the elves, they are one of the most powerful. Even if the smell is specially hidden through various means, it will have limited effect on Growlithe and Windy. By the way, the opponent probably has Diglett and Ghastly, and there are related traces left in these places. Junsha added immediately. It can be seen that she is also a novice and is not very proficient in this. Okay, I have a general understanding, and leave it to me next. ZHE said confidently. What a joke. He is a dignified king level trainer. If he is stumped by such a small matter, how embarrassing it would be to tell others. Then I'll trouble you. Thank you very much. I'll continue to work. Junsha put her hands together to express her gratitude. Catty, let's go. She jumped up with a nimble figure and sat on the motorcycle, and the roar sounded quickly. Woof. Catty stuck out its tongue and ran quickly behind. This may also be a very good job for them. At least, there is plenty of time to run at high speed, to vent their excessive energy and desire to run. Anyway, let's go to the Miracle Bicycle Shop first. Zay thought so when he walked out of the police station. He didn't understand anyway. It's just a bicycle. Why is it sold so expensive, higher than the price of his previous house in the suburbs of Tokiwa City? But it is undeniable. The brand of Miracle Bicycle is indeed one of the symbols of Cerulean City. Arrived in the store. Hearing Zay's purpose, the owner of the bicycle shop quickly came out to receive him. That bastard stole the Sonic bicycle and off-road bicycle that I have collected for a long time. They are rare treasures. The owner was very excited. Tetsuya signaled the other party to calm down. Can you tell me about the appearance and general purpose of the 2 bicycles? Since they are out of print, it will be convenient for me to find them. Of course. The shopkeeper immediately described them. In simple terms, the so-called Sonic bicycle is a bicycle that can be ridden at the speed of sound without any damage to the body, and the whole body is blue-black. The so-called off-road bicycle is a folding bicycle that can perform various difficult actions in the mountains, and the color is red and white. Tetsuya roughly knew why these 2 were out of print. The former is fine. If humans don't use it, it can be given to Pokémon like Flame Chicken. The problem is that Flame Chicken itself may run faster than this. As for the latter, he actually thinks it should be easier to climb mountains with his own legs and hands, and the same is true in terms of technology. Looking at the excited shopkeeper, he perfunctorily said a few words and walked out to another crime scene. There is not much information about the fruit powder shop and Mr. Kinzo of the Badge Hut. Even Kinzo said, if it doesn't work, forget it. Losing 3 badges is not a big deal. They are all coded anyway. They are just for collection at most. Manual plus electronic. If the challenge mechanism of the league conference is so easy, to be cracked by thieves, then trainers would have stopped challenging gyms long ago. After saying goodbye to the two, Tetsuya came to an ordinary house. Knock knock knock. Hello, I'm assisting Miss Junsha in the case. Is anyone there? He shouted. I'm coming. A female voice sounded, and the door opened. Ah, you are. The hostess of the house recognized Tetsuya. In the Kanto region, as the most outstanding existence of the younger generation, he is very famous. The hostess greeted politely. Please come in. Come in. I didn't expect it to be you. Excuse me, Tetsuya said as he walked in. So, what you mean is that he turned your house upside down and only took away the tables, chairs, tableau and carpets. In front of the newly bought dining table, he asked the young couple in detail. Yes. The young male host nodded. There are even some valuable things in the house, which he didn't take away. ZHE also narrowed his eyes. This is very wrong. Or rather, anyone can see that something is wrong. The first 3 things stolen by the other party, not to mention their extremely high value, are also very precious to ordinary people. If they are as old, it is not a problem to make a few million. Originally, he thought that this family did not have any valuable things, and the thief took some things away in shame and anger. Now it seems that there is something fishy. Do you have any photos here? I want to see what those things look like. ZHE also put forward his own idea. Of course, he felt that there was little hope. Normal people would not take pictures of their own things. Well, the young couple hesitated. Please wait a moment. The hostess walked to her room and took out a stack of photos. Taking it casually, ZHE also raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, city people still know how to have fun. The end. Chapter 585. Treasure map pointing to the Hualan cave. Don't get me wrong. Actually, it's not something that can't be seen by others. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shown it to Zay in the photo. In addition to the stolen items, there are the couple dressed in various Pokémon costumes. In the previous life, this thing is called cosplay. In the elf world, groups with similar behaviors are usually called monster maniacs. They don't focus too much attention and eyes on people. They carefully observed the appearance of the lost items in the photo. There is nothing special about the tables, chairs, and tableau. They are just the styles sold in shopping malls. The carpet is a little unclear. Seeing Zay frowned, the male host quickly guessed what he was thinking and hurriedly explained. The carpet was left by my grandfather. It's a bit old. In addition, it's easy to get dirty because of walking around every day, so it looks the same as in the photo. However, I have its original photo here. Show it to me. Zay's curiosity became more and more vigorous. This thief, or thief, obviously has his own ideas. Wait a minute. The man immediately started to search in the locker. After searching for more than 10 minutes, he handed a yellowed old photo to Tetsuya. The one dressed as a climber is my grandfather, and the 3 diglets beside him are his Pokémon companions. They created a great reputation in Cerulean City by relying on the secret book of digging holes. The man's words were somewhat proud. Although the threshold for Pokémon training has become lower and lower with the passage of time, more and more trainers have mastered the essence and training methods of various skills. But before that, the situation was completely different. Not to mention the further use of skills. Many trainers don't even know what skills their Pokémon can learn. In this case, it is very common to have one trick to do everything. It was not until the Pokémon doctors headed by Professor Oak integrated most of the knowledge and published it, and even developed and promoted the Pokémon Encyclopedia that such a situation was reduced. From what the man said, his grandfather was a trainer who was very good at commanding the 3 diglets to dig holes. No wonder he can own a house in the center of Cerulean City at such a young age. It turns out that his ancestors were wealthy. You know, it is normal for climbers, especially those who are good at digging holes, to make a fortune occasionally. Evolution stones, elf props, fossils of ancient elves, these are all good things. Why does the pattern on this carpet have an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Looking at the yellowed old photo, Tetsuya's brows became tighter and tighter. Being stuck in a position that is neither up nor down is the most uncomfortable. I clearly have an impression, but I can't remember it. There is a faint tingling sensation in my already injured brain. Muto's superpowers, even if they are passive counterattacks after convergence, are unbearable for Tetsuya. It seems that I can't use superpowers as usual for more than 3 months. In fact, there are many points affected. Wait. Muto? Tetsuya suddenly understood. He called up the panoramic map on the watch. Quickly swiped to the vicinity of the cerulean cave. It is here. He smiled. It is very strange that, after removing some useless parts of the carpet pattern in the photo, the scene depicted is 90% similar to the surrounding area of Cerulean Cave. If they hadn't been smart enough, no normal person would have linked the two together. If they are 90% similar, that's enough. He was very satisfied with this discovery. The terrain of the elf world can be completely different in a few decades. The existence of ground type, rock type, grass type elves means that in a few years, the rocky wilderness and the lush forest will swap positions. The reason why the area described by the carpet pattern has not changed much is thanks to the special existence of the Cerulean Cave. The Alliance has paid a considerable price to protect it. Did you find any clues? The couple asked curiously. They didn't speak for so long. It's impossible that he was just in a daze. Yeah. He nodded, but I still have to confirm with you. Has your grandfather been to the Cerulean Cave? Cerulean Cave? The male host's expression was a little stunned. I don't think so. My grandfather's strength is not that strong. As a native of Cerulean City, how could he not know this place? But the entry threshold of the top 8 of the regional conference is not so easy to reach. If his grandfather was so powerful, then he would not be living in this private house now, but in the mansion next door. Is that so? Zay hesitated for a moment and did not continue to ask. He did not think that the other party was lying. Then, the only possibility was that the other party's grandfather did not tell his descendants about this. And considering the detailed pattern of the carpet, it would be impossible to have such detailed information without going there in person. Don't worry, I have roughly grasped the clues, and I will help you to recover your property as soon as possible. Zay quickly said goodbye to the couple and returned to the police station. Junsha, who had just finished a mission and had not rested for 2 minutes, also widened her eyes when she heard his report. You mean, that carpet is very likely a treasure map? Did the thief go for the carpet specifically? Are the remaining things used to deceive others? Zay nodded, then shook his head. Not entirely. The remaining stolen items are actually too valuable. The contrast will make people focus on the discordant places at the first time. In the office, another older and more experienced Junsha spoke up. This case doesn't look simple. That makes sense. The young Junshalan was stunned at first, but she reacted immediately. Like her own Caterpie, she is a very outstanding existence among her peers in the family, and naturally she can keep up with the thinking of the two. The location pointed by the pattern is the Hulan Cave. Does the other party want to do something there? But the daily guard force there is very exaggerated. Junshalan began to think. Is it possible that he came for you? The older Junsha's eyes were on Zay. Zay narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Well, it's very likely a hunter group, or a dark organization like Team Rocket. If I'm not mistaken, there are records of you going to the Cerulean Cave in your information recently. That makes sense. Junshalan hammered the table, and then was a little surprised. But how can the other party be sure that it must be Mr. Zay who assisted? That's the purpose of the previous few things. Zay also reacted. The overall value is more than 10 million. This is already a major case. The scope of the assisting person is naturally determined to be among the trainers above the quasi-king level, and it is best to have a king level Pokémon. There are not many idle trainers who meet this condition, even in Cerulean City. Junshalan's eyes revealed a light. If it wasn't Mr. Zay who came, it would be impossible for others to read the information related to the Cerulean Cave from the carpet pattern, let alone find any useful clues. Then what we need to do now is to change people. Zay, who was extremely speechless, made a summary. No. He just wanted to have a good vacation. Why did someone always come to trouble him? We will ask another free trainer to go to the vicinity of the Cerulean Cave to investigate. If the other party starts committing crimes again after this, then there is a high probability that our guess is correct. The two Junsha looked at each other and replied in unison. Walking out of the police station, Tetsuya's face was as gloomy as the weather. If he could not use his superpowers, he would definitely catch this rat in the dark as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the other party's timing was really a bit coincidental. No one would have thought that he would meet Mutuo on the first day he entered the cerulean cave and was injured. Hey, long time no see, why is our great genius looking so gloomy? A familiar voice sounded. Looking up, it turned out to be Yizang. Why are you here? Seeing his friend who had not met for a long time, Tetsuya's mood became much better and punched the other party's chest without hesitation. Ouch, it hurts, Yizang shouted rather artificially. Talked for a while. He also told Tetsuya why he appeared in Cerulean City. TSK, TSK, TSK. After hearing this, the latter made a strange sound and looked at Yizang with a teasing look. What's that look in your eyes? Yizang was furious for a moment, but soon became depressed again. Really, I didn't know that high-level bounty missions were so difficult to complete. That's right. This year, he is still sprinting to graduate from the Pokémon Research School. Don't think that Tetsuya completed the tasks of the Bounty Hunter Association easily, and even reached an exaggerated success rate of more than 95%. But that was based on his rich experience and long-term accumulation. For Yizang, who joined halfway, not to mention 95%, even 80% is a very difficult thing. There are many more emergencies in the wild than most people imagine. This is even more true for high-level missions. It has to be our class saying that they want to reform and insist that we can't brush tasks. It's really annoying. Yizang was very unhappy. The so-called brushing tasks are actually easy to understand. There are many types of bounty tasks that can be submitted continuously for a long time. Although the value of the items required for the mission is generally not low, it is really nothing for the students in the Pokémon Research School who are either rich or noble. They can easily skip this step with the resources at home. But after the reform, don't even think about this method. As Tetsuya's teacher, Sasaki Gota is a principal who pays great attention to cultivating students' abilities. In his opinion, it is right to use the resources at home, but such excessive use is extremely detrimental to one's own growth and testing. The Alliance wants the Pokémon Research School to cultivate elites, not waste to only talk about it on paper. Tetsuya agrees with Gota's approach, but he is also a little worried. It's good, but how long it can last is a question. Yizo's personality is already good among the strong second and third generations he knows. Even he has an unhappy idea, let alone other students. These spoiled young masters and young ladies, going to the wild to do missions is really a bit difficult for them. Although Gota has the backing of the Sasaki family, facing too many protests, the Sasaki family can't say that they will insist on it. It is normal that people will be forgotten after a transfer order. Coincidentally, the mission that Yizang accepted this time was exactly the one that ZHE had just accepted. This mission is a bit strange. It is very likely that the person behind is coming for me. You have to be careful. On the surface, the two friends were reminiscing about the past. Secretly, ZHE injured the pain in his head and used his superpowers to transmit the message. Yizang's pupils vibrated slightly. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. I'm going in. I'll have a meal when I'm free after I finish my mission. He waved to ZHE casually. ZHE also responded with a smile. Then I have to kill you, the rich dog. Climb. Yizang's laughter and scolding came. The two walked straight in different directions. Back to the villa. The elves were resting leisurely. Seeing ZHE coming back, they all greeted him lazily and ignored him. The flamingo who was responsible for protecting him also ran out of the Pokeball and started to slack off. Sitting on the sofa, ZHE took out a brand new mobile phone. Yes, it is a mobile phone similar to the previous life. It just has many more users and contents related to elves. The manufacturer is naturally the Silph Group. Since learning that there is a loophole in his communication system and that it was exploited by the Rocket team some time ago, Silph Hiroki took action without saying a word. Outsiders do not know the specific situation. Anyway, last night, the latest product that the other party said had no loopholes was mailed to Tetsuya. In terms of appearance, he did not deny that he had indeed instilled a lot in Silph Hiroki. Mainly as a person who is addicted to mobile phones, he is really super uncomfortable without a mobile phone. For this reason, the Silph group even paid him 7 figures or nearly 8 figures for the appearance design patent. Yizang also received this new product. Although Tetsuya thinks that the rocket team is likely to crack the technology, it is definitely not so fast. In a short period of time, the security and confidentiality of this contact method are still very reliable. In other words, if the rocket team can crack the new technology as soon as it comes out, it would be strange if the Silph group does not have a large-scale cleanup. More specific information was sent. Received. Understood. Yizang's brief message came quickly. Tetsuya was relieved. He didn't expect that it would be his friend who took on this hot potato. However, compared with other trainers, Yizang's safety should be guaranteed. Grandmaster Kyuko's personality is obviously not the type to let her grandson suffer. Don't be a member of the rocket team again. I don't want to fight with you, Sakaki, right now. Don't force me. In the hall, Tetsuya's face was a little uncertain. End. Chapter 586. Actually, I'm a good person. Close your eyes. ZHE quickly put this matter behind his mind. For now, what he needs to do is to restore the use of superpowers as soon as possible. Once you have such power, it is really hard to endure the current state. Inside the villa, the originally noisy atmosphere has quietly become much quieter. The elves each found a place to rest. In a corner of Hualan City. Oh my, what a pity. I seem to have been discovered, a man with purple hair said to himself. His face looks a bit like a monkey. Forget it, he is the grandson of Grandmaster Kyuko after all, so I can try to negotiate. A gleam of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the purple-haired man. He took out all kinds of clothes and tools, and fiddled with them on his body. In a few minutes, the whole person was completely changed. A fat and naive man walked out of the corner silently, and then merged into the crowd and disappeared. On the wall on the street, a blackboard-like notice board stood prominently. Apollo, portrait attached below, the leader of the 4 leaders of Team Rocket, powerful and cautious. Danger level, Athena, portrait attached below, one of the 4 leaders of Team Rocket, mastered the special technology to force Pokémon to evolve. Danger level, Lance, portrait attached below, one of the 4 leaders of Team Rocket, cruel, with a disability and death rate of over 85%. Danger level, Lambda, no portrait, one of the 4 leaders of Team Rocket, good at disguise. All members of the team are from the gas bomb family, using smoke and self-destruction tactics. Danger level, who are light sea breeze blue. 4 pieces of paper with information about the leaders of Team Rocket fluttered slowly. However, most of the trainers passing by didn't take it seriously. Although the 4 leaders are not as strong as the 4 regional kings, they are not people that ordinary trainers can encounter. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. In most cases, the trainers encountered some rocket team minions in the wild, and at most they were elite members. On the small road from the police station to the suburbs, Yizang was walking quickly. Has he been targeted by the Dark Organization or Pokémon hunters? Yes, judging from the composition of that guy's team, even I'm a little inferior, so it is normal to attract covetousness. In his mind, he was recalling the information told by Junsha and Tetsuya. Yizang was very clear about his role this time. To put it bluntly, he was a bait. Most people would not have the face to use the grandson of Grandmaster Kyuko, one of the 4 heavenly kings, as bait. But Yizang and Tetsuya have a good relationship. For his friend, it is not a big deal to help. Besides, Cerulean Cave, I want to see that place too. Yizang was a little excited. As a student of the Pokémon Research School, he naturally did not have any so-called formal achievements. Although senior students are equivalent to trainers with 8 official gym badges. However, it is undoubtedly difficult to apply for a pass to the Cerulean Cave with this. This mission gave him a good opportunity. At least, he could get a pass without showing his identity. Yizang doesn't like to show off his identity to anyone he meets. This can be seen from the fact that he is the grandson of the Ghost-type king, but is determined to become a master of evil-type Pokémon. His goal is quite ambitious. Suddenly, Yizang looked behind him thoughtfully. He felt as if someone was following him. The pace of his feet suddenly accelerated. He came to a wasteland. While taking out 2 Pokeballs and throwing them, he shouted at a place, "Sneaky, get out." Oh my, I've been discovered. The fat man like a bull walked out from behind the tree with a smile. It seems that he was not panicked or embarrassed at all after being discovered. Yi Zhang, who was protected by the Slash Commander and the world's #1 roaring tiger, did not relax at all. He smelled a great danger from the man in front of him. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Yi Zhang asked with a serious face. According to convention, this is what the positive characters must do. If he didn't think he couldn't beat him, he would actually prefer to fight without much talk. "Oh, don't say that." The fat man's tone was strange. "I just lost my way on the road of life. Besides, isn't the road opened by the Alliance for people to walk on?" TSK. Yi Zhang curled his lips in disdain. This is why he doesn't like talking nonsense. He really doesn't know how to respond. Fire Roaring Tiger, use High 5 surprise attack. Slash Commander, use Iron Wall and Sword Dance. In this case, let's communicate in the way that belongs to trainers. Yi Zhang commanded his partner to attack without hesitation. "Oh, can't we have a good chat? I really want to get to know you." The descendant of the king facing the high-speed attack of the Fire Roaring Tiger, the fat man's expression was still smiling. "Gas bullet, I leave it to you." Gas, a listless voice sounded in Yi Zhang's stunned eyes. The body of the purple gas bullet that just came out of the Pokeball a second ago immediately emitted white light. Oops. His face changed again and again. "Fire Roaring Tiger, get out of the way." Roar. The Fire Roaring Tiger with orange light flashing on its palms was a little confused. "No, this is not something you can just dodge." But feeling the powerful energy coming from the opposite side, it still forcibly controlled its body to change direction. Boom. A huge explosion sounded in this remote corner. The strong body of the Fire Roaring Tiger threw a graceful arc in the sky. Then it fell heavily beside Yi Zhang. "Fire Roaring Tiger, are you okay?" Roar. He responded to his trainer's question with a roar that was still full of energy. The universe's #1 roaring tiger was obviously a little depressed. "Oh my, not bad. It seems you are still very strong." The fat man sighed disgustingly. Yi Zhang's face looked a little ugly. "You guy, you really don't treat your own elf as an elf." He didn't say another sentence. "That is, you don't treat your life as life." The reason for saying this is very simple. High 5 surprise attack is similar to skills such as speed, feint, and lightning flash. It is used very quickly, and it takes a short time to attack the opponent. In game terms, it has a high priority. In addition, the hidden characteristic of the blazing roaring tiger is intimidation. It is the first to appear. According to common sense, it must be able to attack the opponent first. Even if the opponent sends out elves, it will still be beaten. Therefore, Yi Zhang confidently commanded the blazing roaring tiger to launch an attack. Capture the king first. No matter how strong the opponent is, the blazing roaring tiger that comes close is not something a human can deal with. What I never expected was that the opponent actually let his elf gather power directly in the elf ball to use skills. And it was a self-explosion, a move that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and hurts himself 800. If the timing is not right, the opponent will explode in the Pokeball and the opponent will not have a good ending. What a madman. Yi Zhang couldn't help sweating on his forehead. It is terrible that the opponent can predict the time and timing of his attack. But what is more terrible is this indifferent attitude. He has done a lot of bounty missions, and he thinks he has some understanding of trainers in the wild. This kind of madman is the existence that no one wants to face. Who are you? Yi Zhang asked coldly. He already had some guesses in his heart. Oh my, he is just an ordinary kind-hearted trainer passing by. Why did you attack him directly? The fat man squinted his eyes and said. He completely ignored the seriously injured gas bomb lying on the ground. Yi Zhang's face twitched fiercely. This guy is so disgusting. Slash Commander, use a sneak attack on the vital points. This time, he chose to let another partner launch the attack. Compared to the Fire plus Darkness attribute Blazing Roaring Tiger, the Darkness plus Steel attribute Slash Commander is obviously much easier to deal with the possible gas bomb self-explosion. The resistance to general types plus the improvement of physical defense after using Iron Wall. Even if it is the center of the self-explosion, Slash Commander is not afraid at all. There is no way. For Pokémon, the level gap is still very obvious. Even if the elite level gas bomb uses a powerful self-explosion, the damage caused to the Quasi-King Peak/Commander is still quite limited. This is even more so under multiple weakenings. Commander nodded silently. His figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the surrounding bushes. For a moment, even as a trainer, Yi Zhang didn't know at what angle and time it would choose to attack. Oh my, I'm so scared. Can you shut up? Can you speak human language? Yi Zhang couldn't bear it anymore and cursed loudly. Oh my, don't do that. Seeing this, the fat man laughed even more happily. Fuck. Yi Zhang felt that he was under mental attack. Well, the little guy's a little disobedient. This time, I'll leave it to you. Double bomb gas. The fat man put the index finger of his left hand in front of his mouth and smiled strangely at Yi Zhang. The next moment, as if responding to his words, Commander Chop's body flashed from the bushes to the fat man. However, unlike what it imagined, its claws with black light fell on a twin gas bomb. To be precise, it was the evolved form of the gas bomb, the double bomb gas. As it was attacked, the white light in the body of the double bomb gas could no longer be restrained and suddenly spread out. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions occurred continuously. The wind stirred up, even broke the nearby trees. Commander Chop. Yi Zhang was numb. He could accept the gas bomb replaced by the double bomb gas. Why did this madman even replace the self-destruction with a more powerful explosion? Question mark? Are you really not afraid of being killed by the explosion in the Pokeball? Looking at the fat man with his arms open and an expression of enjoyment, it is really hard for him to understand the behavior of madmen. While Commander Slash dragged his scarred body back to the trainer, it was much more embarrassed than the blazing roaring tiger next to it. Yi Zhang couldn't help but feel lucky. If it was the blazing roaring tiger, after this big explosion, how much combat capability would be left would be a big question mark. The gap between the Quasi-King and the elite is not too big in the face of a suicide attack. Lambda, do you Team Rocket want to go to war with our alliance? He asked bluntly, having guessed the other party's identity. Huh, isn't it always here? The fat man, or Lambda in disguise, finally became a little more normal. He tilted his head in a strange way. Don't play dumb, you know what I'm talking about. Or do you guys in Team Rocket hope that my grandma will join the ranks against you? Yi Zhang didn't give him any face at all. To put it nicely, they are the 4 Carders who are benchmarked against the 4 Heavenly Kings. Even the code names are rocket related. In fact, the 4 Heavenly Kings in the Kanto region can completely crush the 4 Carders of Team Rocket. Just to protect one person, at least 3 of the 4 Carders must be dispatched at the same time. Among them, the strongest Apollo must go. Oh, don't say that. Lambda smiled attentively. I actually didn't join Team Rocket voluntarily. I am actually a good person. Yi Zhang sneered. It's up to you whether he believes it or not. In the Dark Organization, a senior Carder whose status is only lower than a few people says that he is a good person. What's the matter? Are you an undercover thrown in by the Alliance? Really, I'm not lying to you. Lambda's eyes were full of sincerity. I've always wanted to turn from darkness to light, so I found you. If you don't believe me, I can tell you all the information I know about Team Rocket. As he said that, he didn't even look at Yi Zhang's strange expression, and he just talked to himself. What the hell is this routine? The latter's mind was a little confused for a while. Interesting. On the other side, Zaya, who was on his way, listened to the voice coming from the Pokémon phone, and his expression was a little elusive. What do you think? Around him, there were also several Junshiran trainers who came to help. Don't worry about what he said, just catch him and it's over. Zaya went straight to the core. I don't care whether you are sincere or not. If you have the ability, Lambda will go with them obediently. Although Lambda is not strong, with the ability of us, it is highly likely that we can't catch him. One of the trainers expressed his opinion. As one of the 4 Carders of Team Rocket, Lambda's ability to escape is first class. Otherwise, he would not be active for so long just by changing his clothes. I have a plan. Just cooperate with me. Zaya's calm face hides anger towards Team Rocket. Since he is not allowed to live a good life, don't blame him for flipping the table. A werewolf in good guy's clothes, right? Then let me show you how to play with you. He went to quarrel with someone, and he didn't pay back the money he owed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587, No Insider, Trade Available. Yizang didn't know what his reinforcement were going to do. He was helpless against Lambda now. This kind of madman, and a powerful madman, was the most difficult guy to deal with. What? Don't you believe what I said? Lambda looked at Yizang strangely. This is very important information. Once you report it to the Alliance, promotion and salary increase are just around the corner. You Team Rocket, are you all using this to make big promises? Yizang asked subconsciously. Lambda actually thought about it for a while. Is there anything wrong with saying that? I really don't know much about this. The two of them stared at each other. Lambda, you have been surrounded. Surrender quickly. A loud shout came. The heroic Miss Junsha fell from the sky on the wind speed dog. I say, can't you change your words? Lambda shook his head dissatisfiedly. I'm Team Rocket. Team Rocket. If you say I surrender, it will be embarrassing. Besides, where are your people? Miss Junsha was a little embarrassed. You can't say she was too anxious and ran over here alone on a wind speed dog. In terms of strength, Yizang is stronger than her. The two of them are still no match for Lambda, and the situation is still very dangerous. But on the surface, Miss Junsha is very confident. Humph, of course I will set up a dragnet around to prevent you, a treacherous bastard, from escaping. Oh no please, don't call me that, Miss Junsha. Lambda's expression was a little painful. I'm really a good person. Besides, he suddenly laughed. Why didn't I notice that there were your people around? Gas. Groups of gas bombs suddenly emerged from the bushes. They opened their mouths and laughed disdainfully. When did it happen? Yizang and Miss Junsha looked a little frightened. The former was very sure that Lambda had followed him all the way, and this route was determined by him temporarily, and no one knew it. It was impossible for the other party to reserve the advance amount to come here for layout, let alone the latter. She just ran out of the bushes. What if the gas bombs attacked her at that time? Miss Junsha didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Wind speed, didn't you notice? She asked her partner in disbelief. With wind speed shook his head in confusion. His nose twitched, but he didn't find anything wrong. This is the latest invention of our rocket team's scientific research department, Lambda even explained attentively. Although it doesn't last long, after applying it, it can prevent wind speed from detecting for a short time. How about it? Pretty powerful, right? Miss Junsha and Yizang calmed down after hearing this. Sure enough, you bastard, you're going after Tetsuya. Yizang narrowed his eyes slightly. With this thing, if you calculate the time well, you can obviously cover up most of the process, but you left so many loopholes. Oh my. Lambda patted his head in a rather pretentious manner. It's exposed. His expression became a little scary. In this case, you know too much. Why don't you please fulfill a wish of a good man like me? If the wish is spoken out, it won't work. Tetsuya's faint voice came. Flamingo, get rid of them. Down a fiery red shadow shuttled through the jungle. In the blink of an eye, it came to Lambda. Lambda narrowed his eyes. Boom. A violent roar resounded through the sky. The clouds in the sky were shattered by the airwaves coming from below. Cough. Miss Junsha and Yizang were covered in dust by the sudden explosion. Hull in the air, a strong wind came. The dust in the sky was quickly pressed back. Beep. Vegeta's eyes had already locked onto the enemy's position. He looked around. There were no floating gas bombs. They were lying on the ground, their eyes rolling in circles. Lambda couldn't help but applaud, as expected of the new generation leader of the Alliance. Tetsuya, your strength is really amazing. Why are you exactly the same as that trash Bixius? Tetsuya walked out of the jungle slowly, looking at Lambda, as if he was looking at a dead person. He really couldn't beat Bixius. But you, the bottom of the forecarders, why do you want to target him? Lambda's smile gradually faded. I don't like the look in your eyes. He said so. At the same time, he felt a little strange in his heart. As the highest ranking cadre of the Rockets, Bixius's whereabouts have always been very secretive. And he is also used to being alone. Even Lambda is not very clear about what actions the other party has taken. It seems that he has attacked Tetsuya recently. Although he looked down on Bixius, Lambda still recognized the opponent's strength. The boy on the opposite side was able to escape from Bixius's hands. It seems that I underestimated you. Lambda smiled mysteriously. Tetsuya waved his hand. Stop nagging. Guys. Get ready for battle. A dazzling red light flashed. The elves formed a formation very tacitly. He raised his hand to stop Junsha and Yizang, who were ready to help. Just set up defenses nearby according to the plan. Don't let this guy run away. Okay. Before Yizang could react, Miss Junsha nodded and agreed, and even pulled him to the periphery. No. He blurted out the words and stopped in the middle. He took a deep look at his friend. Yizang disappeared into the jungle with the blazing roaring tiger and the slashing commander. TSK 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 TSK. What a big battle. Lambda shivered in disapproval. At the same time, a sneer appeared on his lips. You, the proud sons of the Alliance, are too proud. Choosing to face me alone is the biggest mistake you have made. Lambda's original plan was not like this. He also knew that his boss valued the young man in front of him. However, the development of things is not subject to human will. In desperation, he had to change his plan. Just please, go to hell. Lambda showed a sick smile. Gas while the gloomy voices continued. Darkness soon enveloped the nearby forest. A trainer of the Legion style? This should also be considered a feature. Tetsuya's expression was still so calm. Do you need my help? No, you will need to take action at the end. He rejected the owner of the neutral voice beside him. Everyone, attack. With an order. Colorful lights shone in the darkness. Red fire, green grass, yellow electricity, and powerful energy fluctuations did not dissipate until several kilometers away. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. Yizang subconsciously clenched his fists. Near him were Miss Junsha and the trainers who came to help. Facing a powerful enemy, the human wave tactic is useless. Because the space is so small, it is impossible for a Pokémon to fight an endless number of opponents at the same time. Moreover, the thing of teammates being immune to damage does not exist in reality. It would be a bit of a mistake to accidentally make the Pokémon on your side lose their combat ability. This is also one of the reasons why the 4 gym leaders and even the champions are so respected. Do you think he can really deal with Lambda? A trainer asked. It doesn't matter. Another trainer who was resting against a tree replied, although he is young, he is indeed the strongest among all of us. If he can't deal with him, then adding us won't be much better. It's just a matter of time at most. Anyway, according to the plan, we just pretend to block him from the outside. Well, the higher-ups should have other plans. Just do it with peace of mind. The trainers chatted casually. Yizang couldn't help but feel a little confused when listening. He seemed to know nothing about this. Miss Junsha explained, this is what we agreed on the way here. Tetsuya submitted some kind of report to the Alliance, and the people above agreed anyway. Yizang nodded silently. It's okay, just go back and ask your grandmother. This kind of thing can't be hidden from the grandson of the 4 heavenly kings. Boom, the roar sounded again. The trainers looked over there, quite amazed. Lambda laughed strangely. At this time, his physical condition was not very good. His body was covered with various sharp scars, and traces of blood seeped through the black uniform. You are really good. Lambda looked at Tetsuya with a solemn look in his eyes. What he never expected was that in terms of frontal combat ability, he seemed to be inferior to the little guy in front of him. Tetsuya's face was also a little pale. I admit that, if it was a city battle, the destructive power you created would definitely be the most amazing among the 4 members of Team Rocket. Even the chaos caused by Bixius and Athena is not as great as you. But, this is the wild, and your gas bomb army is not as powerful as you think. But, it seems that you are at a disadvantage now? Lambda forced an ugly smile. Around Tetsuya, the only Pokémon that still retain combat capabilities are Pidgeot, Blaziken, Dragonite, and Gorgon. The remaining 6, including the king level Serpent and Togekiss, have lost their combat capabilities and have been taken back by him. On the other hand, Lambda, although the self-destruction and the big explosion are astonishingly consuming, the results of the battle are also visible to the naked eye. With the huge advantage in numbers, the Pokémon army behind him still has 50 or 60 Pokémon. Half of them are double bomb gas with elite strength. I told you, letting those two guys go just now was the worst decision you made in your life. Lambda laughed wildly, as if he had won. So annoying. Tetsuya sighed at this moment, and put all 4 Pokémon back into the Pokéball. Lambda immediately stopped smiling, and put on a very alert posture. Tetsuya spread his hands to him. Okay, now there shouldn't be any outsiders coming. We can have a good talk. What does that mean? This time, it was Lambda's turn to be confused. Okay. Boss Sakaki has some urgent task for me, and you, a 4th carder, have to make such a big scene to call me out. Tetsuya frowned and looked at Lambda. What nonsense are you talking about? Lambda didn't believe what Tetsuya said. Sakaki's name was no secret to the top leaders of the alliance. The other party could call it out at once, which meant that they were prepared at most. TSK, so, is it not good to have a single line of communication? I have to explain it to you like this. It's so annoying. Tetsuya rubbed his temples with a headache. Tokiwa, Secret of the Earth, Mutuo, Project R, Beedrill, Cat Boss. Do you understand what I mean? He said several terms that made Lambda run easy. How could it be? Lambda fell into confusion. Forget Tokiwa. He had only seen the secret book called Secret of the Earth once in Boss Sakaki's office. He was sure that no one, except Minato and the 4 carders, would know that Boss Sakaki wrote it. Mutuo and Project R are the 2 most confidential information of Team Rocket. If the 4 carders were not the most trusted subordinates promoted by Sakaki, they would not know that the armored Pokémon in Tokiwa Gym is called Mutuo. Beedrill is Boss Sakaki's hidden trump card, and Cat Boss has never left the office. Except for those senior executives, who were lucky enough to enter, let alone the alliance. More than 99% of the Rockets didn't know about this. Damn, I said we should have a code for contact. It's so complicated every time. I'm so annoyed. Tetsuya looked unhappy. Seeing that Lambda still didn't believe it, he cursed. Can you use your pigeon brain to think about it? Don't you know what charity plans our rocket group has? Which orphanage in Viridian City was not built by our rockets? Yes. Lambda was convinced at once. The rockets have many channels to supplement personnel, and it is safest to find people from orphanages. But I don't have any tasks to pass on to you. Lambda's tone weakened involuntarily. He felt that he seemed to have made a mistake this time. The 4 executives of the rockets have a high degree of freedom. Therefore, he did not report this action to Boss Sakaki in advance. The main reason was that Lambda just regarded this as a pastime at the beginning. Fuck it. Zaya was so angry that he almost laughed. Then why the hell did you go to so much trouble to find me? Do you know how much effort I put into meeting Bixius a few days ago? Is your brain filled with gas? Lambda always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put it into words. Now, immediately, right now, pretend to lose and get out. Zaya directly ordered him to leave. Lambda subconsciously raised his foot and walked away. The gas bombs looked at the strange trainer and had to follow him. After walking about a kilometer, Lambda suddenly turned around. Something was wrong. He saw the familiar figure in armor next to Zaya. Over. Chapter 588 Cooperation with International Police. Without any hesitation, Lambda turned around and left. Is that all? Mutuo, transformed from Ditto, asked curiously. Well, thank you. Tetsuya looked at the other person's figure going away and nodded slightly. Normally, although Lambda is a lunatic, it doesn't mean that his brain is not working well. No one would believe what Tetsuya said just now. There are good-for-nothings among the senior members of the Alliance, but gym leaders like RC and 2 respected Pokémon doctors, Professor Oak and Professor Yamanashi, cannot be such people. If there is anything wrong with Tetsuya's background, the Alliance will not promote him so vigorously. If Team Rocket can fake their identities to this extent, why do they need to hide in the dark to seek development? Using superpowers for psychological suggestion, you humans are really quite broad-minded. Ditto Mutuo was still sighing, although it is not a psychic Pokémon itself. But after such a long time of close contact with Mutuo, and after it transformed into Mutuo, its mastery of psychic abilities can be said to exceed that of more than 99.99% of psychic type Pokémon. Even so, it had never imagined that psychic abilities could be used in this way. The principle is actually very simple. It is nothing more than a slight change in the effect of hypnosis. It may be difficult for Pokémon below the champion level to do this, but with the strong support, it does not even require Ditto Mewtwo to practice, and can be used easily. ZHE did not speak either. Perhaps it is the magic of Pokémon that makes people in the Pokémon world tend to be direct. What can't be done? One skill will do it. For the modification of moves, it also focuses more on the enhancement and change of power. But in fact, psychological suggestion is a very effective means of coping for humans. Psychic Pokémon have a unique advantage in this regard. It's just like a ghost type Pokémon wanting to scare people. It's very simple. Humans are like this, let alone Pokémon who grew up in the wild. In front of fists, some intrigues are useless, and will naturally be ignored. Whether it is Ditto or Mewtwo, their strong strength makes them completely unnecessary to use this method to survive in the wild. In addition, the simple minds of the elves also greatly weaken the effect of psychological suggestion. Let's take a step back. If it takes a psychic elf of the quasi-champion level or above to do this, it is better to rush directly to the front, which may be more efficient. They contacted Ditto Mewtwo, mainly because he was too bothered. Then I will go back first. Don't forget what you promised me. Ditto Mewtwo waved his hand and disappeared in an instant. They sighed imperceptibly. He didn't know whether his choice was right or wrong. There is no problem on the human side. The plan has been going smoothly so far, but it is difficult to guarantee that Ditto Mewtwo will not go wrong. The champion level Mewtwo who knows such a use of psychic power has quite amazing destructive power and influence. However, one of them is kind-hearted and the other has his own bottom line, so there shouldn't be too many problems. Zay shook his head and put this problem behind him. What we need to do now is to solve the problem that people from Team Rocket have been targeting us one after another. There was a violent fluctuation of fighting in the distance. That was Miss Junsha and the trainers intercepting Lambda according to the plan. However, they were no match for the opponent with signs of letting up. In just a few minutes, his figure disappeared completely. Lambda, who was full of questions and anxious to return to the base, did not find anything wrong at all. Tetsuya took out his watch and dialed the phone. Hello, is this Handsome? I have some information about the boss of Team Rocket, a cross-regional dark organization. Are you interested? Huh. The handsome guy who hadn't contacted Tetsuya for a long time was caught off guard when he heard such a message. He was stunned. If you don't want it, I will contact Helisei or Kalint. Anyway, they are all here international police. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Tetsuya frowned and said directly, no, of course. The handsome guy quickly replied, tell boss Kuriji that I will go, and Kalint is unreliable. He also found that Tetsuya seemed to be in a bad mood today. In the past exchanges, the other party had never spoken to him in such a tone. Sakaki, the leader of the Tokiwa Gym and the chairman of the Rocket Group, is the boss of the Rocket team hidden in the dark. Tetsuya also said this calmly. Moreover, the opponent's strength is probably a little stronger than Watari. The handsome guy was silent. After a long time, he smiled dryly and responded to Tetsuya. Is it April Fool's Day today? This joke is not very funny, brother Tetsuya. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I have told you my information. The source is Lambda, one of the 4 cadres of the Rocket team. Tetsuya didn't think the handsome guy's reaction was strange. No matter who knows this news, they will definitely not believe it at the first time. Sakaki's personal charm is still full in public. It's just that the direction of fullness is completely opposite to that behind the scenes. The most important thing is that Sakaki's appearance is not low. Among the 8 major gyms in Kanto, he is the most popular gym leader. Even the beautiful Legia has to rank second. The handsome guy who was performing a mission in the wild couldn't help but clench his fists. What's wrong? Beside him, his assistant Machio looked at him strangely. It was just a phone call. Why did he suddenly have such a big emotional fluctuation? Nothing. The handsome guy took a few deep breaths to calm down. He knew that ZHE was not a person who liked to brag. Every time the information and intelligence provided by the other party, there was basically no mistake. But this matter is really a bit big. Besides, want to investigate one of the 8 major gym leaders in a region. And the other party is the boss of a cross-regional group on the surface, and secretly the boss of the largest dark organization in 2 regions. This difficulty makes the handsome guy feel a headache. "This is the first time I don't want to meet you so much," he said to ZHE in a bad mood. The latter chuckled. The handsome guy is actually a very good commission. Although he is a bit old-fashioned and stubborn, he has never disappointed anyone in completing tasks. Otherwise, he, who can be called young, would not have become a capable person that the bosses of various departments of the international police want to fight for. E.g., Merton, Lilla. Without something in his hand, how could he have changed 3 bosses one after another and his position rose steadily? The handsome guy scratched his head painfully. He also knew why Tetsuya contacted him. He has already sat on the position of the leader of the 8 great gyms. How much trust can be placed on the top of the alliance? There is a big question mark. The international police, who are independent of the various regional alliances, are obviously the best choice. This is their job. Detecting crimes and arresting criminals. That's all. I'm in Sinnoh now, and I won't go back until sometime. Then we'll meet and talk. The handsome guy pondered for a while, and gave Tetsuya an answer. Okay. Tetsuya smiled with satisfaction. Although he didn't say it explicitly, according to his understanding of the handsome guy, the other party would definitely not ignore this information. Whoever passes by will leave a trace. If Sakaki can really hide his identity to perfection, then he has nothing to say. Even if it is true. 3 years. No, just 1 or 2 more years will do. The flame of excitement ignited in Tetsuya's eyes. He really wanted to try whether his future self had the ability to compete with Sakaki. Not to mention, being able to completely crush the opponent. After all, the opponent is also one of the few geniuses in the elf world. Just set a small goal, beat him so that he can't take care of himself. He silently set a task for himself. As for whether the international police can hold back Sakaki and Team Rocket for so long, the answer is inevitable. Not only Team Rocket, but also Team Galaxy, Team Plasma, Team Waterfleet, Team Magma, these famous dark organizations, are all targets that the international police have to deal with. It's just an investigation, not a direct war. If they can't do this, Tetsuya despises them. Tetsuya. A call sounded in the jungle. A group of people led by Miss Junsha ran over. "Sorry for bothering you, otherwise we should be able to catch that guy, and it would be a great achievement." Tetsuya said so. Damn. Someone among the trainers immediately expressed his objection. "That's right, that guy's not so easy to catch. And if you hadn't stopped him by yourself, we would have suffered a lot of losses." Looking at the ruins after the battle, the others subconsciously agreed with the other party's statement. Only after fighting with Lambda in person, you know how difficult it is to deal with that madman. It's not a matter of strength. It's that as long as you are not careful, your life will be threatened. The desperate tactic of the self-destructing truck is unacceptable to normal people. Although they are curious about what plan Tetsuya has with the Alliance, the trainers who came to support also know that this is not something they should know. After a few pleasantries, they followed Miss Junsha and left the scene. Lambda ran away, but the mission was still successful. Next, it's time to get the mission reward. No wonder they have a good impression of Tetsuya. It's quite rare to earn a lot of money easily and safely. There is still one person who didn't leave. That is Yizang. "What are you thinking, guy?" he asked with a frown. "You can ask Grandma Kikuko and see if she will tell you." Tetsuya shrugged indifferently. The order issued by the Alliance was not made up by him. It's just that the source is a little different from the normal situation. He discussed the whole incident with Professor Oak and Dr. Yamanashi. After all, these two are the reason why he dared to do this. "You guy." Yizang found that he was more and more confused about his friend's behavior. "You say he is brave, but he acts very cautiously. You say he is timid, but nothing he does is surprising." "Forget it. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'll ask myself when I get back." Yizang decisively gave up the idea of getting information from Tetsuya. "Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Huh? Tetsuya made a strange sound. Yu Zhang cast a contemptuous look at him. No way, I risked my life for you. Don't you have any respect? How dare you, a third generation rich man, rob a poor man like me? ZHE also rolled his eyes. No money, but my life. Want to get something from him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, he thought of something. His eyes rolled. Actually, you can ask for a reward, but you have to go with me. ZHE also smiled meanly at the coolie in front of him. In the cerulean cave. Why is he here again? Ditto Mutuo, who had just returned to his nest, was a little puzzled. What? In the darkness on the side, the real Mutuo, who had no breath, opened his eyes. It understood after a glance at the superpowers. Don't worry, I'm not looking for you. Closing his eyes carelessly, Mutuo once again entered a semi-dormant state. Okay. Ditto Mutuo shook his tail indifferently. He sat down on a nearby rock in boredom. His body turned into a pool of purple liquid. It also stopped moving. The entire core area seemed quiet. Except for a few people, no one knew that such a powerful spirit existed in this place. Here, this is for you. Call your blazing roaring tiger and slashing commander as well. Zay took out 2 shovels from his space backpack and gave one to Yu Zhang. What do you mean? The latter was a little confused. Zay ignored him completely and looked for something on his own. If this is set as the origin coordinate, then the marked place should be in the east-northeast direction of here. In terms of distance, it should be about 80 meters, he muttered to himself. His footsteps kept measuring the position. He stood still in a featureless place. The shovel was stuck into the ground. Okay, start digging. He issued an order with great momentum. Yu Zhang was not a fool. Combining the information he knew, he quickly reacted. This is not good. He seemed a little embarrassed, but the movements of his hands were faster than Tetsuya's. The 2 perfect laborers, blazing roaring tiger and slash commander, dug the soil under the command of their trainer with a confused look on their faces. Half an hour later, a big pit suddenly appeared in the original place. Is your place right? Yu Zhang, who was suffering from backache, complained. It shouldn't be. Tetsuya was also a little strange. He closed his eyes and recalled the pattern of the entire carpet again. There was no problem with the details. It was roughly in this direction. So where was the problem? After glancing at a few seemingly useless patterns, Tetsuya's head shuddered. Yu Zhang, let your blazing roaring tiger use the secret power. It should be able to do it, right? Of course. Yu Zhang also reacted. Blazing roaring tiger, use the secret power on the surrounding rocks and trees. Raw blazing roaring tiger nodded, and a group of light balls condensed in his hands and scattered in all directions. Under the gaze of the 2, under a certain big tree, a dark cave entrance slowly took shape. At the same time, Mutuo, in the core of the cerulean cave, opened his eyes again. Chapter 589. I have it, but I don't mind having one more collection. Sure, with a flash of his body, Mutuo quietly disappeared from the spot. Only the rock that Ditto turned into remained motionless. Looking at the secret base exposed to the sun, Yu Zhang rubbed his hands excitedly. Of course, ZHE also knew that the other party was not interested in the treasure that might exist inside. This guy was just enjoying the fun of opening the treasure chest. Then let's. Just halfway through the words, the eyes of Yu Zhang and his 2 elves became dull. A silver purple figure appeared beside ZHE. It looked curiously at the secret base that seemed to appear out of thin air. Didn't you say you don't mind being seen? ZHE muttered. Then I will unlock it. Mutuo pretended to raise his right paw. ZHE hurriedly stepped forward and pressed it. No, 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 this is also good. There is no need. He still hoped that as few people as possible knew about the existence of Mutuo. The main reason was that it was annoying to explain to Yu Zhang. Speaking of which, this place is just outside your nest. Haven't you discovered it at all in the past 3 years? ZHE asked in confusion. Mutuo shook his head. No, there are not many wild Pokémons who can master that skill just now, and I didn't know it originally. The implication is that now he can. The power of secrets is not a particularly difficult skill to learn. With Mutuo's strength, it is a piece of cake to master such a thing. After watching it once, then please take out the things inside. ZHE also shrugged. It happened that he also disliked the dirty things inside because of the long time. Muto didn't say anything, but a faint purple light emanated from his eyes. A palm-sized locked treasure chest slowly floated out. The thick dust covering the surface told the long time it had experienced. Click, the sound of the iron lock breaking sounded. The treasure chest was directly opened under Muto's control. Before they had any thoughts, a glass marble was taken out by Muto and placed on his palm. The pattern inside was half purple and half lavender. What is this? I feel a very familiar breath from it. It's like my own. Muto was a little confused. Mega Evolution Stone. Tetsua's eyes bulged out, and it looked like it was actually Muto's Mega Evolution Stone. I just don't know if it's the Fighting Plus Psychic X form or the pure Psychic Y form. No wonder this Otaku Muto suddenly ran out of the cerulean cave. It turned out that it was because it sensed this thing. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. Where did the grandfather of the man who lost the carpet get this thing from? And he actually knew it was precious and hid it. Tetsuya was sure if the other party dared to pass this thing down like a family heirloom, someone would definitely go looking for trouble with his descendants. Feeling the gaze of Muto, Tetsuya didn't hide it and explained it in detail. So, I can evolve too? Muto looked at the little thing in his palm and was really excited and impatient. Tetsuya thought about it carefully. I'm not sure if you can mega evolve a Pokémon alone. If it's a normal Pokémon, it basically needs to resonate with the trainer who holds the keystone to mega evolve. The legendary Hone 3 idiots are different from this. The changes of flying and fathead are called primal reversion. It belongs to the use of natural forces. The form after the change is actually their true appearance. As for Caterpillar, although it is mega evolved, it does not need a super evolution stone. Only the finishing touch skill is enough. The only legendary beast that Tetsuya can think of that has mega evolved is probably the two siblings living in the water city in Johto. After hearing this, Muto quietly put away his evolution stone. It tried it just now. Although the power is the same as its own, it has no way to guide it for its own use. Maybe what it lacks is a resonance of the trainer that Tetsuya mentioned. Or something else. It doesn't matter. As long as you get it, you will be able to use it one day. Hey, you are too direct. Tetsuya rolled his eyes at the side. This is what he dug out with great effort. Moreover, from the perspective of ownership, this box should belong to the young couple. He is just a middleman who resold it. Even though the value of the superstone is very high, they did not think of taking it for himself. He still has this basic morality of being a human being. Mine. Muto stared at Zay and lightly declared his sovereignty. Wild elves believe that the strong own everything. Want to steal something? Ask the fist if it agrees. Okay, yours. Zay also consciously raised his hands and put on a gesture of surrender. Don't think that Muto is happy to talk to him. If he really doesn't like him, he can kill him with a wave of his hand. There is another one in the box. That one belongs to you. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. As soon as Muto finished speaking, he immediately teleported and disappeared. He left as suddenly as he came. Looking at Yizo, who had not returned to normal next to him, Zay knew that this was the time Muto gave him to sell the stolen goods. Why bother? I didn't mean to hide it from him. He sighed. But he honestly took out the remaining glass marble in the box and put it in his hand. It was different from the one that Muto took away. The one in his hand had a pattern that was half orange and half silver gray. Fuck. Oh. ZHE also cursed unconsciously. He knew this one. This was the Mega Evolution Stone of the quasi-god Metagross. Even among all the Mega Evolution Stones, the value of this thing was enough to rank among the top few. ZHE also had tears flowing from the corners of his mouth. Wake up. He felt that he could not bear this kind of pain alone. So he decisively kicked the dazed Yizo awake. The latter, who was confused and fell face down on the ground, raised his head angrily. What are you doing? Then, he saw the treasure chest on the side. When did this thing appear here? Have we been in? He scratched his head curiously. No, he had no impression. ZHE also rolled his eyes. This Muto don't know how to deal with after sales problems. Bad review. However, it was easy to solve it. He spread his palm towards Yizang without saying a word. Yizang thought that Zhe was going to hit him, so he subconsciously got up from the ground and took a few steps back. Facing the other party's speechless gaze, he chuckled. The smile froze on his face. Yizang's eyes gradually revealed disbelief. No, didn't you get this thing from the box? He became a little stuttering when he spoke. Zhe nodded as a matter of course. I'm lucky. I got a gold with one shot. Yizang didn't understand, but he felt it was unreasonable. Why? He roared at the sky. Why didn't he dare to roar at Zhe? Because he was afraid of being beaten. In Zhe's stunned eyes, Yizang searched the dusty box like a hungry tiger. He was still muttering, since there are Metagross evolution stones, there should be at least something else, right? Yes, there is. Zhe confirmed his idea. It was just taken away by a perverted existence. He had checked it a long time ago. There were only these 2 evolution stones in the box. To say there were only these 2 was a bit exaggerated. Without mentioning the Muto one, the Mega Evolution Stone of Metagross alone was precious enough. Moreover, it was easy to sell. Let's go back and deal with this thing. Thinking about his own little plan, Tetsuya pulled the incredulous Yuizo and left the vicinity of the Cerulean Cave. Cerulean City. In a familiar small house. The couple looked at Tetsuya, who had explained his purpose clearly, and their minds were also a little confused. You mean, this glass bead is worth several hundred million? The man's hands trembled slightly. Oh my god, my grandfather is actually a hidden rich man. That's right. Tetsuya agreed with the other party. In the previous auction at the Mandarin department store in Mandarin City, the Mega Evolution Stones of Beedrill and Scyther were sold at an average price of about 130 million. If it was Metagross, it would not be a problem to raise the price by 2 or 3 times. As for the Muto one, Tetsuya did not mention it. The Super Evolution Stone of the first level god. This is no longer a surprise, but a shock. So what do you mean? The male owner forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart and looked at Zhe. He admired the other party for doing this. If it were him, he would probably run away as soon as he got it. The league also gave an explanation of the loss of their own things. Since they are the forecasters of the rockets, there is nothing they can do. At most, they can only think that they are unlucky. As long as the other party doesn't say it, they will never know the existence of this Super Evolution Stone. I want to buy this Super Evolution Stone from you. I don't know if you. No problem. Before Zhe finished speaking, the male owner immediately agreed. I haven't finished yet. The former was a little helpless. I have prepared several payment plans here. You can take a look. Or do you want anything yourself? He took out the list he had prepared long ago and put it on the table. The couple looked at each other, their eyes a little blank. What do you want? If it was before, they would definitely be able to say a lot of things they wanted. Isn't it easy to spend money in this world? But now, they are a little unsure. Because they really have so much money. Take a look at the plan I gave you first. Maybe you can get some inspiration. Zhe pointed to his list and said, okay. The two of them started reading it, as if they had grabbed a straw. They read it in great detail. Zhe was not in a hurry either, and chatted with people on the watch very leisurely. He thought the price he gave was very reasonable. There was no need for the other party to refuse. About half an hour later, the couple finally got out of the pile of text. Mr. Zhe. Just call me Zhe. Zhe waved his hand without caring. Speaking of which, he should thank the 2 people in front of him. Super Evolution Stones have no fixed origin and are extremely rare. His keystone has been buried in the bottom of the box for a long time. This time, he finally saw the possibility of seeing the light of day. Okay, Tetsuya. The male owner would naturally not refuse the kindness of a powerful trainer. We discussed it and felt that the second plan is in line with our ideas. A qualification for the 3 great Pokémon of the king level plus the standard plan for the evolution and cultivation of 3 types of Pokémon. You can choose, plus 100 million in cash. Tetsuya was of course very clear about what he wrote. I have to explain it to you first. It is one thing to obtain the qualification for the 3 great Pokémon of the king level, and it is another thing to be recognized and even cultivated to the king level. We understand this. The couple nodded quickly, and this qualification is not prepared for the 2 of us. Tetsuya smelled the dog food smell from the married couple. It's good for you to know. This is my contact information. Just tell me when you need it. Then what about the plan for the 3 types of Pokémon? What are you going to choose? He asked. Vine Monster, Shelder, and Pearl Oyster. The couple reported the names of the 3 Pokémon a little nervously. Pearl Oysters may not work well. Zay frowned. It's not that I can't give it to you, but if you want to use it to make money, there may be some obstacles. The 2 people obviously thought about it. Grass type vine monsters are easy to cultivate, and the combat power of the evolved giant vines is not low. The pearls produced by the big tongue shell can open up industries, and the outstanding ones who use the water stone to evolve into the iron shell are very powerful. The pearls that can enhance the spiritual power produced by the evolution of pearl oysters are very rare materials, and they are completely high-end products. Sure enough, there are no real fools in this world. However, the limitations of knowledge make their choices more or less problematic. Pearl oysters are not so easy to produce pearls. Is that so? The couple hesitated. They still believed in Zay's advice. In this case, let's choose paras. They quickly reported their alternative plans. That's no problem. They didn't say anything this time. The pearls of the big tongue shell and the mushroom spores of paras still have a large market. In terms of long-term value, for a family it may be much higher than the Mega Evolution Stone of Metagross. Time and money, it's just a game of choosing one or the other. 100 million in cash will be transferred to your account before 2400 hours tonight. The cultivation plan will be 2 days later, but it will definitely be sent to you within 72 hours. Contact me if you have anything. After bidding farewell to the happy couple, Zaya took the Mega Evolution Stone of Metagross back to his home. Originally, he planned to exchange the money for the goods. But based on the trust between the 2 parties, the other party did not bring up this matter at all. Beep. Without any pause, Zaya called Dago. Zaya, transfer the money. I said I already have one, but you still have to give it to me. Dago on the other end was speechless. Forget it. It's the same to collect it. It's just right to have 2 to wear alternately. Listen. Zaya felt embarrassed to be too gentle after hearing this. The end. Chapter 590. Fighting Hualan again. I've sent you the list of materials and the account number. I mainly want to exchange it with you for a Mega Evolution Stone for Flame Chicken. After a few jokes, the 2 quickly returned to the main topic. Dago does have a need for Mega Evolution Stone for Metagross. Of course, it's not entirely for collection. As a special item that can release the hidden energy in the body of Pokémon, Mega Evolution Stone has a very high research value. Devon Company will naturally not ignore the development in this area. Like Sulaf Company, they also have a special research institute to conduct in-depth exploration. However, the main reason why Mega Evolution Stone is still a secret to most people is that the number is too small. Not to mention the Mega Evolution Stone of quasi-gods like Metagross. Even the Mega Evolution Stones of Hordia, Beedrill, and Raiden are very rare. Even if Dago is as rich as he is, he dare not give his only Mega Evolution item to the researchers to mess around with. What if something goes wrong? For a while, no matter how rich he is, he may not be able to get the second one. From this point of view, Dago saying that he wants to use it in turns is not a big problem. The cultivation materials are fine. You can go directly to the German direct sales store to pick them up. He said lightly. I have also arranged for the Alliance coins. They will be in the account in an hour. It will take some time to confirm the cross-regional transfer. As for the Mega Evolution Stone of Flame Chicken, Dago frowned rarely. Why? You don't have it? Tetsuya asked nervously. It shouldn't be. Although the Mega Evolution Stones of the big 3 are also valuable, a stone fanatic like Dago must have a collection. No, I do, but there is only one. Dago's face was a little tangled. If I give this to you, I will have none. Damn. Tetsuya rolled his eyes. He should have expected this to happen. How about Pidgeot? I have 2 of that. Dago tried to bargain. No. Tetsuya shook his head frantically. The Mega Evolution of Pidgeot is not much. Or, you can give me an electric dragon? 2 for 1. A friendly price? Bargaining. Who doesn't know how to do it? Impossible. Even if it's Metagross, it's impossible to exchange 2 for 1. Not to mention that you want 100 million in cash and so many cultivation materials. Daigo objected. What should we do then? Tetsuya spread his hands. Vegeta's Mega Evolution Stone is really not necessary. Although the speed and defense capabilities have been improved a lot, they are more reflected in energy attacks. Unfortunately, in the skill list, the attack skills mastered by Pidgeot are all physical, except for a few moves such as Air Slash and Air Blade Storm. In sharp contrast is Electro Dragon. It also improves the ability of energy attack, and the moves it often uses and can master can be said to be perfectly matched with it. Although it can also use special moves such as Thunder Fist for close combat. But Electro Dragon's small body is really forgotten. This stalemate lasted for a full half a quarter of an hour. Daigo finally agreed to Tetsuya's trade request with a decadent look on his face. For him, losing a collection of stones is more painful than killing him. Okay, I'll trade with you first next time I get one. Tetsuya comforted him. Daigo didn't believe his nonsense. Do you know how rare Mega Evolution Stones are? There are so many kinds of Pokémon, but only 20 or 30 Mega Evolution Stones have been found. Even I haven't collected a complete set yet. This is not a question of money or not. It's that there are no Mega Evolution Stones on the market. No matter how rich Daigo is, he can't ask others to make Mega Evolution Stones out of thin air. Is it so exaggerated? Tetsuya scratched his cheek. When he watched the anime in his previous life, he felt that everyone could Mega Evolve. And the process of getting the Mega Evolution Stone of Metagross this time didn't seem difficult. It was just opening a secret base. It's so exaggerated. Daigo nodded with certainty. The combat power improvement brought by the Mega Evolution Stone is in existence that can break the balance. If it was so easy to get, everyone would have gone crazy looking for it. This is true. Even for Pidgeot, the ability improvement after Mega Evolution is not suitable for its type, and the combat power before and after can be said to be a huge change. 1 against 2 may not be possible, but crushing is not a problem. Especially at Daigo's level. The slightest improvement may determine the outcome, not to mention the sudden improvement of 1/3 or more. Daigo said, send me your address in Hulan City, and I will send it to you later. Okay. Tetsuya's mouth was filled with happiness. It's comfortable to kill a rich man. How can ordinary people give you the opportunity to pick and choose? Then I'll wait for your good news. Smiling and waving goodbye to Daigo, he ignored the other party's somewhat dark face and hung up the phone. The next afternoon. Hello, is this Mr. Tetsuya Tamaka's home? A deep male voice sounded in the air. Yes, there is a package, right? Just throw it down. Tetsuya, who was resting in the living room, ran out immediately. After confirming his identity, the courier riding on Pidgeot threw down a box with a small parachute. It swayed and fell in front of the customer, with an error of no more than half a meter. Pidgeot SF Express is dedicated to serving you. Give it a 5-star praise. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, and then disappeared into the sky. Beep. Pidgeot, lying on the open ground, chirped disdainfully. A rookie, he didn't know how to be respectful when he saw the big brother in the tribe. It curiously put its head close to the trainer. What's in it? Pidgeot was a little eager to move. Go away. ZHG pushed its bird head away in annoyance. You didn't brush your teeth today. It stinks. Beep. Pidgeot waved its wings in dissatisfaction. No, how can elves brush their teeth every day? That's the habit of you humans. When you are old and your teeth fall out, you can't even bite meat. ZHG's words made Pidgeot's body stiffen. Can't bite meat. That won't do. It staggered to the edge of the pond and rinsed its mouth. P.O. The Emperor Nabo, who was still enjoying the spa, suddenly felt a foul smell coming. Turning around, it turned out that it was Pidgeot who was doing bad things in his activity area. It let out an angry roar. Beep. Pidgeot waved his wings indifferently. What's the big deal? The water you spray usually comes out of your mouth. It's all the same. Bo Beep. The two Pokémon started arguing with each other. ZHE didn't pay attention to the dispute he caused. While sighing that the courier was really accurate, he waved and called his old friend, Blazing Chicken, come here. Down Blaziken, who was basking in the sun and watching the show, ate the melon and fell on himself. It walked over in a daze. Take this, let's go to the cerulean gym. ZHE also threw the courier box into Blaziken's arms in a very casual manner and then walked out. Down Mo Blaziken followed without knowing why. It looked at the courier box in its hand and didn't find anything special. Go to the cerulean gym? What for? For a fire type Blaziken, places full of water are very annoying. Generally speaking, it was Dragonite or other companions who accompanied Tetsuya there, and it was rare for Blaziken to go with him. The villa that Tetsuya rented was not far from the cerulean gym. A few minutes later, a man and a Pokémon appeared in front of the gym. Hello, may I ask if Master Minglin is back today? Tetsuya knocked on the desk at the front desk and asked. It's trainer Tetsuya. The lady at the front desk also became familiar with this handsome boy. During this period, Tetsuya has been running to the cerulean gym quite a lot. After all, he also serves as Zyuksha's teacher. Master Minglin is back and is in the training room. You can go directly to him. The lady answered Tetsuya's question with a smile. I'm about to get off work too. Shall we have dinner together tonight? No, Sister Miko. Tetsuya walked towards the training room with Blaziken and didn't forget to backstab the lady at the front desk. I think you seem to have gained weight recently, so you should eat less. Fat. Fat? Fat. Miko had a familiar smile on her face, but there seemed to be a fire burning in her eyes. This bastard, can he speak human language? Arriving at the breeding room, Minglin was happily chatting with her little granddaughter. Gyarados was splashing water in the pool beside her out of boredom. Roar seeing Zaya coming, it let out an excited roar. Why are you roaring? Minglin slapped it in the face in a bad mood. Zyuksha was scared by you. Gyarados shrank its head, looking timid. It's okay, Grandpa, don't blame it. Zyuksha, who looked a little pale, waved her hands repeatedly to indicate that she was fine. Raw Gyarados narrowed his eyes, as if he was smiling. A huge head came close to Zyuksha. Sure enough, human cubs are cute. Zyuksha, who was about to shed tears, didn't realize that her own trainer was on the verge of anger. Minglin raised her cane without hesitation and gave Gyarados a 3-hit combo. Although it was so light that it was unnoticeable, Gyarados pretended to be dying and floated in the pool. Seeing this, Zay shook his head helplessly. This Gyarados at Gym Master Minglin has a unique personality. A normal Gyarados, even if it respects its trainer, would probably get angry if treated like this. But this one just pretended to be dead. I don't know how Minglin cultivated it. Raw seeing that its own trainer seemed to want to give it a cane. Gyarados saw that the situation was not good and went directly underwater. Can't you talk it out? Do you have to fight? Shame on you. Minglin cursed with a smile. The old man has a good relationship with his Pokémon. Anyway, it doesn't cost money, so they gave a compliment. Just as one was sent away, another one came. Minglin shook his head helplessly. Don't play this trick on me. Tell me, what's the matter with you coming here suddenly? As he spoke, he looked at the Blaziken following Zay. Although it was not the first time he saw it, Minglan was still very impressed. This muscle, this state, this hair, this look. He thought about it from another perspective. If it were him, he might not be able to do it so perfectly. The attributes are different, but the cultivation of the elves is the same. Minglan, who is good at water type Pokémon, has also done a lot of research on the fire type that he restrains. With his strong strength and wide knowledge, he certainly knows the difficulty of cultivating such a Pokémon. Hehe. ZHE touched his head embarrassedly. I got a good thing, and I want to try it with you. Oh. Minglan straightened up with interest. Looking at the express box and the arms of Flame Chicken, he quickly thought of something. That's it. He nodded in understanding. That thing can't be successful easily. Have you tried it? No. ZHE also smiled. So I'm asking you to try it. The process of fighting will always help with its use. That's right. Minglan agreed. Then I'll accompany you to try it. Dong dong. As he said that, he knocked on the edge of the swimming pool with his cane. Roar, a water column suddenly appeared. Water splashed everywhere. Gyarados floated in the air again. Its eyes were quite hot. It has been a long time since I moved my body. It seems that it is not bad to educate the children. The Flame Chicken holding the express box was silent. Only the more violent flame on its wrist told its inner feelings. It didn't know what the trainer and the old man were talking about. but its intuition told it that it was a good thing. Xiaoxia, go and call your 3 sisters over. Minglan turned around and told her little granddaughter, and at the same time pressed a switch on the wall next to her. Boom boom, the ground under her feet was shaking. Half of the originally vast indoor pool was covered with the floating board in an instant. Let's go. Zay patted Flame Chicken's back, took the express box and opened it. Get off. Flame Chicken immediately became a little agitated. This box is also a good thing. Zay looked at the express box in his hand with some surprise. No wonder Flame Chicken didn't show any reaction along the way. It turned out that this thing blocked all perception. TSK, rich people are good. These things are given away for free, he exclaimed, and then took out the necklace-style glass marbles inside. Anyway, the box is his, and he will study it later. Now the things inside are more important. Come on, lower your head, and put this on. He smiled and hung the thing on Flame Chicken's neck. The white feathers under the neck covered it well. Feeling the coldness of the glass marbles, Flame Chicken was faintly looking forward to it. Are you ready? Minglan, who stood still, reminded. Come on, you have to try it to know. Here I come. Zay responded and came to the command desk opposite. Then, the next battle will be between Tetsuya Tamaki from Tokiwa City and Minglan, the leader of the Hualun Gym. The referee had already taken his position without anyone noticing. He waved the flag in his hand calmly, as if there were no surprises. Over. Chapter 591, The Shining Light of Evolution. Then it's you. Go. Blaziken. Gyarados, prepare for battle. The shouts of the 2 trainers echoed in the sky above the arena. The 3 sisters who were called by Xiaoxia sat in the stands panting. Hey. The pink-haired 3rd sister mutant quietly poked her eldest sister's waist. Why did you suddenly start fighting? You ask me. Who should I ask? The eldest sister Sakura rolled her eyes. Isn't it that you are more familiar with him, eldest sister? The blue-haired girl next to her said with a smile. She is a chorus, the second oldest among the 3. Except for the different hairstyles and colors, the faces of the 3 sisters are 80% similar. Don't look at the trainer's strength. In terms of attraction, these 3 sisters are absolutely full. According to incomplete statistics, the flow of people in Cerulean City will increase by at least 10 points during their water ballet performance. This is a rather exaggerated number. The economic benefits brought are also very amazing. Sakura pouted in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by familiar or not? I have never chatted with that guy. In fact, she was the one who tried to chat with Tetsuya, and he didn't reply. He was mainly disgusted by the silly questions she asked. He usually doesn't talk to fools, for fear of being infected. I think you are in love and want to find him, but he doesn't even care about you. After all, they are sisters. Peony hit the nail on the head. Seeing that Sakura was a little embarrassed, a chorus hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Okay, let's take a look first. Grandpa asked us to come here for a reason. Xiaoxia, come here and tell your second sister what happened just now. She called out to the dazed Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia honestly told everything she saw. Below, Flame Chicken stood as steady as a rock on the constantly undulating floating board. Feeling the rich water energy coming from all around, it frowned in extreme discomfort. In sharp contrast to it was the Gyarados on the opposite side. The excited look was as if it had found its second spring. You attack first. As a senior and the stronger party, Minglan naturally gave up the right to attack first. ZHE didn't bother to be polite with him. Blazing Chicken, bodybuilding and double sword dance. Next the surging muscles kept jumping. The muscles on the seemingly slender body of Blaziken appeared one by one, and then returned to the invisible. This speed of use, Minglan nodded in admiration. Then Gyarados, use the water gun, to greet the opponent first. Raw Gyarados, swimming on the water surface, roared violently. Inside the big mouth that never closed, there was a faint blue light shining. Boom. A water column as thick as a person's body gushed out the next moment. Even the most basic water-based moves, supported by strong strength, cannot be underestimated. Dodge. In response, ZHE also gave orders calmly. Blaziken's buff triple combo has not yet been completed. Although it is used very quickly, Minglan and Gyarados react faster. Is this the pressure of the semi-champion level? It's really exciting. A trace of heat flashed in his eyes. After such a long battle, this was the first time that Flame Chicken encountered such a situation. Hearing this, Flame Chicken, who was performing the second sword dance, decisively stopped using the skill. With a powerful kick of his legs, boom. The splash of water from the floating board stirred up a water curtain between the two sides. While blocking the vision, Flame Chicken dodged the attack of the water gun at a very fast speed. Reciprocity. Use Jet Flame. Blindly taking a beating is not the fighting style of Tetsuya and Flame Chicken. With a wave of his hand, he commanded Flame Chicken to blow the horn of counterattack. The gap between the semi-champion and the king is not so big that it cannot be made up like the gap between the semi-king and the king. Even though Minglan's Gyarados is experienced, Tetsuya also feels that Flame Chicken has the strength to fight. The scorching flame streaked across the sky above the pool. A layer of light white mist quietly emerged. The unusually high temperature caused the pool water to turn into gas as soon as it came into contact with the flames. I use a water gun and you use a jet of fire. This is not a courtesy. Grandpa Minglan straightened his bent body. Gyarados, let the young people see the violence of water. Use the water tail to crush the flames. Roar. Gyarados' body shook rapidly. A stream of water wrapped around the wide tail fin. With it, waves followed. Under Gyarados' control, the water in the pool actually became a tool for it to defend. Water Pokémon are invincible in water. Minglan calmly expressed his views. It's like a ground type Pokémon standing on the ground has infinite power, and a flying Pokémon can fly freely in the sky. For Pokémon, the suitability of the combat environment is very important. Otherwise, the difference in weather will not be the deciding factor in the battle. The seemingly invincible jet of fire seemed a little helpless under the impact of the waves. After just a few seconds, it disappeared without a trace. Blazing Chicken, use Fire Kick. Tetsuya's voice sounded again, unconsciously, taking advantage of the gap when Gyarados was dealing with the jet of flames, and with the cover of the water curtain, Flame Chicken had already come close to Gyarados. With a kick of its legs, it came into the air. Fierce flames burned on Flame Chicken's feet. Facing Gyarados, a water and flying type, Flame Chicken can be said to be perfectly restrained. The most direct way to win is to get close and use Thunder Punch to hit it hard. 4 times restraint is no joke. Come on. Minglan's eyes burst into a gleam of light. Gyarados, use Ghost Face to stop it. Roar with a roar. Gyarados' originally unfriendly face instantly darkened. With the effect of the intimidation characteristic, Flame Chicken's mind was immediately filled with it. It can be seen with the naked eye that its movements in the air slowed down, and the intensity of the burning flames also decreased. Now, use Bite. Minglan's attack was like a tide. ZHE now understood how the opponent got his nickname. As a water-type Pokémon trainer, he played an attack rhythm that was more violent than that of electric and fire types. It must be said that this was indeed very strong. Blazing Chicken, wake up, he shouted. Tetsuya was completely confident in his trump card. He had faced stronger opponents before. So what if he had a quasi-champion level Gyarados? Down Blaziken's eyes regained clarity. Looking at the Gyarados that opened its mouth wide and attacked it, it suddenly fell down at the critical moment. Squeak! Wow, the sound of teeth colliding and the sound of objects falling into the water sounded one after another. Gyarados, who was biting in the air, shook his head unhappily. Then, use the waterfall to take it to the sky. Minglan did not give Tetsuya and Blaziken any chance to breathe. As soon as he entered the battle, he seemed to have changed into a different person. From a kind old grandfather to a cold and aggressive maniac. The huge body turned. The water column that soared into the sky quickly rotated around the Gyarados. The water level in the pool continued to drop. Oops. Tetsuya's face turned ugly. In this situation, it would be very difficult for Flame Chicken to get out. He subconsciously clenched his right hand. He gritted his teeth. In this case, let's try it. Isn't this the purpose of this trip? Tetsuya slowly opened his palm. A glass marble with a clear color band and a gene chain pattern appeared. What should I do next? His movements were a little stagnant. Should he shout something like the key that hides the power of darkness? Show me your true power. The seal is lifted. Or should he just raise it like in the animation? Seeing this, Minglan smiled mysteriously. Tetsuya boy. He suddenly called out to attract Tetsuya's attention. When the latter looked up, Minglin had already raised the cane that he often held in his hand for show. He turned his wrist slightly. An identical colored glass marble was embedded in it. Stronger, more violent, more courageous. This is my way of fighting. Gyarados, Mega Evolution. The old man's 2 fingers covered the keystone. In an instant, a strong light filled everyone's sight. In the center of the blue triangle on Gyarados' forehead, a Mega Evolution stone with blue and red patterns slowly emerged, echoing the bright blue keystone. Roar, Gyarados, floating in the air, roared to the sky. Yellow and orange light enveloped its entire body in an instant. Its body became shorter and thicker, and the horns on its head suddenly expanded. On both sides of its head thin wings like wings extended from the macro-shaped deck on its back. Its long blue beard fluttered in the wind. Gyarados, whose appearance had changed completely, looked even more ferocious. Gyarados, Mega Form, Attribute, Water plus Evil Strength, Champion level characteristics, unconventional, a Pokémon that breaks the rules, and can use moves on the opponent without being affected by the opponent's characteristics. Zero's Faceplet appeared. ZHE also opened his mouth unconsciously. He should have thought of it earlier. Among the water type Pokémon, the Pokémon that can Mega Evolve are nothing more than Blastoise, Swampert and Gyarados. As Minglin's undisputed second trump card, it is normal for Gyarados to Mega Evolve. However, it is indeed a bit surprising that his strength has changed from semi-champion to champion. Try to use your heart to call the energy in the keystone. Minglin pointed to his chest. Your Pokémon will respond to your call. Heart? ZHE also fell into silence as he looked at the keystone in his palm. Minglin waited leisurely. I still remember that the first time I Mega Evolved with Gyarados, I failed several times. I don't know if the little guy on the other side can succeed at once. Although the talent is very high, this kind of thing is not really related to talent. It tests the bond between the Pokémon and the trainer. And this bond is more profound than breaking through the king level. The use of Mega Evolution is not a simple matter. Do you feel okay? ZHE closed his eyes and used his superpowers to contact the underwater Blaziken. Boss, Flame Chicken was a little strange. It was also aware of Tetsua's mental damage. During this period of time, its trainer had not used this power much. Flame Chicken did not feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it preferred Tetsua's shouting commands. Otherwise, Flame Chicken with the Wave Guide would have been able to cooperate with its trainer in this way. Not bad. Flame Chicken with flames burning on its body responded to the trainer's greeting. Are you going to break out? I'm ready. It was full of confidence. You, be careful. Tetsua's tone was quite helpless. That's your business. Flame Chicken didn't care. All I have to do is to defeat the opponent according to your command, boss. It's just a chicken. Fighting is all about having a good time. You guide Tetsua's side with a smile. Get ready and unfold your own hidden power. Mizukami. He opened his eyes with a firm face. The flames will not go out. The battle will not stop. Let the people of the world see your strength. Flame Chicken, Mega Evolution. The keystone was clamped between the index and middle fingers of his right hand. ZHE also waved the flag in his hand fiercely like a commander giving orders. The white light once again covered most of the battlefield. In the spectator seats, the 4 Hualan sisters were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Is this a Mega Evolution? Sakura muttered to herself. Obviously in her impression, the handsome boy below was just a trainer who had just debuted. Although he was powerful, he should still be a long way from mastering something like Mega Evolution. Is this why her grandfather asked them to come to watch the battle? In the water, there was a faint light coming out. Feeling the energy fluctuations and calls from his chest, Flame Chicken understood everything without a teacher. Fight to your heart's content. The corners of its mouth were full of smiles. Wow, the light dissipated. The figure that broke through the water attracted everyone's attention. The feathers on both sides of the head that were originally backwards now stood up. The horns in the center also merged into a lightning-like shape. The feathers from the neck to the chest protected the body like a mini armor. The yellow lines disappeared, replaced by black patterns like flame symbols. On the arms, 4 long flame streamers burned against common sense. Compared with before the super evolution, the super evolved Flame Chicken is more like a real warrior. The battle has just begun. Looking at his partner whose strength column has become a semi-champion on the panel, Tetsuya has only one attitude. Flame chicken, use bounce, and then the flame kick from the sky. Boom. A dull sound exploded. The more powerful legs kicked cracks in the floating board on the water. Under the effect of force, Super Flame Chicken instantly came to a high altitude, lowering his head to observe the Gyarados that had also super evolved. Sparks of fire gradually ignited on his legs. Not enough, not enough. Minglan was also aroused by the performance of Tetsuya and Flame Chicken. Rise up from the water, Mega Gyarados, use waterfall climb. Roar. The ferocious roar penetrated the protection of the venue. Around the cerulean gym, people turned their heads unconsciously to look. Over. Chapter 592. Fighting with all your strength, Zenghu calls. The sky-high water dragon stood in the center of Cerulean City. If they hadn't known that their gym leader was at home today, Miss Juncture would have almost gone out in full force. This kind of scene would not be possible without the entire Rocket team attacking the Cerulean gym. I'll be out for a while, you guys just watch first. Seeing this, Sakura in the stand shook her head helplessly, got up and walked out of the door. She had to call and explain to others. Making such a big commotion could easily cause unnecessary panic. Then it's your turn. Big sister Aim and Peony didn't mean to help at all. They waved goodbye to their big sister with a smile and continued to enjoy the battle below. Roar. The more ferocious Mega Gyarados continued to rise around the water column formed by the waterfall. Although after the Mega Evolution, its attributes changed from Water plus Flying to Water plus Evil. But the ability to fly was still not lost. In the blink of an eye, Mega Gyarados reached the same height as the Mega Blaziken. After it took off, the two Pokémon looked at each other. Both of them were full of fighting spirit. A thin layer of flames had quietly covered the legs of Super Flame Chicken. Although it looked less powerful than the previous one, the energy contained in it, and the destructive power it could cause, were definitely far greater. Sizzle bang, sparks exploded in the air. Super Flame Chicken's figure disappeared again from the spectator's vision. With its powerful strength, it condensed the air under its feet into a ball, and used it as a petal. Its mobility might be average, but its instantaneous burst speed still exceeded that of most of the air elves. Raw Super Gyarados was not afraid at all. Its tail, which was slightly slender compared to its sturdy upper body, was wrapped in layers of rapids. Its blue beard kept swaying. The next moment, Super Gyarados suddenly swung its water tail in one direction. Whoosh, the surging wind whistled past. At this time, Flame Chicken, which had just revealed its figure, had no choice but to burst out at a terrifying high speed again to escape. Does that beard have such an effect? The telepathic man and the elf soon figured out the reason. This little trick or physical characteristic will not appear in books. The beard of Gyarados in normal form will not have this special perception ability, controlling his body to slowly float in the air away from Mega Gyarados. Blaziken felt quite tricky. The opponent was stronger and more experienced in the same Mega Evolution form. The only good news was that after Mega Evolution, Gyarados was no longer resistant to fighting type and would be more seriously hurt. Do you want to fight in close combat to decide the winner? Looking at the water flowing around the opponent's body, Tetsuya and Blaziken both felt that it was a bit silly to do so. In that case, Blaziken, use the wave missile. Almost at the same time as the command, the blue light on Blaziken's body lit up. There are indeed not many fighting type tricks that can be used for long range attacks. But it happened that Blaziken mastered the two moves that ranked first in power. Mega Blaziken stretched out its claws forward. The blue light gradually gathered and formed a ball of energy in between. Unlike the previous direct outpouring method, this time, Blaziken chose to win by quantity. Dozens of smaller energy balls were constantly ejected from its claws, attacking Mega Gyarados. Raw. Gyarados' personality was originally violent. Minglan was just a special case. But after the super evolution, the emotions from the body and the depths of the heart were still released. With an angry roar, Mega Gyarados had no intention of dodging. The huge amount of water energy kept swirling in its huge mouth. The water cannon, which was several times thicker than its huge body, carried a surging momentum to meet the many small wave missiles. Bang! The violent explosion made the whole venue seem to be raining. They calmly accepted the baptism of the water splashes from the sky. For the 3 girls who were still watching the game, this kind of thing was nothing. They grew up with water. So strong. Zyarksha's eyes were full of little stars. It was the first time she saw a trainer of Tetsua's age who could fight with her grandfather to this extent. Even if he used a weak Pokémon, Minglan's rich experience and fighting ability were not comparable to those of ordinary young trainers. And this time, her grandfather used his second trump card. The flame chicken in the air dodged the water cannon attack in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Under the bombardment of the ultimate moves, it was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in terms of basic power and its own strength. Down in response to this, the flame streamers wrapped around Flame Chicken's arms burned more vigorously. So, you are really a reckless boy. ZHE also shook his head helplessly. Then, a hint of excitement appeared at the corner of his mouth. Actually, I'm too. With a wave of his hand, as a trainer, he brazenly issued an order. Then, the shadow clone rushed up, and then used brute force to attack. Down Super Flame Chicken shouted excitedly. As his figure flashed, countless Flame Chicken clones appeared above the field. The muscles on their bodies were all bulging high, and the feathers on their bodies could not cover them. It's useless. Minglan's eyes were full of seriousness. Gyarados, use electromagnetic waves to smash all the shadows. Then use surf to submerge it. Roar. Mega Gyarados slowly stood up after hearing this. When its whiskers touched, a faint yellow flash appeared. An extremely weak electric current swept through the air. Pop, pop, pop. A series of faint shattering sounds rang out. The shadow clones that originally covered most of the sky disappeared one after another. Although in the book, the electromagnetic wave, an electric trick, does not have any attack ability, but its essence is to send a weak electric shock to the opponent, thereby paralyzing the opponent. This weak electric shock cannot cause any damage to the elves with strong physique. But for the shadow clone, this little force is enough to destroy its formation. Too late. Now, Blaziken, use brute force to attack. In response, Tetsuya smiled. A black shadow appeared under Gyarados at some point. With its claws clenched into fists, Super Flame Chicken used all its strength to swing upwards. Raw Super Gyarados suddenly let out a painful howl. Its huge body was knocked out of the water column. Boom. A huge pit appeared on the wall of the stadium. Smoke spread. Super Flame Chicken took this opportunity to land on the floating board. It began to breathe heavily. Don't underestimate it. It's just a few simple battles. Whether it's a fight of moves or forcibly moving in the air, Super Flame Chicken consumes a lot of energy. The least obvious improvement of Super Evolution is its physical strength. It can even be said that after Super Evolution, Flame Chicken's sustained combat ability is not as good as its normal state. Of course, the short-term explosive power can completely make up for this small shortcoming. Roar. A roar came from the pit. Super Gyarados flew out with a body full of scars. It can be seen. Even though it was one stage ahead in strength, it was not in a very good condition to take on the brute force. You two are really amazing. Minglan's eyes were full of admiration. It was only the first Super Evolution, but the tacit understanding and cooperation between the two sides were so high. But if you want to defeat me, you still lack something. Looking at the poor condition of Blaziken, he gave the order. Gyarados, use the maximum range of Tidal Whirlpool. Mega Gyarados opened its big mouth again. The violent vortex of water flow grew from small to large. In a few seconds, it covered nearly 3/4 of the venue. The Super Blaziken on the floating board had no time to dodge, and there was no place to hide at all. It could only cover its body with a layer of flames from the energy generating flame attack. Kelala, the whirlpool that was still spinning wildly gradually stopped. A huge ice top flashed brightly in the sun. The water in the entire pool turned into ice. In the corner, the eyes of Super Blaziken were already spinning in circles. White light enveloped its body. When it faded, the normal form of Blaziken appeared in Tetsuya's eyes. Blazer has lost its ability to fight. Gyarados wins. The referee, who had long lost his presence, went through the motions and then flashed away from the breeding venue. He ordered Gyarados to release Blaziken from the ice. Minglan quickly took back the Gyarados that had quit the Mega Evolution into the Pokeball. Let's go to the treatment room. Motioning Tetsuya to follow, he took the lead and walked out the door. The first Mega Evolution consumes the most energy, and it needs to be checked carefully. Yes. Tetsuya hurriedly took back the Blaziken and quickly followed. In the stands, Aim and Peony looked at each other. What are they going to do next? It's impossible for their grandfather to simply let them come to watch the game. Zyuksha? Akora subconsciously called out to her little sister, but there was no response. Mutant pointed to the door with a helpless look on her face. As soon as Minglan left, Zyuksha followed her happily, not caring about the two sisters. Then go back to train? Akora thought for a while and suggested. Don't get me wrong. The training, she said, was not training elves, but training her own water ballet performance. Okay. Mutant had no objection. Compared with the battle with elves, she was more interested in performing. The two sisters held hands and talked and laughed and walked towards another exit. Half an hour later, Sakura, who returned to the venue, looked at the empty spectator seats, and her expression was a little unpredictable for a while. She seemed to be abandoned. TSK, this state doesn't look like the first time at all. In the treatment room, Minglan was wearing reading glasses and looking at the data report in his hand in amazement. ZHE also stood aside and was a little nervous. For the unknown field, he didn't know whether these data represented good or bad. But judging from Minglan's appearance, it should be good. Don't worry, it's unexpectedly good. The old man patted his shoulder. Normally, after the first super evolution, you will enter a period of weakness. After all, this form awakens the potential power deep in the body, and the body will always be uncomfortable at the beginning. My Gyarados took half a month to recover. But judging from your Blaziken, it only takes about 3 or 4 days. I don't know how you raised it. It's really amazing. His tone was full of admiration. That's good. ZHE also breathed a sigh of relief. Will you still feel weak after using it? No, it's only the first time. Minglan shook his head. After all, it's still the power of the elves themselves. As long as they adapt once, their bodies will remember it. If they are weak for a few days after using it once, then the significance of super evolution will not be that great. At present, the statistics of the Pokémon after Mega Evolution are not very complete. The improvement of Gyarados is mainly reflected in physical attack and energy defense, and there are few improvements in other areas. As for Blaziken, it seems to be improved in all aspects. It is really worthy of being one of the 3 great Pokémons. The potential in the body is so great. Minglan was quite emotional. ZHE also twitched his mouth subconsciously. That's right. Gyarados' fighting method is actually based on physical attack. It doesn't look like a vegetarian. In other words, in the battle just now, Mega Gyarados didn't actually use its full strength. This is one of the reasons why it seems that Blaziken and it are fighting back and forth. If it's real, Gyarados will indeed suffer a lot of damage, but Blaziken will lose more miserably. You know, just looking at the average data of the same level, Gyarados is a little stronger than Blaziken. Its weaknesses are more concentrated on the difficulty of evolution and attribute resistance. Quadruple weak electricity in normal state is very painful. The change in attributes after super evolution is actually a great enhancement. In terms of characteristics, the super evolved flame chicken seems to have lost its fierce fire. Recalling the battle process just now, Minglan was a little unsure. They nodded affirmatively. Yes, but the acceleration characteristic is still there. It should have become a single characteristic. The disappearance of the fierce fire characteristic is really hard to say whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. That state consumes a lot of physical strength, which is not particularly suitable for Super Flame Chicken. Although there is one less way to win in a desperate situation, there is no need to worry about the embarrassing situation of low physical strength triggering fierce fire and then losing combat ability due to exhaustion. An old man and a young man exchanged experiences of super evolution. After all, there are only a few strong people in this world, and even fewer trainers who can super evolve. In the absence of a detailed research report, the exchange of experience between the two is undoubtedly the best way to understand. Analogy is also applicable to trainers. Ding, suddenly, Zay's watch rang. Masaku's avatar suddenly appeared. Over. Chapter 593 The End of the Cape. Minglan also saw Zhenghu's image. Why did he call you suddenly? No wonder he felt strange. Since the last time they met by chance, Zhenghu seemed to have disappeared without a trace. He had agreed to report to the Alliance, to build a research institute in Cape White, but there was no news. Minglan thought he had changed his mind. I don't know. Zay was also confused. He picked up the phone casually. Hello, is this Zay? Why did you take so long to answer? Zhenghu's voice was a little unclear. His tone was full of excitement. Forget it, no matter what your reason is. Are you free now? Come to White Rock. I have a big discovery. White Rock. Now? Zay asked subconsciously. Yes, I'm almost there, waiting for you. Zhenghu hung up the phone in a hurry, not caring whether Zay agreed or not. Looking at his vigorous and resolute appearance, people who don't know would think that the two are very familiar with each other. In fact, so far, Zay has only met him twice. Is it the special rock from last time? It seems that Zhenghu is indeed a very outstanding researcher. He has discovered something in such a short time. Minglan guessed the purpose of Zhenghu's call from Zay's few words. He couldn't help but sigh. Go quickly, but your flame chicken should fight less in the next few days and focus on recuperation. Okay, I'll trouble you, Master Minglan this time. Zay scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I will pay for the cost of repairing the damaged venue later. Minglan waved his hand and stopped him generously. It's a small matter, no need to talk about it. My Hulan gym can still afford this little money, just treat it as annual routine maintenance. I'm also very happy to see a young trainer like you grow to this point. No exaggeration or understatement. With the superior geographical location of Hualan City, its overall economy is really very good. As the face of the city, the income of Hualan Gym is also ranked among the top among all the official gyms in Kanto. In particular, the underwater ballet performance of the Three Sisters has opened up a new way to make money for Hualan Gym. Seeing that Zay wanted to say something, Minglan pushed him out of the door impatiently. Stop talking. If that bastard Wupio knew about this, he would laugh at me for being stingy. Just go and do your own thing. The old man's strength was unexpectedly strong. Zay had no choice but to accept the other party's kindness. How is it? Looking at his departing back, Minglan suddenly asked in a strange way. What do you mean? Sakura walked out from behind the door puzzled. She knew that she couldn't hide her tracks. The two of them had discovered her when she arrived. They just didn't bother to say it. Minglan looked at her eldest granddaughter with a playful look in her eyes. I heard that you have a lot of good feelings for Zay. Where did this come from? Sakura was confused. She had heard a lot of gossip about Zay, but none of them had her as the heroine. No? Minglan was surprised. My good granddaughter has such high standards? Grandpa. Yinghua said coquettishly. I'm so young. Your granddaughter. Are you in a hurry to get married? Whether you have this idea or not, your grandpa will agree with it with both hands. Minglan said happily. That boy's a huge potential stock. No, he should have realized a lot of potential now. Oh. Yinghua stamped her feet in dissatisfaction. I will ignore you. I'm going to train. As she said, she walked out. Minglan did not stop her. But, in a corner, where no one could see, he sighed imperceptibly. On the other side, Zaya, riding on Pidgeot, has arrived at the White Cape. Passing through the dense bushes, the familiar group of Gracitia flowers came into view. But, except for the still towering white rock, there was no one in sight. Will Zhenghu stand me up? Zaya muttered to himself. A hand patted his shoulder from behind. Zaya subconsciously threw him over the shoulder. You are a familiar male voice screamed. Looking at Zhenghu lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, the old face of the instigator blushed. You guy, don't you know to shout when you arrive? However, Zaya was not a pushover, and he took the initiative to speak. Approaching a trainer from behind in the wild is a sign of provocation. Hiss, Zhenghu covered his waist with a grin. You guy, how can you be so strong? It hurts me to death. As he said, he rolled his eyes at Zaya. Don't you have superpowers? I don't believe you didn't notice that I was here. You are just seeking revenge. How dare you blame me? I did this to teach you. In the future, your research institute will also be in the wild, and you must follow the rules of trainers in the wild. Zaya argued. Although Zhenghu would probably not harm him, the fewer people who knew about the damage to his mental power, the better. At the same time, he also began to reflect. It seems that, after having superpowers, his vigilance towards the surrounding environment has also become much lower. It turns out that Zhenghu can touch his back without being discovered. If it were Team Rocket, his end would be very ugly. Fortunately, this was discovered in time. This period of time is just right for practicing fighting and consolidating perception. ZHE also made arrangements secretly. Zhenghu was still lying on the ground, groaning. Don't pretend. I have already stopped my strength just now. With your physical fitness, you will be fine, he said unhappily. It may have something to do with worshipping Professor Oak. Although Zhenghu looks like a weak researcher with glasses on the surface, under the loose clothes, his muscles are no joke. Of course, ZHE is more inclined to believe that it is the after effects left by the fusion of this madman and the elves. Because the other party's physical fitness is not human, and his fighting skills are almost non-existent. This kind of thing is almost impossible to happen in the elf world. Hearing this, Zhenghu shook his head and got up from the ground. You are so heartless. You don't even know how to help me. Go away. Tell me, what did you find? I'm in a hurry to go back and eat. I'm starving, Zaya urged. It took a long time from receiving the express delivery to checking the data of Flame Chicken after the battle. The intense battle required a lot of thinking and consumed a lot of energy. At this time, he could feel his stomach growling. Zhenghu didn't joke too much, and his face immediately became serious. You may not believe it, but I found traces of the legendary elves nearby. The legendary elves are the formal name of the mythical beasts. Oh, which one? Zaya was calm, as if Zhenghu was asking him, have you eaten? Just kidding. Lugia, the 3 mythical birds, the 3 sacred beasts, Mutuo, and even the creator Arceus. He had seen the phantom. It was just a possible mythical beast, not worth his surprise. That's the legendary elf. Can you not be so cold? Zhenghu was a little crazy. He went to Tetsuya to talk about this, and the reaction he wanted to see was not this. You are surprised by what you have seen. Tetsuya waved his hand disdainfully. Why do you look so ignorant? It's just a legendary beast, isn't it? You bastard. Zhenghu couldn't spit out a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. After a few seconds of twisted expression, he said the truth decadently. It's Sukyun. Sukyun. Tetsuya felt even more bored. That blue dog feels good to touch and is worth recommending. But Lugia is more comfortable. Especially the back. It feels great to sit on it. That's Sukyun, the incarnation of the North Wind. As a trainer, don't you want to subdue him at all? Zhenghu felt very unbelievable. Knowing so many trainers, Tetsuya's reaction is definitely a minority among the minority. Not interested. Tetsuya waved his hand lazily. I still enjoy the process of getting stronger with the Pokémon. This sentence is true. Compared with directly subduing legendary beasts and arguing with the world, he actually prefers the current situation. Otherwise, it's hard to say anything else. He still has a way to deal with the 3 sacred birds and the 3 holy beasts. You might as well inform Mr. Minglin about this matter. As a water-type trainer, he is more interested in Sukyun than I am. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. You keep working hard. With that, ZHE, who was yawning all the time, was ready to turn around and leave. He didn't have any high expectations in the first place. He only made this trip for Zhenghu's sake. After hearing the story, it's time to go back and rest early. The process of super evolution is also a big drain on him as a trainer. Especially since he is in poor condition now, the drain is even more obvious. Hey, don't leave. Zhenghu stopped ZHE in a hurry. I didn't say there was only Sukyun. What else? Reikao? Entry? ZHE responded in a daze. It's understandable that the 3 holy beasts act together. No, it's me. Zhenghu didn't care about keeping it a secret. He had something serious to do when he asked ZHE to come this time. Shaman? Tetsuya, who was a little dazed, immediately regained consciousness. That grass hedgehog? No wonder there is a Gracitia flower here. Shaman, the Pokémon of gratitude, is a mythical beast of the grass attribute. It has 2 different forms, land and sky. According to legend, Shaman lives in a flower garden. As long as it curls up, it looks like a flower and no one can notice it. It has the power to decompose toxins in the atmosphere and turn the barren land into a flower garden in an instant. When people are happy that the severe winter ends with a change of seasons and express their gratitude to the heavens, shaman will appear and fill the barren land with flowers. Correspondingly, when it smells the fragrance of rare flowers, its petite body will also change into a sky form in the brilliance. The so-called flowers in the flower garden and rare flowers are the Grossia flowers that the two saw before their eyes. Tetsuya is of course familiar with these legends. The reason why they did not connect them is entirely because although the Grossia flower is called a rare flower, it can be seen in many places. As a mythical Pokémon, Shamey can't be found everywhere, right? It's like this. Zenghu began to explain his mental journey and the reason for his discovery. Didn't I see this white rock at the beginning? Then I felt it was familiar. I went back and looked through a lot of information, and I found that similar white rocks had appeared in the Unova region and the Sinnoh region. On the third page of the 984th issue of the Special Rock Research Report, there is a data analysis report on it. He kept on talking. Zaya nodded and yawned. In short, Shamey may not be found where Grossia flowers appear, but with white rocks, the probability of Shamey's activity is as high as 80%. As a mythical Pokémon, the number of Shamey is still much larger than that of Mew and Celebi. Many people in the world have seen, or even come into close contact with them. The girl that Zenghu secretly loves in Manjin City, the old man and her family, is one of them. Zaya has reason to believe that Zenghu knows so much about Shamey because of this. This is not the scope of his regular research. Anyway, I recently went to Futaba town in Sinnoh and confirmed with a top coordinator there. There is a high probability that Shamey is active here. Masaki looked a little proud. Then what? Tetsuya tilted his head. Legendary elves like Shamey have the habit of migrating. It is difficult to guarantee that it is not the remaining 20%. Let's take a step back. What do you plan to do after finding it? The most important point. Although Shamey's combat ability is not strong, it is also for most mythical beasts. For us, it is not its opponent at all. If you want to communicate in a friendly way, it's fine. If you want to die, don't take me with you. Masaki's face rose. Obviously, he had never considered the problems that Tetsuya said. It was just from the perspective of a researcher that Masaki naturally had the desire to study these mythical beasts. Even if this was very different from his research field. The top coordinator in Futaba town is Ayako-senpai, right? Tetsuya continued to add, it seems that he didn't tell you how to find Zemi. This meaning is clear enough. Judging from Masaki's straightforward attitude, Ayako didn't give him a cold shoulder, because Masaki came from afar to seek knowledge. Yes, the top coordinator that Masaki mentioned was Zaya Guang's mother, Ayako. As one of the few holders of the title of top coordination trainer in the world, Ayako is very famous. Masaki didn't know what to say for a moment. His mind turned. He found a point to refute Tetsuya. Although he didn't tell me, I also made some discoveries with my own intelligence. As he said that, Masaki pointed to the cliff in the north, or a location further north. Keep going there, and when you reach the end of the cape, you can find Zemi. I will try my best to write a chapter to make up for it tomorrow. I can't go on in this vicious cycle. It's getting later and later. The end. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594 Philoi and Almia. Masaki's face was full of confidence. Yeah, walk around and come back here. Isn't that where Shamey is? Tetsuya didn't take the usual path and didn't give him any face. He didn't understand why he had to find Shamey. Just like he didn't understand why Bixius wanted to rely on Celebi to rule the world. These two types of grass-type mythical beasts were not born for fighting. Just help me once. I owe you a favor. Masaki begged. As a rising star among researchers, he also knew many powerful trainers. But without exception, he felt that none of them were as reliable as Tetsuya. And there are very few king level trainers like Tetsuya who are free. He raised his hand to reject Masaki's request again. I'm on vacation now. I don't want to run around. And you don't have a specific goal or location. You can't really go around and come back to the same place. If that were true, it would be too interesting. A trainer genius and a researcher genius, stupidly traveling around the world for Shamey. Isn't it the front page of the next month's headlines? Zhenghu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. It's not that I don't have a target. I think the two regions of Fira and Almir are most likely to have Shemi. The Ranger Alliance? ZHE also fell into deep thought. Regions that have preserved the original appearance of nature to the greatest extent are indeed likely to have grass-type mythical beasts living in them. Fira, Almir and Oblivia. These three regions together form an existence called the Ranger Alliance. Compared with other regions, they have a lower degree of urbanization, and are also the training base and birthplace of the profession of Pokémon Ranger. ZHE has also encountered many rangers who use hunting curses. In the wild, they are the most trustworthy helpers provided that you are not a member of the Dark Organization. But it's far away, right? It takes too much time to go back and forth, and I still have to train Pokémon. An electric dragon's mega evolution stone accompany me on the trip. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for Shemi. I just want to see if there is a chance to get close to him and understand him. In desperation, Zhenghu had to use his trump card. Although he was a famous second generation rich man and had a lot of wealth, the price was still quite painful for him. There was no other way. The cost of hiring a king level trainer was very high. Not to mention a young and powerful king level trainer. Deal. Zay changed his mind almost immediately. He didn't value the Mega Stone of Dragonite. After all, Flame Chicken had just experienced it today. For a while. If it wasn't a special situation, Dragonite really couldn't take this position. The main thing was that Zhenghu was his good friend. His friend asked him for help, so it would be a bit unreasonable to refuse. And it just so happened that he was a little interested in the profession of ranger. Feeling Zhenghu's cannibalistic eyes, Zay subconsciously turned his head to one side and whistled. After a brief exchange, the two went in different directions. It is not easy to go to remote areas, especially for Fel and Almir. The so-called preservation of the original appearance of nature and the low degree of urbanization can also be understood as the extremely underdeveloped transportation there. If it weren't for the rangers, there wouldn't be much communication with the outside world. Before setting off, both Tetsuya and Masaki had to make adequate preparations. Oh, it's a bit troublesome. Tetsuya frowned and sighed when he returned to his home. Obviously, this was something he didn't expect. During this period, when the superpowers had not recovered, and the flame chicken was in poor condition, running to Fira and Almir, which were still in the north of the Sinnoh region, was already a risky behavior. The Ranger Alliance was not as peaceful as imagined. It could even be said to be much more dangerous. Not only were there powerful elves in the wild, but there were also many dark organizations there. Otherwise, most of the rangers would not have stayed there specifically. Compared with the city, where all humans live, it is more difficult to survive in the wild, but it is also easier to hide the traces of activities. However, it is still necessary to get the Mega Evolution Stone of the Electric Dragon. It is better to be prepared than not. Masaki paid such a high price, not for him to watch the show. Normally hiring a trainer, even if it is a top-level trainer, does not require paying hundreds of millions of Alliance coins. He felt that there would be all kinds of dangerous things. ZHE also considered himself to be very professional. After receiving so much money, the work he did must satisfy the boss. Who should I ask? Looking at his watch, ZHE also fell into deep thought. Soon, a person's name flashed through his mind. Beep. Hello, this is a C from the Azure Gym. The following is a recording. I'm now undergoing combat training. Please leave a message if you have any questions. RC's rough voice sounded. ZHE also checked the time. It can only be said that his senior brother is really very hardworking. He could only leave a message to briefly explain his situation and then walked into the kitchen. It takes a lot of time for one person to prepare rations for 12 elves. After eating and drinking, the elves collapsed on the ground with a satisfied look on their faces. The call from the watch rang at the right time. It was a C. Going to Firay and Almia with Zenghu? Then you've asked the right person. RC on the phone was very confident. Your senior brother, stayed there for 2 or 3 years when I was young, and I made a lot of friends there. Well, it's not a big deal, so you just need to know the general situation and some specific customs and habits. Zaire said hurriedly. He believed RC's words. Like all outstanding fighters, RC has a very generous personality. Coupled with his experience of traveling everywhere when he was young, he can be said to have friends all over the world. Although the Ranger Alliance is independent of each region and there is not much communication between people, the exchanges between middle and high level officials are still relatively frequent. Whether it is the powerful strength of the trainers or the special ability of the Rangers to use the hunting cursor, they are the forces that both parties must rely on in specific situations. Zaire was afraid that RC would recommend him some high-level leaders, which would be very troublesome. Is that so? RC pondered for a moment. He also roughly knew what ZHE wanted to know. As for customs and habits, Pokeballs are not sold or used there. People often let Pokémon follow them and take care of them. Other than that, it is not much different from the Sinnoh region. There are several dark organizations you need to know about, namely the Charge Team, the Dark Team, and the Pokémon Kidnapping Team. ZHE's face was full of question marks. Are you sure this is talking about the dark organizations, and not the after-school activities of elementary school students? Aren't these names a bit too sloppy? RC smiled and said, the names do sound a bit strange, but their various methods are still very troublesome. As he said, he introduced them one by one for ZHE. The Charge Team, they are the main opponents of the Rangers. Most of their fighting methods rely on fake hunting cursors to control wild Pokémon to cause trouble. They should not have much to do with you. The Dark Team, their fighting method is also to control wild Pokémon, but the means are not clear yet. It seems to be some kind of machine. Their goal is more to attack human gathering places. If you are unlucky, you are likely to encounter them. As for the Pokémon Kidnapping Team, do you know about the Control Gloves and the Armored Man in ancient times? This is their method. If you meet someone there who issues you a commission to go to a certain place to find and capture Pokémon, don't go. It is very likely that it is a trap set by them. RC spoke like a treasure. It can be seen that he is very experienced. I will give you a person's contact information. You can directly contact him for more specific matters. RC operated it, and ZHE also received a friend recommendation from him. His name is Bo Language. He is a friend I met in Almia Fengreo town. He should be the captain of the ranger base there now. If you go there to do something, it is better to visit him first to save trouble. ZHE also hesitated. There is a reason why he doesn't want to contact the ranger there. After all, Zenghu's target this time is Zimi. If there is something particular over there, it will be very difficult for him to be caught in the middle. But facing RC's kindness, he couldn't refuse. Okay, I'll contact him later. Thank you, brother RC. Why are you polite? We are all family. RC smiled heartily. Report my name when you get there. It will be very useful. Yeah. ZHE also showed an awkward but polite smile. He thought that it would be better to make 3 rules with Zenghu before leaving. He didn't want to be beaten half to death by his senior brother after returning from there. Add the friend of the captain named Bo Language. The other party was obviously greeted by RC. In a few seconds, a bunch of information that was not confidential was sent over. Ask me anytime if you have any questions. Our Ranger Alliance welcomes excellent trainers like you. Laughs. I can take you to visit our Ranger school when the time comes. By Bo Language. Tetsuya responded politely. As for whether he would really visit the boarding ranger school, which is more famous than the Kanto Pokémon Research School, that depends on the situation at that time. It is very likely that he and Masaki will not even enter the town over there. He plunged into the dense text. I see. So that's how it is. Tetsuya's muttering often sounded in the room. When he looked up again, the moon was already hanging high in the sky. After placing orders for various supplies on his watch, Tetsuya, who was dizzy, fell headfirst on the soft mattress. The next day, the Cerulean City Center department store. Tetsuya walked out with a bulging space backpack on his back. People cast surprised eyes at him. with the technology and characteristics of the space backpack. To create such a situation, at least 1.5 times the normal capacity must be stuffed in. The most direct impact brought about is the significant increase in weight. Considering the flexibility of outdoor operations, ordinary people would not stuff so many things. ZHE also looked calm. For him, this weight is really nothing. Even if he only uses his body strength, he can completely bear it. Beep hello. I'm ready here. How about yours? Zhenghu's excited voice came. Aren't we leaving this afternoon? ZHE was also helpless. The one who gave the money was the uncle. Although he had a lot of things to deal with, he still had to take into account Zhenghu's thoughts. Okay, don't forget to gather at the port at 3 PM. We have to rush to the vicinity of Yangqi Mountain in the evening, so that it will be convenient to continue the journey the next day. Zhenghu was as excited as an elementary school student who was about to go on a spring and autumn tour. However, this is indeed his first time to travel away from his hometown. Zhenghu has family living in both Johto and Kanto, and the distance is not too far. Okay, got it. It's okay, I'll hang up first. Zhe has already begun to imagine his hard life in the future. Such a travel rookie is bound to get into trouble. Sighing, he walked towards home with his backpack on his back. Before leaving, Zhe still needs to solve some things. For example, the breeding plan for the 3 elves promised to the couple. In order to save costs and make a profit as a middleman, he wrote it himself, which can be said to be zero cost. Well, the 3 king level starters are almost the same routine. There is cost, but not much. The cash of 100 million alliance coins was transferred directly from Dago. He is really good at doing business. Woo, the whistle of the ship resounded through the sky. On the deck, looking at the young ladies wearing cool clothes in the sun, Zhenghu and Zhe, who were leaving for the trip, criticized together and began to appreciate art. Their eyes were pure and direct, without any disguise. The strange thing is, no one of the young ladies expressed dissatisfaction. Some even came close and wanted to exchange contact information with the two. Facing Masaki's gaze of "You are such a person," Tetsuya decisively gave Zyagang's contact information to the ladies. As a simple bootlicker, Masaki looked down on Tetsuya's behavior. If he could restrain his blushing face when looking at the ladies, the latter would still look up to him. The reason for this situation is also very simple. Handsome, rich, and famous. Let's not talk about the first two. How could those who can travel across regions not know the two popular people at the moment? Both Tetsuya and Masaki have a lot of fans. More and more people gathered. Not long after, surrounded by a group of fanatical fans, Tetsuya and Masaki ran back to their respective rooms in embarrassment. At this time, it's useless to be able to fight. Outside, darkness gradually replaced light and enveloped the sky. On the vast sea, the luxurious cruise ship was moving forward alone. Although Kanto and Sinnoh are bordering, but the bordering area is only a small piece. It still takes some time to get from Cerulean City to Binhei City. There are dangers at sea. Chapter 595. The sea monster arrives at Binhei City. The loud cry echoed on the sea level. Most people may not know what this means, but the crew and sailors smiled. It's the king of the orca. It seems that there are no aggressive sea Pokémon nearby. Yes, it seems that we are lucky this time. Be careful. It will be troublesome if a group of Megalodon sharks target us. PFFT. Don't talk nonsense. Several people communicated with each other. The movements of their hands did not slow down. They silently moved the direction of navigation away from the source of the sound. Compared with most sea Pokémon, the temper of the king of the orca family is indeed very good. However, their bodies are too huge. Even if it is just the aftermath caused by eating or turning over, it is not easy for ordinary ships to resist. As a cruise ship, they still have to consider the comfort of the passengers on board. The average body length of the king of the orca is 14.5 meters, and the average weight is only 398 kilograms. As the largest Pokémon known in the world, if we extrapolate, based on this data, its density is even close to that of air. If such a strange existence were in Tetsuya's previous life, everyone would shout that it was impossible. In the world of elves, the king of orcas is just one of many Pokémon. The main reason is that the body structure of the King of Orcus can be seen as a combination of a submarine and an airship. It often jumps out of the water in a large group to chase its prey and raises a big splash. The waves caused can easily knock most elves unconscious. When necessary, the King of Orcus can also take a breath and dive to a depth of 3,000 meters. That kind of pressure is beyond the ability of most elves to bear. It is also popular because of its super huge size. Watching the King of Orcus is a very popular tourist attraction everywhere. Of course, ordinary people do not have the financial resources to capture a King of Orcus for performance. The consumption of food is not a problem. The amount of food consumed per day is several tons, which may not be as much as that of Snorlax. More problems are still concentrated on the venue and safety protection. Given the size of the Whale King, if something unexpected happens, the devastation is huge. Many passengers also heard the Whale King's cry. Many people showed a trace of fear on their faces. However, after listening to the explanation of others, they were relieved. If it was the distant Kalos region, we might be more worried. After all, there are two terrifying creatures, the broken rudder and the poisonous algae dragon, that like to prey on the Whale King. But this is the sea between Kanto and Sinnoh. The only elf group that likes to attack the Whale King is the gang of sea hooligans. Even the swarm of poisonous jellyfish generally does not target the Whale King group because the danger is not proportional to the reward. An experienced old man happily popularized knowledge. He is an old sailor specially arranged by the cruise ship. The purpose is to prevent panic among the guests at this time. Look, a person suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the distant sea level. A blue-white whale was strangely soaring above the sky. The bright moonlight, the giant beast on the sea, and the surging waves. The scenery created by the three together made everyone speechless for a moment. This visual impact made people feel weak and numb. After a while, when the king of the roaring whales disappeared, people reacted and discussed it enthusiastically. In the private room, Zaya, who was sitting at the table, also saw this scene through the small window. It's really good. He stretched and sighed. The advantage of the profession of trainer is that when traveling around, you can see many shocking scenes that ordinary people will never see in their lifetime. The ancient legends about mythical beasts were also passed down from generation to generation under such circumstances. You said so, right? God of the sea. He smiled at the dark sea level outside the window. Nice to meet you, friend of the Lugia family. It's a pleasure to chat with you this time. See you next time. If there is a chance. A gentle neutral voice sounded in Zaya's mind. The next moment, in a place where no one noticed, the originally pitch black sea surface finally gave off the color it was supposed to have. The detectors equipped on the cruise ship are naturally very useful for ordinary elves. But for powerful divine beasts, this kind of detection is like air and can be completely ignored. ZHE also chuckled. He didn't expect that the god of the sea, who has been stationed in the Orange Islands for many years, would suddenly visit. The reason was just because he helped another Lugia arrange the destination of the little Lugia. But it's normal to think about it carefully. The difficulty and number of offspring born by divine beasts are not comparable to ordinary elves. Maybe that little Lugia is the only Lugia cub in the past 10 years, decades or even hundreds of years. Looking at the blue light on his arm. This is a blessing from the god of the sea to ZHE. As long as he is in the area covered by the ocean and rivers, he will not encounter any bad weather. Most of the sea elves will not take the initiative to attack him. They will even help him in times of danger. Compared to the blessing that another Lugia gave to Emperor Napo, this sea god is not a stingy guy. The light gradually dimmed. On Tetsua's wrist, a blue water drop pattern vaguely emerged. He could feel it. A sense of coolness was slowly entering his mind along his arm. The damaged mental power was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. A simple estimate. The recovery time, which was originally at least 3 months, was suddenly shortened to about 3 or 4 days. If everything goes well, he should be able to use his superpowers normally before arriving at Felindalmia. It's really a coincidence. Tetsuya smiled again. No matter what, it's a good thing to restore the use of superpowers. Looking at the water drop pattern on his wrist, he fell into thought. Speaking of which, this should be considered the use of life drops, right? But Lugia, can you learn life drops? No one can answer this question for him. After all, as a psychic plus flying elf, it seems reasonable for the sea god to master another water-based life drop. Among the research results of the doctors, there is no such thing as a skill master realist of the legendary beasts. Woo, the cruise ship's whistle sounded again. Unknowingly, a prosperous port appeared on the sea level in the distance. Even though it was already late, the lights on the port were still shining. The Sinnoh region, Banhei City, officially arrived. Dong as the ship docked, Tetsuya and Masaki followed the crowded crowd and walked off the cruise ship. Welcome to Sinnoh Banhei City, I hope you can have a pleasant travel memory here, a sweet female voice echoed from the high speakers. Compared with Kanto and Johto, Sinnoh's weather conditions are undoubtedly more unique. Although the northwest has complex terrain and heavy snow all year round, the southeast is a holiday resort. Banhei City is a sunny city by the sea, and its beach is not inferior to Kanto's Blue Pool. Walking on the unique elevated sidewalk of this city, the two were obviously not used to it. The solar panels under their feet made them a little worried about whether they would be damaged. This is the energy source of Banhei City, and it is also the measure it takes to make up for the lack of urban space. Hey, you arrived in Banhei so late. Young people should go to bed early and get up early to cope with the busyness next. A passionate voice sounded in front of Tetsuya and Masaki. The appearance of the newcomer was a bit unruly. With a red afro, a yellow top and some hip hop pants, people would believe that he was a gangster. The premise is that if you don't look at his face, it's Mr. Day. Why is Mr. Day here? Are you stupid? Don't you know that Mr. Day is originally from Banhei City? The exclamations of the people around made the identity of the newcomer clear. It was the current champion of Sinnoh, Day. Yes, at least in this world. Before Serona fully debuted and ascended the throne of champion, the championship of the Sinnoh League was won by Day a few years ago. At the age of 26, he officially became the 4 Heavenly Kings of Fire in Sinnoh. Note 1. At the age of 30, he defeated the previous champion and took over the regional champion. If it weren't for Serona's sudden appearance, Day would have kept this position for a long time. Unfortunately, there is no if. Hahaha, I heard you were coming a long time ago, and I've been waiting for a long time. Day ignored the looks from the people around him. He happily put his arms around Tetsuya and Masaki's shoulders. What's the situation? I don't know. You don't know him? I thought you knew him. The two confused people exchanged information with their eyes. The conclusion they came to made them even more confused. Since they didn't know each other, how did a regional champion find their heads? They didn't know if he was really careless or didn't think his behavior was strange at all. Let's go. I'll take you to our Banhei City Pokémon Center. There are many beautiful girls in swimsuits there. Day said carelessly. They looked at each other helplessly. Tetsuya and Masaki didn't resist. In public, he was the Sinnoh champion after all, and he couldn't drag them to a hidden place to kill them. Came to the Pokémon Center. I didn't see the ladies in swimsuits. Instead, I saw Miss Joy, who had a bad temper. I told you that our center closes at 11 o'clock, but you insisted on making me work overtime, didn't you? Do you know that for a young and beautiful girl, staying up late is the biggest enemy? I feel like my skin has gotten worse today. Miss Joy didn't care about Day's status as a champion at all. She grabbed his ear and gave him a lecture. Obviously, these two people should have known each other for a long time and have a good relationship in private. Day has only one way to deal with it, grinning. As long as the smile is silly enough, Miss Joy will have nowhere to vent her anger. He is very good at this. You are the mysterious guests that Day mentioned, right? I'm sorry to embarrass you, but he is a little unreliable. The room has been arranged. Please follow me. Turning around, Miss Joy, facing Tetsuya and Masaki, became her usual gentle self again. Wait. They raised his hand quickly. Although I'm a little embarrassed, can I ask? Mr. Day suddenly came to us. Is there something urgent? Because we originally planned to find a hotel to spend the night and then set off early tomorrow morning. Miss Joy tilted her head cutely. Day, I knew you were unreliable, but I didn't expect you to be so unreliable. You actually came to us without even saying hello. Miss Joy, who turned into a roaring dragon, made Zay and Zhenghu understand. Gentleness and cuteness are just professional habits. Day suffered from the storm from Miss Joy. The expression on his face was still smiling. From this point of view, as expected of the regional champion, he has a very good mentality. After calming down a little, the four of them came to the rest area under the leadership of Miss Joy and sat down. From her mouth, Zay and Zhenghu finally understood why they came to them. To be precise, it's just Zay, not much to Zhenghu. Densi has been getting more and more lazy recently, and he even gives out badges without fighting. This is not what a formal gym leader should be like. So we hope that if possible, you, Tetsuya, can go to the Binhei gym to challenge him once, so that he can rekindle his interest in Pokémon battles. As a good friend of Day and Densi, Miss Joy folded her hands and begged Tetsuya. Densi, the leader of the Binhei gym, is nicknamed Binhei Thunder. Just by hearing this name, it is not difficult to know that his Pokémon are mainly electric. His influence on Binhei City is even greater than that of his friend, Sinnoh Champion Day. This is not an exaggeration. At the same age, it was Densi who created the solar panel walkway in Binhei City. While allowing Binhei City's technology and economy to develop rapidly, it also pulled the originally ordinary Binhei gym to the position of the 8 major gyms in Sinnoh. Densi is very strong. They showed a helpless expression. In my opinion, he is even capable of challenging the 4 heavenly kings of the region. But out of a sense of responsibility for the city, Densi chose to stay in the gym and become a gym leader. Miss Joy added, the problem is that the strength of the trainers who came to challenge is too uneven. He used to love fighting, but now he feels more and more bored with fighting, so there is a situation where badges are issued without fighting. Joey and I think that with your strength, Tetsuya can definitely stimulate him. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding in every word. Then why not Mr. Liu or Mr. Wusang? Mr. Day, you should have a good relationship with them, right? Zhenghu raised a question. There are very few trainers at the level of the 4 heavenly kings, but as a champion, Day must know them. Even very familiar. It's hard to find those far away, so can't it be possible to find those nearby? Note 1. The animation clearly states that he is 20 years old. Chapter 596. Battle with Sinnoh's strongest gym leader. I'm afraid that's not going to work. Day smiled awkwardly. Zay is the most suitable candidate I can find at the moment. The battle between the regional gym leader and the 4 heavenly kings can't just be carried out. Zay obviously understood the truth better than Zhenghu, who was devoted to research. Besides, the Denji gym leader is known as the strongest gym leader in Sinnoh. If one of the 4 heavenly kings comes, it's okay if he wins, but it would be embarrassing if he loses. To put it bluntly, no one expected that 2 geniuses of the same generation would be born in the small Binhei city. Is that so? Zhenghu is not stupid and can even be said to be very smart. Needless to say, he quickly understood it. Turning to look at Zay. What do you mean? I was hired by you to accompany you this time. You are the employer, and you have the final say. Zay casually raised the bowl to Zhenghu. He is professional in every aspect. Feeling Day's hot gaze, Zhenghu twitched the corner of his mouth. Rejecting a personal request that is not excessive from a regional champion. To be honest, anyone with a normal brain circuit would not do this. Of course I have no objection. But it's better to do it as soon as possible. We don't have much time, and the subsequent recovery of the Pokémon state. Don't worry about that. Day's face was full of joy. If possible, we can fight tomorrow. I'll just pull Densi over. Leave the subsequent recovery to me. Binhei City Pokémon Center is dedicated to serving you. Miss Joy also smiled. It can be seen that the relationship between the 3 of them is very good. Otherwise, even the gym leaders in their hometown cities would not do this. It's getting late. We won't disturb you to rest. Seeing that Zaya and Masaki showed a trace of sleepiness, Day and Miss Joy did not say much. As for the time, let's set it at 1 PM tomorrow. The location is Binhei Gym. Thank you very much for your help. Okay, we will be there on time. Zaya, who agreed, looked at the other 2 hurriedly leaving. I guess he should have gone to Densi to talk about this late at night. This kind of friendship is really enviable. Zhenghu's eyes were almost squinted. They returned to their respective rooms. They fell asleep quickly. The next day, early morning, somewhere in an empty corner of the beach. Raise your legs high and kick harder. Turn. I said let it turn. Faster. Pay attention to the angle you cut in. Don't expose your weak points to the opponent's sight. Always be alert. The harsh rebuke echoed in the air. It was Zaya who was doing morning exercises for his companions. The strength of the elves themselves is one aspect. How much they can exert during the battle is another aspect. The state is a very critical point. The same level, the same elves, the difference in the outcome is precisely the good or bad state during the battle. Regarding the battle with Denji, Zaya was very serious. For him and his companions, this was a very good opportunity to test their own strength. Another hour passed. The hour hand pointed to the direction of 10 o'clock. Looking at his slightly tired companions, ZHE finally gave an order. Okay, take a break, go back and have a meal to recharge your energy. Beep go, the Pokémon cried out in relief. Although their strength has been growing, the training plan formulated by ZHE has not fallen behind. The training tasks that each Pokémon has to do are challenging their physical limits. If they are not used to such intensity since childhood, it is really difficult to adapt to it halfway. That's right. I'm talking about you, the ghost dragon basking in the sun. Doran Missile lay on the trainer's head, lazily changed his posture, and continued to lie down. In fact, this can't be completely blamed on it. The growth cycle and characteristics of the tribe destined it to be unable to carry out too difficult training at this stage. The round land shark lying on the sand and panting did not think so. Everyone is a quasi-god. Why can I do it? Don't look at you being older than me. If this goes on, sooner or later I will pin you to the ground and beat you up. Of course. If the current Sharknado faces Dalmesia, the chances of winning are about 50-50. The latter has the advantage of being able to fly, but the means of attack are really few and ineffective. Sharknado has thick skin and flesh, so it is not afraid of it, which completely makes up for the disadvantage of being several levels lower. Back to the Pokémon Center. Zhenghu, who just got up from the bed, and ZHE also met in the restaurant. Why is your researcher different from the one I know? The latter asked a soul-searching question. Trainers have to get up early to train, and researchers are similar. The group of crazy people in the Oak Research Institute sometimes start experiments at 3 or 4 in the morning. ZHE also doesn't know whether he didn't sleep or got up early enough. Before he had superpowers, he didn't dare to do this. You don't understand. Zhenghu, who was eating voraciously, waved his hand disapprovingly. I'm a genius. Genius, you know? Doing research is very talent oriented, not just hard work. It's heartbreaking, but it's also realistic. With Masahiro's experience and achievements, he is indeed qualified to say such things. Speaking of which, are you confident that you can win? As they chatted, the topic of the two came to the afternoon battle. Masahiro looked curious. Tetsuya rolled his eyes. Then you overestimate me. The former was a little unbelievable. I thought you had a good chance of winning. As a pure researcher, Masahiro has some strength as a trainer, but not much. So it is difficult to realize how big the gap between the king level is. If it's 1v1, I will definitely lose. If it's 3v3, it's 28-8. The gym leader Denji will win, and I will win too. And the premise is that he doesn't use his strongest trump card. If it's 6v6, can we barely avoid a miserable defeat? It should be possible to replace 2 or 3 of them. Tetsuya thought about it and gave his opinion. First of all, it can be made clear. Although the 4 heavenly kings of Sinnoh are not as strong as the 4 perverts of Kanto, they are definitely not weak. Since Denji is considered by data to have the strength to become one of the 4 heavenly kings, then his trump card is likely to be champion level. Among the remaining main forces, there should be 1 or 2 Pokémon that have reached the semi-champion level. With this calculation, the 30-year-old Denji is not much different from the 60-year-old Minglan. And the former also has the advantage of attributes. If they really fight, the latter will also have a very difficult time winning. Then why did Mr. Day look for you? Zhenghu was a little puzzled. ZHE also rolled his eyes. This is based on the conclusion that the Denji gym leader is not letting anyone off the hook. In fact, according to what Mr. Day and Miss Joy said last night, the current Denji gym leader should be less concerned about fighting, and his strength will have a significant decline. All I have to do is to stimulate his interest in fighting, which is not difficult. There is another important reason. His flame chicken has not been in good condition these days and cannot be played. Otherwise, the flame chicken that can mega evolve can at least increase the chance of winning in 3v3 by 10%. Although it is still very low, it is already good. I really don't understand the thoughts of you trainers. Zenghu sighed, shaking his head. You are so cunning. ZHE also laughed. Can the fighting of trainers be called cunning? This is called reasonable estimation of strength gap and tactics. Not all trainers are like the super rookie who ignores attributes and strength and goes straight for it. On the other side, Benhajim, the slender Denji, is fiddling with his circuit. For him, this is the only fun left every day. You guy. Day pushed the door in and saw this scene with some helplessness. I said I found a good opponent for you. Can't you prepare for it? When have you not said that? Denji didn't even raise his head, but the people who come every time are not very good. Day was a little embarrassed, but still found excuses for himself. This time is different. The opponent is the most popular young generation in Kanto City. They just won the championship of the Silver Conference with a crushing momentum. Denji was silent. He stopped what he was doing and looked up at his friend. In your eyes, has my strength regressed to this point? No, no. Day waved his hands in panic, not knowing where to start. Anyway, he is also a king level trainer recognized by the league, and his strength is really strong. King level trainer? This year's Silver Conference champion? Densi, who had not paid attention to the outside world for a long time, could not connect the two things together. Bullying a child? Oh. Day covered his head with a headache. He is less than 20 years old, completely different from what you think. It's hard for me to explain to you. Sighing, Densi put down the tools in his hands and stood up. Anyway, just fight like before, right? Yes, yes, yes. Day nodded frantically. Got it. Then I'll go prepare. Densi said as he walked out of his studio. He seemed to be very serious. In fact, it's better to solve it early. The mechanism on the third floor needs to be improved. He thought so. He picked out 3 Pokeballs from the breeding room. If it is a 20-year-old A-League trainer, they should be enough to deal with him. Denji calmly took the elevator down to the training ground. From the outside, the Benhajim where he was not very grand. The only special thing was that there was a circle of solar panels on the upper floor. But anyone who had been in knew that it was not as simple as it looked outside. Denji added electric gear mechanisms to every part of the Benhajim, and the complexity was comparable to a maze. It was easy to lose your way if you were not careful. As for the reason, it was simply because the challenger was too weak and Denji was too bored, so he built such a gym. Hello, I'm trainer Tetsuya and Dr. Masaki, right? Mr. Day has already explained it. Please follow me. Afternoon. Before the 2 people who arrived at the front desk of the Benhajim revealed their identities, the staff inside greeted them enthusiastically. Press a red mechanism on the wall. The sound of gear transmission continued. The wall slowly opened, and an elevator full of retro technology style appeared in front of Tetsuya and Masaki. Mr. Day and Master Densi are already waiting for you at the battle arena on the first floor of the basement. Thank you very much for coming and helping. He bowed slightly to Zay to show his respect. It should be a rare thing for a staff member to expect their master to fail. The elevator slowly descended. A huge battle arena came into view. Here, Day waved his arms excitedly at the 2. Next to him, the other protagonist of this battle, Densi, was there. But his expression was a little dull, and even a little boring. Since we are here, let's start. The rules are 3v3, and everything else is normal. With that, Densi stood on the command platform by himself. They saw this, and didn't say much, but stood on the other side with a smile on his face. Day was a little embarrassed. After all, Zay was invited by him, and Densi's attitude was somewhat bad. Forget it, it's my fault, I'll explain it later. He sighed helplessly, and stood on the referee's position. The next battle is between Tetsuya Tamaki and Denji. The side whose 3 Pokémon lose their combat ability first loses. So now, the battle begins. See through it, Ronchian. Let the other side taste the taste of sand, grunt. As the trainers of both sides threw Pokeballs, 2 Pokémon with huge differences in size appeared on the field. The pure Rock type Grunt versus the pure Electric type Ronchian. In terms of attributes, There is no so-called restraint. King level? As expected. A blue light flashed in his eyes. Tetsuya became calmer. Yellow sand and dust flew in the battlefield. Grunt's sand raising attribute quietly activated. The figures of the two Pokémon were a little unclear. Ronchian, use charge. Since it was a duel, rather than a gym battle, Denji took the lead in launching an offensive. The shining golden light enveloped Ronchian's body. Its eyes were full of majesty. Grunt, quicksand hell. Unlike Denji who chose to strengthen himself, Tetsuya commanded the Gorgon to attack directly. Under the cover of the sandstorm, the battlefield changed imperceptibly. Day strength ranking, one of the top 8 masters, most likely 7 or 8, now 10th or 11th in the advanced level. Denji's strength ranking, 27th in the advanced level, before being defeated by Xiaozi. The total number of the 4 heavenly kings in all regions is 28. Shiba is repeated once, but there are 5 4 heavenly kings in Alala. Moreover, there are no 4 heavenly kings in the Galar region, but the dragon type gym leader Chibana is ranked 9th in the advanced level, most likely the 6th in the original 8 masters. This shows that Denji's strength is indeed above some of the 4 heavenly kings, because there are also gym leaders like Kadao and Mary who are ranked around 30. Considering the actual age, it will be a little weaker. Chapter 597 Densi gets serious. This is useless to the Xenon cat. Densi's eyes flashed. Xenon cat, use high speed movement. Meow. Xenon cat lowered its body slightly. Light white light enveloped its forelegs. Sure, it was only a moment. Several people lost its location. However, from the scene where nothing happened, the fast moving Xenon cat accurately avoided every quicksand hell. This can be regarded as their racial talent. Even the thick steel plate wall can't stop the Xenon cat's perspective, let alone a small dust. Pangyangui, the power of the earth. They didn't care what the other party did. Maybe in terms of level, the Xenon cat is a few levels higher than the young Pangyangui. But under the cover of the sandstorm, Pangyanguo's control of the entire field is definitely above the latter. No matter how fast you run, or how agile your body is, as long as you have nowhere to hide, then it is inevitable that you will face a defeat. The khaki light sank into the ground from Pangyanguo's body. Except for it and Tetsuya, no one knows where these earth powers are hidden. Their existence is like an arbok hiding in the dark. They will suddenly appear and bite you hard. Not only this battle, in the next 2 games, the opposing Pokémon will be greatly restricted. To put it simply, it is similar to the spike tactic, but it is more concealed and more difficult to crack than the spike tactic. However, Denji seems to have not reacted yet, because the general earth power does not have such a sinister effect. Boom. The sky-high earth pillar suddenly appeared in a corner of the venue. The blue-black Ronchian cat was thrown high into the air. The agile body kept adjusting its posture. It can be seen. Faced with the ground-based skills that restrained it, it made the fastest reaction to dodge. The earth pillar of the earth power only caused it a slight scratch. This is already a very good result. Although it is impossible to directly observe the flow of energy with the eyes. But for the special changes on the ground, the Ronchian cat's concentration is not ambiguous at all. As expected of a trainer who is known as the strongest gym leader in Synopsis, Tetsuya narrowed his eyes. How can an ordinary Pokémon do this? From his point of view. For the mastery of electric energy, excellent. For the control of the body, excellent. For the development of special abilities, excellent. In all aspects, this Xenoblade is an extremely powerful king level Pokémon. I underestimated you a little. Denji became cautious after just the initial fight. As an excellent trainer, he could naturally see that the Gorgon was not simple. It seems that Day is still a little reliable this time. He put his hands on the railing, but I hope this Gorgon is not your strongest Pokémon, otherwise it will be a bit boring again. Denji is used to seeing challengers surprise him when they first meet. Trainers always have 1 or 2 skills. But if they only have 1 or 2 skills, it will make him less satisfied. Xenoblade, use electric light, electric spark. Denji launched an attack again. The so-called electric sparks can actually be understood as a weakened version of Crazy Volt and Volt attack. Of course, while the power is reduced, the user of the electric spark attack does not suffer from the reaction force. For the Ronchian cat, whose physical strength is not outstanding, this move is still very useful. on the black fur. Dazzling yellow arcs continue to flash. Gradually, the blue-black Ronchin cat turned into a dazzling light. Even with the cover of the sandstorm and dust, the trainers who watched and commanded the game couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Iron Wall next. And the choice made by Zaya was also very tough. Since you dare to get close, then try it. Dangoro. Pang Yangui let out a dull roar. The silver light like steel flashed across its body. The originally heavy body added a bit of ferocity. Facing the fierce and fast Ronchin cat, Pang Yangui did not move. A very good choice. Day, who served as the referee and watched the game, nodded approvingly. Compared with the agile Ronchin cat, the speed of the Panyan monster, which was not outstanding to begin with, was a destructive shortcoming. If the Panyan monster tried to dodge, it would be inferior. It's not that it is impossible to dodge. At the same time, the lightning attack is relatively direct at high speed, so there is still a certain probability of dodging. But sometimes, the elves fight for momentum. Bang! A visible airflow exploded at the center of the collision between the two sides. The surrounding sand and dust were even affected to a certain extent. The Panyan monster retreated again and again, leaving one big pit after another on the ground. The charred marks on its navy blue body were very dazzling. Meow the Ronchin cat, which succeeded in one strike, retreated gracefully with the force of the reverse thrust. In the air, it can still maintain the most balanced state. This is the moment I've been waiting for. With a cold snort, Tetsuya waved his hand. Panyan monster, use gravity repel. Dangoro. The Panyan monster, who used the rock behind him to break, raised his head. The khaki ripples spread out like water. The Ronchin cat, who had been maintaining a good posture, only felt a sudden push from the side of his body. With its rich combat experience, it immediately knew that something was wrong. However, it was useless to know. Bang! The next second after the gravity ripples touched its body, the Ronchin cat flew backwards quickly to its left rear. The damage was not high, or very low, but the chain reaction triggered later was the most troublesome. Snappy raised his right hand leisurely and snapped his fingers. Tetsuya showed a villain smile of everything is under control. Then, please enjoy the serial explosions of the earth. Boom boom boom. As soon as the voice fell, one after another, stone pillars protruded from the ground and attacked the softest abdomen of the Ronchin cat. The trap of the power of the earth is the hell of pure electric Pokémon. Ronchin cat, use electromagnetic levitation. Facing an extremely dangerous situation, Denji still had a calm face. But judging from the gradually rising tone, his mind was not exactly the same as his appearance. Meow in the air, the Ronchin cat, who had lost his balance, calmed down a lot after hearing the trainer's command. His whole body was once again covered with the familiar yellow arc of electricity. But this time, the arc of electricity was no longer used for attack. Sizzle, the electric light jumped. On the stone pillars of the power of the earth, yellow arcs of electricity appeared, as if echoing from afar. Swish, swish, swish. The Ronchin cat, who was riding the electricity, stepped on the arc of electricity and jumped between the stone pillars with extraordinary agility, using electricity to generate magnetic force, and then using rocks to move forward in the air. It's really a genius idea. A trace of surprise flashed in Tetsuya's eyes. The skill of electromagnetic levitation is more of a skill to provide some electric Pokémon with the ability to fly. In the hands of the electric Ronchin cat, this trick has completely changed. I have to say, it is very powerful. Is this the advantage of moving forward on all fours? I wonder if Dragonite can do it, but it can be a unique move if used well. Zay immediately added the opponent's moves to his notebook. It's reasonable to learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. But ordinary trainers don't have his eyesight, and they don't have Zero's assistance. After a battle, it's hard to see what's really going on. The Ronchin cat fell to the ground panting. After passing through the stone formation, this short distance cast a shadow on its young mind. The feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife is really deadly. If it's not careful, the power of the earth is likely to hit it, and then the second and third. In less than half a second, it is very likely to lose its ability to fight and lie on the ground. This is different from what his own trainer said. The Ronchin cat whined. Didn't you say that the strength is about the same as the previous opponent? This is too different. Meow. It subconsciously raised its feet to move its somewhat stiff body. Then, the Rontian cat's expression also froze, because it found that it seemed to be trapped. Quicksand hell. When did it happen? How could you not notice it? Denji's face finally changed for the first time. He thought about it carefully. I see. He suddenly realized all the energy was focused on dodging, so I ignored the possible problems with the landing point. No, it should be said that I couldn't notice it. The special ability of the X-ray vision of the Rontian cat is not without any energy and cost. The huge electric energy is a prerequisite for activating this special ability. Originally, with its powerful strength of the king level, the consumption of perspective is not too great. But using electromagnetic levitation, while dodging the power of the earth and seeing through, the combination of the three can be called an overload. The giant rock monster just seized a slight opportunity and quietly spread the quicksand hell, before landing after the X-ray inspection of the Rontian cat. Hiss! The strong electric current expanded in all directions. The high temperature even made the quicksand have a tendency to crystallize. Don't give it a chance to break free. Use rock blockade. It would be abnormal if the king level elf was defeated so easily. Tetsuya was steady and commanding Pan Yangue to control the field. Maintain the discharge posture and use the electric ball. Denji did not give up and was still trying to get the Xenon cat out. In the blink of an eye, a yellow ball of light was floating in the quicksand. The overflowing energy fluctuations made the sandstorm tremble a little. That's it. Rush forward with all your strength, Xenon cat. Denji supported his hands on the railing and issued an order. Snap! A sound like something broke was heard. The electric ball wrapped around the Xenon cat pounced on Pan Yangue like a lion out of a cage. Give it a little more speed. This is far from enough. Pan Yangue, use gravity attract. In stark contrast to the opposite side, Tetsuya became unusually calm at this moment. Under the gaze of several people, the electric ball, which was originally extremely fast, further broke through its own limit. Then bang! Unable to control the sudden high speed, the Xenon cat crashed into the wall at the edge of the field, revealing its scarred body. Meow. Its limbs trembled, and it tried to get up from the ground. Soft sand slowly swirled in front of it. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Rontian cat. Under the influence of the sandstorm, its eyes spun in circles. Rontian cat has lost its ability to fight, and Pan Yangue has won. Please release the next Pokémon, Denji. Does Tetsuya need to change Pokémon? Compared with professional referees, Day's transition was undoubtedly a bit stiff. But no one cared about this. In a high-level battle, every minute and every second must be grasped. Come back, Rontian cat. Denji took out the Pokéball and took back his partner. He looked up at Tetsuya. I admit that I underestimated the enemy. I should have paid more attention to your intelligence earlier. But, the next big guy's not so easy to deal with. With a wave of his hand, he threw out his second Pokéball. Go, Electabuzz. Do. The dull cry echoed. The yellow and black Electabuzz waved its two tails. Compared to the Globular, it only lost in the length of the front and back. Globular, Rock Collapse Attack. Zaya did not change the Pokémon. Just as Denji said. Due to insufficient intelligence work, the damage caused by Rontian cat to Globular was far less than expected. At present, Globular still maintains about 2/3 of its physical strength. It is a pity not to use it to expand the advantage. Under the control of Globular, rocks the size of a human head burst out towards the electric beast. The sound of breaking through the air echoed in the venue, which seemed particularly strong. Papa Denji raised his hands and slapped his cheeks hard. He stopped his behavior until his face flushed. Well, don't be careless. Electric beast, show your courage and use the Thunder Fist to smash all these things for me. At this moment, he really looked like an electric trainer and gym leader. Are you finally serious? ZHE also revealed a smile. Although he did not mind Dense's attitude and even thought it was good to end like this, it was nothing more than having to trouble Day to find a way to awaken his friend's interest in fighting. However, being able to have a hearty battle is also a great thing. Duo. The electric shock beast strode forward. A thick layer of electric current had already covered its sturdy fists. Bang bang bang, he waved his fists at a very fast speed to block the rockfall. Although he did not have a fighting system, the electric shock beast's fighting ability was still good. The gravel hit its body without changing its expression at all. Then get closer with a flash of lightning and use heavy stomping to block the action. Dense's command voice followed. Don't think too simply. The huge rock monster. Take it head on. Use a heavy impact to kill the opponent. ZHE did not retreat at all. It was different from the previous battle. Between two large Pokémon, only close combat with fists and flesh is the fastest way to decide the winner. I have a happy event today, and I'm too excited, so I'm late. I'm really sorry. It's 1:04 in the morning. It's over. Chapter 598. 1 vs 2. Electric Civil War. Dangoro. The giant rock monster's body sank slightly. With the addition of the strong physical defense ability brought by the Iron Wall, it is good at defense and is not very afraid of the attack of the electric shock monster. Even the ground type heavy stomping has a good restraining effect on it, which is a rock type. The electric shock monster, shining with white light, approached the giant rock monster at an amazing speed that did not match its huge body. Dang, a dull collision sound rang out. Both sides involuntarily stepped back 1 or 2 steps. The ordinary lightning flash focuses on speed and its power is not high. The multiple layers of attribute resistance plus Iron Wall defense weakened it, and the damage caused can be said to be negligible. Fortunately, the purpose of the electric shock monster was just to shorten the distance. As the attacker, the electric shock monster did not hesitate at all and immediately raised his feet. Bang! As its feet kept falling alternately, the ground shook visibly. The giant rock monster was not to be outdone. Enduring the pain, the silver light on his body finally covered his whole body. Dangoro. After a loud shout, the huge blue rock body rushed towards the electric monster with amazing momentum. Under Tetsuo's careful cultivation and vigorous feeding, the body weight of the giant rock monster far exceeds the average of the tribe and has reached an exaggerated value of 458 kilograms. You know, the average weight of Snorlax is only about 460 kilograms. For most Pokémon, the consumption caused by such a weight is absolutely amazing. Of course, the giant rock monster is no exception. If it is in the wild, such a weight will make it unable to survive. But, it is a Pokémon with a trainer, so there is no need to worry about this. In battle, a heavy weight will indeed completely deprive it of its speed, which is already a weakness. Correspondingly, the special rocks eaten for a long time also give its body unparalleled defensive capabilities. While playing to its strengths and avoiding its weaknesses, the giant rock monster's strength is even stronger. There is no need to worry too much about moves such as kicking down, tying grass knots, and electric balls. Their floating power is full even for normal giant rock monsters, and it can't be increased. Dow. Although it also took the blow head on, the performance of Electabuzz was completely different from that of the previous Gorgon. Its legs flew off the ground. Both Denji and A were quite surprised. After a simple calculation, they easily concluded that Tetsuo's Gorgon's weight was comparable to that of Snorlax. Interesting. Denji's face showed excitement. It is actually difficult to distinguish the weight of rock-type Pokémon from their body size, because density is also a very important influencing factor. For example, the average weight of Raiden is 300 kilograms, and the average weight of Onix is 210 kilograms. But one thing is beyond doubt. For rock-type Pokémon of the same species, the heavier they are, the stronger their defense ability is generally. This even explains the training ability of the trainer to a certain extent. Because randomly stuffing special rocks into Pokémon to eat will most of the time have the opposite effect. Erectabuzz climbed up from the ground in a panic. He covered his right hand with a painful expression. Even if he has a good resistance to steel type moves, the weight crushing is an unchangeable fact. The damage caused by the heavy impact is not as simple as the data shows. The physical electric shock monster can fully feel the wailing from the muscles all over the body. It is not pain, but fatigue caused by excessive consumption in a short period of time. ZHE also keenly discovered this. This is also an important reason why he used the heavy impact. Then, take advantage of the victory. Pangyangui used sharp stone attack. With an order, countless boulders gathered in front of Pangyangui again. Compared with the rock collapse at the beginning, not only is the scale larger, but the shape has also become sharper. Electric shock monster used digging to avoid. Densinu. With the current state of the electric shock monster, this move must not be taken head on. But defense is indeed not the forte of the electric shock monster. Faced with this situation, he had to bite the bullet and issue the order to dig a hole. Duo the electric shock monster nodded and dug the ground frantically with both hands. Not long after, its figure disappeared from the ground. Boom! A violent roar resounded throughout the venue. After losing its target, the sharp stone attack slammed into the ground with great momentum. Smoke and dust rose up, and the already unclear venue became even more chaotic. Sure enough, the physical energy consumption caused by such a weight is really too great. Looking at the giant rock monster that did not continue to attack, Denji knew that he had made the right bet. Electric shock monster, rush up and give it a fearsome hammer, he shouted. Unconsciously, Denji's attitude had changed drastically from the beginning. Day showed a relieved smile at the corner of his mouth. It's been a long time since I saw such a lively Denji. Duo. I don't know how the underground electric shock monster heard the command of his trainer. As Denji's voice fell, the huge black and yellow body broke out of the ground. Digging a hole is not only used for hiding, but also for approaching underground. Looking at the giant rock monster that was close at hand, electric shock monster raised his arms that gathered rich white light. Then, he smashed it down with all his strength. Facing the sudden attack, Pang Yang took a few steps back in a panic. The electric shock monster smiled disdainfully. Useless big guy, your end is already here. Before it could finish its victory declaration, a powerful energy wave came from the ground in front of it. Bang! Several stone pillars rose from the ground in the blink of an eye. The electric shock monster had no time to react, and its body was thrown high in the air in severe pain. Damn, it's the power of the earth. Dense's face suddenly became ugly. He thought that the power of the earth that attacked the Ronchin cat had been buried for a long time. Unexpectedly, it still exists at this time. And it appeared at the most critical time and place. The huge electric shock monster did not have the excellent balance ability of the Ronchin cat. It had no way to control its body in the air and could only fall heavily. Down lying on the ground, the electric shock monster made a painful and weak cry. In just an instant, the situation changed. Although the physical strength of the giant rock monster was almost exhausted after such a long battle, the result of the battle was gratifying. Not only did it win the Ronchin cat, but now the physical strength of the electric shock monster should be less than a quarter. The basic power of the earth force is as high as 90, plus the double restraint of the attribute. The electric shock monster is not the type that is famous for its defense and physical strength. The smile on Day's face became a little different. He hoped that Zaya would awaken Dense's interest in fighting, but the imagined process was not like this. Interesting, it's so interesting. After being stunned, Densey actually laughed out loud, contrary to his usual behavior. I'm looking forward to such a battle. His eyes were full of fire. Electric shock monster, show your backbone. Don't let the young man on the opposite side underestimate you. Duo feeling the gradually rising momentum of the trainer. Electric shock monster also cooperated and struggled to get up from the ground. Very good. That's it. Let's have another arm hammer. Densey, who has completely awakened his interest in fighting, has completely changed. The appearance of yelling and shouting was totally different from what he had just seen. He ran towards Pan Yangue with big strides. At this moment, the electric shock monster seemed to ignore the pain coming from his body. The white light on his arms was even more intense than before. Pan Yangue, the last headbutt. ZHE was not to be outdone. As long as he could consume a little, it was worth the effort. Pan Yangue slowly lowered his head. With his physical strength reduced to almost zero, his body was shining again. Boom. White light and white light converged. His arms and rock hit each other. After a brief stalemate of a few seconds, Pan Yangue finally couldn't hold on. The energy of the headbutt gradually dissipated, and the arm hammer of the electric shock monster hit his body mercilessly. Dangoro he closed his eyes. Pan Yangue knew that he had reached his limit. Next, it was time to hand it over to his partner. Pan Yangue has lost his ability to fight, and the electric shock monster wins. Day simply didn't ask any more questions this time, and just announced the result. Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job. Touching the Pokeball of the giant rock, Zaya whispered to comfort him. It must be said that the big guy gave him a big surprise. After breaking through to the King of Heaven, this was the first time that it really fought with all its strength. From the perspective of a trainer, the strength it showed was even only slightly weaker than that of Pidgeot, which had been baptized by the holy fire. It seems that Pidgeot needs to work harder. Thinking back to Pidgeot's daily lazy appearance, Zaya suddenly became angry. It's decided. From now on, the training attitude of other partners must be in line with that of the giant rock. In the Pokeball on the belt, the little guy shuddered involuntarily. Why did they suddenly feel a little palpitated? Then, my next partner will be it. Go, Dragonite. Fortunately, Zaya has not forgotten that this is a battle. Throw out the Pokeball. Buu the pink intended Dragonite raised his hands fiercely, but compared with the opposite side of the electric beast, it looked a little funny because it naturally had no advantage in this aspect. Electric beast, use high-speed stars. Densei, who had entered a serious state, was not distracted at all. The second after the electric dragon appeared, he commanded the electric beast to attack. Dense flashing star-shaped energy rushed towards the electric dragon. Block it with cotton defense, and then use the power gem to counterattack. Facing the high-speed stars with a 100% hit rate, dodging was obviously a stupid choice. The electric dragon was soon covered with white and soft cotton. The rotating high-speed stars did not cut it immediately when they hit it, but instead consumed their energy one after another and dissipated into the air. It was not just because of the electric dragon itself. The physical consumption of the electric beast was also reflected in its attack strength. The dazzling light condensed in front of the electric dragon. Compared with its opponent, its condition was excellent. Swoosh, the dazzling energy beam like a gem flashed by. The violent fluctuations directly dispersed the sandstorm that had not yet ended. The dust that shot out hit the faces of the three people on the sidelines, but no one's expression changed. After the impact, the electric shock beast, which was covered with scars and even a little charred, panted and knelt on one knee. Its body was shaky. What supported it from falling was the pride and unwillingness in its heart. Throw. Zay's slightly indifferent voice sounded. The electric dragon did not hesitate at all, picked up the rock at his feet, and threw it at the electric shock beast. For a warrior, pity is the greatest insult. After a moment, Densei, who took back the electric shock beast, exhaled deeply, turned and waved to the corner. Old buddy, you have to do it this time, otherwise I will lose face. Raichu with a response. Raichu walked out of the corner, strolled to the field and stood still. Its posture was extremely calm, and it was not affected by the result of the previous battle at all. After all, it is Densei's initial elf. The strength of the king level is not enough to become Densei's trump card. But after years of tacit cooperation, the combined strength of the two sides should not be underestimated. The dual characteristics of static electricity and lightning rods give it an advantage in the electric civil war. Electric dragon, magnetic field control. After observing for a while, Tetsuya took the lead in issuing orders. Boo-woo electric dragon nodded cautiously. With the flash of light, its defense ability quietly increased. Raichu, charge. In response, Denji's response was very direct. Since you improve defense, I will improve attack. For Raichu, charging is not just as simple as increasing the power of the next electric move. If a Pokémon like Raichu stores too much electricity, its muscles will be stimulated, and it will become more aggressive than usual. It is similar to the ability of the Raikage, but the improvement is not that great. Moreover, charging can also increase Raichu's energy defense, killing two birds with one stone. Electric Dragon, use 100,000 volts. Taking this opportunity, Tetsuya issued an order that made his opponent a little confused. Not all king level elves have dual characteristics. Could it be that he wants to confirm it? White electric light slowly flows on the body of the electric dragon. Wait. White electric current? Denji looked at this scene in disbelief. He did not read the opponent's intelligence in advance, and he seemed very confused at this moment. I'm sorry. ZHE also showed his big white teeth. My electric dragon is a little special. Lightning rods and the like seem to be useless at the same level. Buu. As soon as the voice fell, the strong electric light turned into a thunder dragon and roared towards the charging Raichu. Feeling the fluctuation of energy, A few drops of sweat appeared on Raichu's forehead. Why does it feel like this opponent does not play by the rules? Electric tricks, especially the 100,000 volts, have always been difficult to avoid. Before Raichu could react, the Thunder Dragon's mouth swallowed its small body. Over. Chapter 599 heading north. Hey, Raichu screamed in pain. Obviously, Tetsuya was not lying. Although the damage was still not great, this strange lightning that broke through the characteristic limit brought both sides to the same starting line. As a trainer specializing in electricity, Denji's heart was inevitably a little surging. He was very curious. But now is not the time to dwell on this issue. Soon, Denji regained his composure. As the strongest gym leader in the Sinnoh region, if a young man from Kanto easily won 2 against 3, he would not be able to accept it, even if it was unlikely to be spread. No matter what kind of lightning, I believe my Pokémon can control and withstand it. Raichu, use your strength and use Volt Attack. Denji gave the order brazenly. Haichu. Raichu in the white electric light stretched with difficulty. Gradually, the normal yellow current covered its entire body. 4 legs stood on the ground. In an instant, Raichu turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the electric dragon at a very fast speed. The Volt Attack, a special move with a basic power greater than thunder, is a special move of the Pikachu family. It can only be inherited if the parents carry the special prop electric ball, otherwise it cannot be mastered at all. Correspondingly, their proficiency in using this move and the damage it can cause are also visibly strong. Electric Dragon, release your potential. Thunder with the greatest power. ZHE also knew that it was impossible to dodge this move. Instead of trying and still being hit, it is better to face it head on to see who is stronger. His trust in Electric Dragon is no less than that of Denji against Raichu. Boo-hoo! The pink-looking Electric Dragon made a high-pitched cry from its mouth. The blue gems on its forehead and tail immediately emerged with dazzling brilliance. I don't know if it was an illusion of several people. They seemed to see that there was actually flowing hair on the tail of the Electric Dragon. But after blinking, this illusion disappeared immediately. Darkness enveloped the entire underground venue. The heavy clouds made people feel a little breathless. Electric arcs flickered in the air. The energy fluctuations revealed from time to time turned the rocks on the field into fireworks and scattered. The advancing Raichu was inevitably slightly affected. Although under the coverage of Volt's attack, the rubble was melted into ashes by the strong current before it even had time to get too close. Yikiu with a loud shout, Raichu's visually impactful body slammed into the extremely weak Electric Dragon. Boom. At the same time, a lightning column that seemed to stand between heaven and earth for eternity suddenly descended. There was no room for Raichu to react. Its figure disappeared again in it. The only thing that could be heard was the painful cry before it disappeared. Boom, the pink figure flew backwards. It smashed the wall at the edge of the field, leaving a crater-like mark. The Electric Dragon's slender little hand supported the ground, but it was unable to lift its body. There was no doubt that it was seriously injured, even though it had a very good resistance to electric moves. Basic power 120 plus 50% bonus to the skill of the same system plus bonus to the item, carried plus bonus to proficiency. This is a result that cannot be obtained by simple calculation with data. The only thing to be thankful for is that, in order to avoid both sides benefiting, neither Tetsuya nor Denji commanded their partners to use the trick of the electric field. Otherwise, it is very likely that the entire underground battlefield would be blown up. Qualitative change and quantitative change, perhaps, are just a thought away. The lightning column that was so bright that people could not open their eyes slowly dissipated. Raichu, which looked even more miserable than the Electric Dragon, appeared in front of everyone. Most of the original dark orange fur had turned black. If it were not for the occasional current overflow from the electric bags on both sides of the cheeks, several experienced trainers would have to worry about whether it had a big accident. For a moment, the noisy battlefield became quiet. This young man is a little too strong. Denji licked his dry lips. He felt that the fire in his heart that had been extinguished seemed to burn again. Sure enough, what the guy called Ganlang said is right. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world who can awaken me. Recalling the words of another good friend, Denji's eyes were full of excitement. This guy, could he be a psychopath? Looking at the reaction of the other party, Tetsuya shuddered subconsciously. It was the first time he saw someone who could show such an expression after being beaten like this. Time passed slowly. Neither side started a further battle. Instead, they quietly waited for the state of the elves to recover slightly. In the battlefield that was broken to the point that it was impossible to see the original appearance, only the tiny electric currents of 2 or 3 kittens were left to collide and fight. However, Denji's face became more and more ugly. Why is this electric dragon so abnormal in recovery? Similar injuries, the same time. The spirit of the electric dragon at this moment is at least 1/3 better than that of Raichu. No, even half as much. Denji has cultivated electric dragons before. We are all at the king level. Isn't your recovery ability a little abnormal? There was a smile on the corner of Tetsuya's mouth. Comparing endurance? Sorry, but electric dragon is not afraid of this. Since the 3-in-1 mutation of the electric energy in its body, its ability can be said to be fully improved. Not only in attack, but also in other aspects. Every time the lightning with a strong breath of life travels in the body of electric dragon, its body will be restored. This is something that no other electric Pokémon can match. It's almost done. After observing the situation of both sides, Tetsuya's eyes suddenly condensed. Electric dragon, use the piercing sound. Boo, the sharpened headache-inducing cry echoed in the field. Raichu, who was already in a bad state, wrinkled his whole face. The big ears drooped. Its sensitivity to the environment dropped to the lowest point. Raichu, get out of there. Denji responded immediately. However, under the interference of the electric dragon's piercing sound, Raichu could not react at all. Then, Tetsuya raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Electric dragon, give it the last charging beam. It's not that he didn't want to take the opportunity to use the powerful electromagnetic cannon. The main thing is that the condition of the electric dragon is not much better. The so-called good recovery is relative to the opponent. Electricity is constantly accumulating in the electric dragon's body. Electric sparks are also flashing continuously on the blue sphere at the tail. A few seconds passed. The electric dragon silently turned its body. Swish, the not so thick beam of light penetrated the entire venue. All the rocks blocking the way forward turned into nothingness. The attack of the king level elves. Even if the extremely weak king level is very terrifying. Lose. Seeing this, Denji lowered his arms somewhat dejectedly. He knew that with the remaining physical strength of Raichu, it was impossible to resist this charging beam head on. The most hateful thing is, the guy on the opposite side actually used this move to enter a state of attack ability bonus for several minutes just in case. Even if he did not lose his combat ability, after many upgrades, the electric dragon is still a stable happiness against Raichu. This guy, is he really only 20 years old? Unreasonably stable tactical arrangements and extremely sharp combat intuition. If it was a trainer in his 30s or 40s at the peak of his life, then Denji felt that it was understandable. But if it was a guy in his 20s, it would be a bit scary. Raichu lost his ability to fight, and Dragonite won. Denji's 3 Pokémon were the first to be unable to fight. The winner of this duel is Tetsuya. They announced the final result. Although Tetsuya was invited by him, he couldn't believe it when facing this scene. This kind of thing, if spread out, will definitely scare a lot of people. They thought so. Although Denji didn't use his 3 strongest trump cards. But, Tetsuya didn't either. That magical Pidgeot, that doesn't look like an ordinary Pokémon. That perfect Blaziken in all aspects. These 2 Pokémon were actually the targets that they wanted Tetsuya and Denji to fight in the first place. Really? Day shook his head helplessly. If this continues, the younger generation will catch up. Zhenghu, who was like a transparent man on the side, heard this. Instead, he heard a hint of excitement from it. As a trainer specializing in fire, Day's desire to fight is very strong. The appearance of a talented young trainer like Tetsuya will only make him more motivated. If not, he would not have been able to reach the throne of Sinnoh champion. Kikuno, who is as strong as Kikuko, Liu, who ascended to the 4 heavenly kings with a weak insect type, and Gosling, a scholar of psychic type. These 3 people are not easy to deal with. Let's go to the Pokémon Center to recover. Joey is already waiting there. As a link between the 2 sides, they took the lead in greeting. Fortunately, the few people present were not bad-tempered. Even for trainers, fighting is the best fuel to promote friendship. In a few minutes, the 4 people with a large age gap were chatting enthusiastically. Walking on the road, they completely ignored the strange looks from the people around them and gathered together to laugh. Surprise. He actually talked with a Sinnoh champion in public. Surprise. The shining star actually talked with him quietly. Countless posts were born on the Pokémon forum. The treatment lasted for a long time. Although both sides were very restrained and did not use heavy hands. But in a battle of the king level, it is not so easy to control the strength. The group of Miss Joy and Jigglypuff spent 3 or 4 hours and brought countless healing potions to restore the 5 Pokémon involved in the battle. At the same time, they were secretly surprised at the result of this battle. Miss Joy and the others were not fools. It was easy to draw conclusions from the status and number of Pokémon. I didn't expect it. They whispered. They would not leak it. The Joy family is not such a person. Moreover, both Denji and Tetsuya have a very good relationship with the Joy family. To be more precise, there are not many trainers in the Pokémon world who have a bad relationship with the Joy family. For them, the stronger the familiar trainer is, the better news it is. Are you sure you want to travel overnight? So anxious? They frowned at the 2 fully armed people. Tetsuya shrugged helplessly and pointed at Masaki. Don't look at me. I'm hired, and the one who pays the money has the final say. I'm mainly worried about accidents over there. You know, researching this kind of thing requires coincidences. If I miss it, I'll lose a lot of money. Masaki's face was a little bitter. It was spring. For Firay and Almia, which are located further north, it was actually the season when Gracitia flowers bloomed. If you delay for a day, maybe the trace of Shimi that might exist will disappear. Okay. Day nodded and accepted this statement. He also knew that for researchers, even the slightest error was unbearable. Being able to stay for more than 10 hours was already a great honor for him as the regional champion. Then, I wish you to a fruitful return. Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, Day patted Densi's shoulder. How was it? Was it good enough this time? Not bad. Densi did not comment. He felt that his interest in fighting might not stop burning. The pressure from young people was really a bit too much. Okay, I'm going to be busy too. Banhei City is in your hands. After saying hello, Day rode his flaming horse and hurriedly left along the avenue from another direction. As a champion, he was very busy. If it weren't for his friend's mental problems, he would rarely come back. Densi walked back to the gym alone. A blonde woman was standing silently at the gym entrance, looking up, wondering what she was thinking. Hello, are you here to challenge the gym? You have to register with Miss Joy first. Densi, who was in a good mood, kindly reminded her, because she was a beautiful woman. The blonde woman came back to her senses. She stared at Densi and said, hello, I'm here to get the real lighthouse badge. In order to make her intention clear, she even emphasized the word real. The smile on Densi's face disappeared in an instant. Are you here to mess up the place? He responded with a little indifference. Come with me. Densi did not ask the blonde woman to show her strength. She knew about this and came to challenge. If it was just a joke, he would let her know what the anger of the strong is. Squeak, the underground venue, which had just been repaired not long ago, welcomed the second guest of the day. After a long time. Well, thank you for the hospitality. I will accept the lighthouse badge for the time being. The blonde woman took the special badge from Densi calmly, turned and left the battlefield, ignoring the latter's collapsed expression. This kind of strength, are you kidding? Densi's dazed voice echoed underground. Keeping this woman for the time being, she couldn't be thinking that he stretched out his trembling hand and dialed Day's number. At this time, Tetsuya and Masaki were still on their way north. He had no idea how big a blow Densi, whose fighting enthusiasm had just been awakened, had suffered again. The end. Chapter 600. Spreading news. Sea trip. As Tetsuya and Masaki moved further north, the appearance of the Sinnoh region finally appeared in front of them. In just 3 days, their clothes changed from thin short-sleeved shirts to thick down jackets. Even Tetsuya, whose superpowers had recovered a lot, was the same. In the wild, these unnecessary consumption should be avoided. HU. In the cave, Masaki sneezed violently beside the stove, built by the flame chicken. With such a big temperature difference, he unfortunately caught a cold without paying attention. Fortunately, he has excellent physical fitness. Otherwise, it would be more serious. Enjoying the warmth of the flames, Masaki showed a happy look. Really, I don't know how the people in the Sinnoh region get used to this environment. For him, who was born and lived in Kanto and Johto since childhood, the current temperature of -10 degrees can be called extremely cold. Although they are still a long way from the Firi region in the north, the climate there may be worse than that in Sinnoh. Tetsuya fiddled with the fire without saying a word. Hey, who do you think that blonde girl is? She's really brave to want to become the champion in that way. Masaki didn't care about Tetsuya's attitude. 3 days is not a long time, but it's enough for him to get used to her. He was very interested in discussing the blonde girl who was recently circulating in the Sinnoh region. Going north all the way back to the north. Tetsuya and Masaki are not wild people. If they can rest in the town, they will naturally not choose to stay in the wild. Therefore, their information updates have not fallen behind. During these 3 days, the news that several official gym leaders were defeated and the real gym badges were taken away also spread like wildfire. The most important thing is that one of them is Denji, who is recognized as the strongest gym leader in Sinnoh. To be honest, when they heard the news, the two were very surprised. It was because of their contact with Denji that they knew that the other party's strength was really not exaggerated. The strength of the person who could defeat him and take away the real lighthouse badge can be imagined. The so-called real badge can actually be understood as the license issued by the alliance to the official gym. Those issued in the usual gym battles are just mass-produced imitations. To become the owner of an official gym, in addition to the normal application, another important way is to obtain the real badge of the official gym through challenges. In other words, if you can defeat a formal gym owner and gain the recognition of most of the original gym members, then it is not a difficult thing to take office. Except for those family style and master style formal gyms. Many members of formal gyms gather together because they believe in the strong personal charm and so on are mostly just talk. Only a few people such as Nancy and Sakaki are really like this. As long as your strength is strong enough, many problems are no longer problems. The emergence of this system is also to prevent some gym owners from losing their enterprising spirit, or even from bullying the gym members under their hands. From the results, the alliance's move is still good. In fact, it's okay that Denji alone was deprived of his real gym badge. The Sinnoh region is so large, it is normal to have hidden trainers and strong people. He obtained the qualification according to the rules, based on his ability, so there is nothing to say. At most, he will be surprised for a while, and then it will pass. With Denji's ability, it won't be much different if he changes cities to become an official gym leader. There are even many cities that welcome him with open arms. He completely ignores the dark face of his own gym leader. With Day as his good friend, there will be no ungrateful guy to laugh at Denji. The problem is, one after another, the incidents happened in sequence, and the initiator was still the same person. This time, the whole Sinnoh region was in an uproar. A rule that everyone subconsciously ignored came to mind. The regional champion can directly challenge by collecting the true badges of all the official gyms in the region. To put it simply, smash the place, smash all the places of the official gym leaders in the Sinnoh region. So, no matter whether you have participated in the conference before, no matter what your trainer level is in the league's recognition, the current regional champion must accept the challenge from you. The loser is out. Compared with the normal process of becoming a champion, this model has been a decoration since its appearance. Rookie trainer, elite trainer, top 4 in the tournament, king level trainer, gym leader, 4 kings, champion. If all the intermediate processes are omitted, the development history of a regional champion should be similar to this. In history, no one has ever pushed his strength directly to the champion level during the certification period of elite trainers without participating in the tournament and becoming famous. Talent and potential are very important aspects, whether it is a Pokémon or a trainer, not to mention the consumption of resources. On the other hand, how can young people not desire to be recognized? After this set of processes of the league, each regional champion is the most eye-catching superstar in his own territory. No one can resist this temptation. Of course, in this regard, the league's conception has some problems. Or rather, it can't be blamed on them. Who would have thought that all the new champions in the past 10 years have some problems with their brain circuits? One or two of them don't care about their jobs at all. But from another perspective, as champions, as trainer geniuses, each regional champion is extremely proud. Unless someone is recognized or defeats them head on, they will never give up the championship throne. Even if they don't want to be the champion, it's the same. If I don't take the throne, it won't be your turn. That's roughly the mentality. By chance, the intention of the alliance has been achieved. The result is good, and the process is not important. But now, such a person has appeared. The blonde woman named Sharona is just an elite trainer in the alliance's registration. Even the latest strength update was 3 years ago. Such a person, the recent action directly points to the forgotten championship rules. Even if the investigation finds that the other party is the granddaughter of Dr. Mustard and Dr. Yamanashi, this news is enough to surprise people. I didn't expect you to use this method. ZHE, who was fiddling with the firewood, smiled meaningfully. He originally thought that Sharona would fight in the regional conference, the 4 Heavenly Kings competition and the road to the championship within a year. As a result, it was changed to a method that no one expected. I can only say, she is worthy of being the most brilliant female trainer in the history of the Pokémon world. He sighed. What? You asked why she was the most brilliant female trainer. Why did she have to limit her gender? Sorry. Zaire said that he was the best one without gender restrictions. What? Cheating? What are you talking about? You are slandering. Zaire is a man of steel, and all his strength comes from his own and the Pokémon's efforts. How can you talk about something that doesn't exist? As for whether Sharona can succeed, Zaire thinks that the small part of the future he saw is enough to explain the answer. Only this way of getting to the top can explain why Sharona is so popular. Strength crushing is the biggest stimulation and reason for recognition for trainers. It is unrealistic for Jamonas to avoid fighting. In fact, it is reasonable for them to take the initiative to fight. As the strongest fighting force in the city, their faces are not meant to be slapped by themselves. Being afraid before fighting is the performance of cowards. And trainers, there are no cowards or reckless. If I fail, I will be laughed at for the rest of my life. Zhenghu sighed. Although Sharona did not say it explicitly, everyone now knows her purpose. Even the distant Unova and Carlos have paid attention to it. In this case, if I don't succeed, I will die. If I fail on the road of challenge, there will definitely be people who are willing to take advantage of me. No, she will succeed. Hearing this, Zaire raised his head and responded lightly. This was the first time he responded to Zhenghu's boring topic today. Sure enough, you and her know each other, right? Zhenghu looked gossipy. Tell me, what is the relationship? How long have you known each other? How strong is she? Let's go. It's time to set off. We have to reach Lake of Wisdom tonight. Zaire calmly put out the fire and stood up. Zhenghu's face rose. Don't, I just rested for a while. Can't I not ask? He begged bitterly. He has a fire spirit. But in Xianguan Mountain, the weak fire type Pokémons have very limited effect. If you want to keep warm, you can only rely on Blaziken. It's long enough. Let's set off from Zufeng City tomorrow and go all the way up to find the Saffron Sea. Zaire said so, while holding a simple map, completely ignoring what Zhenghu said. Don't, it will freeze you to death. On the snow-capped mountains, Zhenghu's wailing did not spread far at all, and was completely covered by the dense wind and snow, and dissipated between heaven and earth. The figures of the two soon merged into the white. Zufeng City. This is a city covered with snow all year round, located at the northernmost end of the Sinnoh region. The snow falling from the top of Xianguan Mountain keeps the temperature here low all year round. Zufeng Temple is the most famous attraction here. Located at the northernmost end of the city, it is said that the Holy Pillar King with the power to drag an entire continent is sleeping underground. Regichicus. Do you think this legend is true? Standing in front of the Snow White Hall, Zhenghu, who was heading to the 3 areas including Fel, once again fell into the unique thinking of a researcher. For a trainer, whether Regigigas exists or not is actually very simple. If it exists, then subdue it. If it does not exist, then roll away as far as possible. Other things are not important at all. ZHE did not answer his question. Because he really knew this. The land under his feet really sleeps a real first level god. Although the combat power of this first level god is somewhat criticized. But no matter what, the essence of a first level god will not change. The few pillars created casually can be second level gods, and this strength is slightly stronger than that of the Phoenix King. The 3 sacred beasts are from third level gods. Of course, Toilet King knows everything about fighting, so he doesn't interfere. Okay. It is worth mentioning that ZHE was also warmly received by Xiao Song, the daughter of the owner of the Zufeng Gym. It was not because the ice rock he excavated added an important attraction and source of income to Zufeng City, but because Ali told me that as long as you come to us, we will make sure you are well arranged. Xiao Song patted his chest and looked very imposing. Ali is the future owner of the Curtain Gym, and now he is studying with RC in the Azure Gym. ZHE also met her once before. She is indeed a genius in fighting. She and Xiao Song are very good friends. Xiao Song also has outstanding potential. The nickname Ice Crystal Girl was not given by people because of her parents' face. It is the respect she earned with her performance in school. If possible, can you prepare a ship for us to sail far? We are going to the Ranger Alliance. ZHE was not polite to her. Inside and outside, they are all considered family. Rangers Alliance? What are you doing in a place like that? Xiao Song muttered. Forget it. This little request is not difficult for my smart little head. Several calls were made. The face of the local strong second generation is very useful. The boat is already at the dock. Just tell me my name. She said carelessly. Be careful on the way. It's still very dangerous over there. Obviously. As the daughter of the gym master of the northernmost city in Sinop, Xiao Song also knows something about the situation further north. Okay, thank you very much. I'll treat you to dinner later. Smiling and waving goodbye to Xiao Song, Zhenghu came up. You are so good. Your circle of friends is quite wide. Who is that Ali? Zhe covered his head helplessly. Zhenghu is a good guy, but his emotional intelligence has been replaced by IQ. It is an overestimation to praise him as a bootlicker. I guess this guy can't even lick. You pay the rent and the energy. By the way, give me a raise. This thing is what I risked my life to get. After a while, on the deck, Zhe lazily put forward his suggestions to Zhenghu. No. To be precise, it is a notice. What's the relationship between the two? Stop. Zhe didn't even raise his eyelids. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Hurry up. Zhenghu wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had to pay a large sum of money again. Along the way, Zhe did play a key role in many places. Without his help, Zhenghu estimated that he would be at least half a month late to reach the other side. The calm voyage continued. Hey, why are there no water elves attacking? Zhenghu asked in disbelief. Roar Yin as soon as the voice fell. Several water tornadoes suddenly appeared on the sea not far away. Damn you, you are really a crow's mouth. This time, Zhe wanted to give a thumbs up to Zhenghu 38 points. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.